series of questions about the Biden administration's response to the Chinese surveillance balloon. Note, it is not plural. It is one.
Right.
And these, let me get on. It's not going to do that. And the subsequent shoot down of 3 unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. Doesn't get any better than this. On February 27th, a full 10 days after our deadline for this information, Under Secretary of Defense for Policy, Colin Call. Why did you do that to a poor kid? Colin Call, please come forward. That the department would not answer our questions. He also suggested that all of our questions had been addressed in the briefings that the Biden administration provided to senators on February 9th and February 14th. We are surprised and disappointed that a letter addressed to you was answered by a subordinate. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. Yes, our expectations moving forward is that your signature will appear on any correspondence we exchange. Oh, man. They're owning his ass. I know.
They're getting serious. They're getting serious now.
Yeah. This is getting good. Move this one up so I can scroll it down as we're going through it. Now, they wouldn't be asking questions if they didn't have the answers that they would want to have. Don't go into the light, Cupcake. It's too early. You're not dead yet. I'm not putting her in the drawer, don't worry. Now, anyway, so this response, which we interpret as reflective of your position, is unacceptable. This is getting good. We attended both briefings and can say with the utmost certainty that Dr. Call's intention is wrong. Specifically, many of our oversight questions about the administration's immediate response to the Chinese surveillance balloon remain unanswered. In particular, we await documentation demonstrating when senior officials learned of the balloon and at what point you and the president were provided response options. This simple point of the letter was to establish a baseline of facts to inform all members of Congress. But he was already said, we've already told you everything. We're not telling you anything more. Not the right person that you want to say this to, especially when you've got someone who is the leader of a committee in the Senate. So on.
It looks like this Colin fellow is going to get the talk.
Oh, from Austin or from Congress? He's already getting freaking the talk at this point. But I have a feeling that Austin already told him, answer the questions. You handle this.
Well, I guess then they're both going to get the talk.
Good. Bring him in. You know what I would say is the best thing we could possibly do right now for a situation like this? We need a hearing, don't we?
And that's what's going to happen, from Doty said, because of these 3 objects.
Right.
Also, there's another point that was brought out in the letter. It says February 1st was when the UAP was spotted. Those 3 objects. One of those objects was spotted February 1st, but I don't think we in the media were told until like February 3rd or 4th or something like that.
Right. Now, this is the object, as Richard Doty was saying, that was up in Alaska, that was changing its altitude, maneuvering close to the terrain, try and get the hell out of there, whatever it was. The government is still unwilling to go ahead and give us the truth. And as it was rightly called out as unidentified aerial phenomena in this letter, if it was from China and it was military, we would have seen it. If it was Russia, from their military, we would have seen it. If it was from from Dr. Evil, also known as the former owner of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, and he was doing some evil stuff. Yeah, that kind of stuff. They would have told us already. But they're not telling us jack shit. Maybe they need to call jack shit to the stand. That'd be a good thing, because that's about all that we're getting from the government. From what we have gathered thus far, the commander of the U.S. Northern Command, NORAD, General Van Herk, notified his chain of command of the balloon on January 28th when the balloon was over the Aleutian Islands. But it is our understanding you did not learn of the balloon at least to a few days later, by which point the balloon had traversed Alaska and Canada and re-entered the United States. Balloon Gate. We'll call this one. As the department's senior policy official, Dr. Kahl likely would have been involved in briefing you on the balloon and the developing response options, unless he wasn't doing his job and potentially if Lloyd Austin didn't want to be bothered. It's a UFO, I don't want to hear about it. Alternatively, if Dr. Kahl did not play this role during the balloon crisis, learned of the balloon belatedly, or declined to provide response options while the balloon was over unpopulated regions of Alaska and Canada, that is something Congress should understand. Instead, Dr. Kahl is simply declining to answer our questions on your behalf. It sounds like the questions that they're asking here don't infringe on anything of a matter of national security. They just want to know when, hey idiots, in the DOD, when did you learn about this? When did you talk about this? When did you decide that you were going to do something about it? Or was this something where they were just hoping this little balloon would just float away without them having to do anything, which is usually their response, unfortunately. Even worse, Dr. Kahl appears to be spearheading a communication strategy that aims to hide the administration's early missteps. Larry, is that what you call a cover-up?
Well, it sounds like they're just complaining about the fact that we didn't detect it soon enough. I can't get really behind that.
Right. Well, even if they did or didn't, what Congress is asking for is specifically factual information. When did you learn about it? Who in the Pentagon learned about it? When was it communicated? To whom was it communicated? And what was the response from the individuals during that time? I guess they're just the government is trying to go ahead and cover up anything they've got going with regards to their policy and procedure. But I tell you, that stuff should not be classified unless we're dealing with an organization that is absolutely rife with incompetence. You know, you've heard the old saying of military intelligence. What an oxymoron. I think this is kind of pointing to it potentially.
Yeah.
All right. So during their respective briefings for senators, Dr. Kahl and Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, Melissa Dalton, repeatedly highlighted the administration's downing and recovery of their surveillance balloon while sidestepping questions regarding the U.S. government's knowledge and actions prior to the shootdown. You know, this brings up a good point. I guess I already know where this survey question is going to go, but I'm going to bring this up at this point and see where the audience is going to take this. I lost the chat again. Here we go. There we go. Let's go ahead and do one of our usual surveys. This is an easy one. Let's try and track this one down. Let's say, should Congress have the right to ask about the DOD's information? Okay, should Congress have the right to ask about the DOD's procedures and information sharing? This is probably the longest question that I've written, and I wrote it as piece here. Let me go ahead and get this in. Let's take this in. Start a poll. Here we go. Hopefully it's not too long. Perfectly long or no. There we go. Let's just go ahead and throw this up. Is it saying it's too long? Yes, no. Oh, I'm at 123. There we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get the survey up for everybody if we can. And let's go ahead and see what everybody thinks. I already know what everyone's going to think on this one, but let's throw it up there anyway and find out. Should Congress have the right to ask about the DoD's procedures and information practices? Let's go ahead and get this up and going here. Hey, Google, set a timer for 1 minute and 30 seconds, please.
Sure. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
All right, we got a timer for 1 minute and 30 seconds going. Just 32 votes in, 94% of our audience is delivering an absolute yes. I already know where my answer is going to be on this one. Absolutely yes. So on, where is your hand on this one? Yes or no? Convince the audience.
Yes. They should definitely be. Congress should definitely be able to ask.
Absolutely. Greg, what's your thought?
I say yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing should just tear the lid off. Let's go inside. It's time.
Yeah.
Time to get there.
It's not like they're asking about the source, the type of the vehicles, where specifics as to where they specifically shot them down or anything. No, they're just asking to know what's going on with only 38 seconds left. Where is your vote, Andy?
I'm definitely yes.
Yeah, I would say so. Down with 28 seconds left to go. Who else is left in the back? Let's take a look and see. Huskers, where's your vote?
Without a doubt, yeah.
I think everyone's a yeah, but I wonder how many people from the DoD we have watching, because 11% of our votes, which is about 60 votes, actually, which is about 10 votes, give or take, 5 votes, 6 votes, are actually saying no, they don't deserve it. Well, honestly, considering the oversight that Congress has got going, I'm going to go ahead and bring this survey to a close. Let me go ahead and take a picture of it first. There we go. Let me go ahead and stop this poll. I am not surprised to see where the audience went. Swan?
Did you say hello to Susan today?
At the start of the show? Yeah, we always say hello to Susan. Hello,
okay.
Susan Goff, and all your flunkies and lackeys, and hello to anyone from the OSI and any other potential organizations that have an interest in what we do here at Disclosure Tonight, because we have at least 12% of our audience. I don't understand why some people think no. Tell us, for those who voted no, tell us why in the chat. Would love to know. On that note, let's go ahead and jump back into this paper, turn this off, and get into page 2. All right, where in the hell were we? Oh, there we go. So, back on the letter sent to Lloyd Austin from 2 of our senators, Senator Wicker and Senator Rubio. They're saying, what? You're not telling us anything? You better believe it. We want some answers. Let's get to the picture. All right, here we go. In addition, soon after the balloon became public knowledge, Dr. Kahl leaked previously classified information to the press about prior Chinese surveillance balloons during the Trump administration. Oh, he's the leaker. Oh, does that show that the DoD is politicized? I would say so. It remains unclear whether this leak was cleared internally through proper channels. Either way, it was a brazen attempt to shift blame. Most egregiously, so we asked them, how did you find out about this information? When did you know about it? When was it shared with this person? When did you decide that you were going to do an action on it? So rather than releasing the information Congress wants to know, they decided to leak previously classified information about the Trump administration. That's just dirty poker. All right, most egregiously, Dr. Kahl omitted a key deal in his distribution of this sensitive information to the press. Oh, he wanted to put a spin on it, apparently. The prior Chinese balloons were only discovered much later. The Trump administration did not have an opportunity to respond at the time. Oh, you meant that our military systems were already masking those particular types of objects from going on, and we weren't paying attention to them. Wouldn't it be a good question to ask the military when they changed their systems, and most specifically when they started going ahead and ignoring information outside of that one little gap of spot? We're only going to look at in here, and they're going to disregard everything else. You know who that reminds me of, don't you, Larry?
What?
Mr. Constrainer himself, Avi Loeb. He's taken the same. He's taken the same approach to the military. We're only going to look at a slice of the information, and the area of known physics. And if it goes outside of the area of known physics, why would we even consider it? It doesn't exist. So, we sincerely hope you will hold Dr. Kahl accountable for his hold on a second here.
Oh.
Why are there so many bad apples within the DoD? These hearings
very
need
much.
to be held under oath.
Yeah.
Well, I had a call from a viewer, literally a viewer call in, reminding me there was a super chat came in. 2 of them. I missed them both. Holy cow. Thank God for that helper. Wrong one. This one not only goes out to our people who gave us a super chat. We had Gary call in from underneath the covers of his bed, getting ready to fall asleep apparently. Maybe, maybe not. Or he's just waking up. I think he's falling asleep. To tell me, hey, we had 2 super chats coming in. Thank you for for making sure we're on target here today. More importantly, I want to thank Paul Murphy for the super chat of $5. Holy cow. Thank you very much, Paul. Rick Doty was so great. 79 cents American. It's almost not quite the reverse of when we go ahead and spend our money in the United Kingdom. Yes, there is that deficit. Oh, look, we've got $2.50 coming in from Alex Park, $2.50. Probably maybe a little bit more depending on how the exchange rate goes. Thank you very much, Alex Park, for that wonderful super chat. Every dollar that comes into disclosure tonight goes back into our production fund. We are a fan-funded program, and we are very humbled by everyone's love and support on an ongoing basis. Thank you, everybody. All right, on that note, let's go ahead and shut that down, and let's get back to Balloon Gate. So, previously... Oh, where's that at? Previously, on Disclosure Tonight... Gotta have fun. Where the hell was I? Although we sincerely hope you will hold Dr. Kahl accountable for his politicization of previously classified material. This type of behavior is the reason every Senate Republican voted against Dr. Kahl's nomination in 2021. How did they know that in 2021 that would be happening now? Oh, they're just saying this is why we all voted against that son of a bitch back then. Not playing.
That sounds a bit like politicization itself. I mean, just playing devil's advocate here. It sounds
Bing bong.
like
6,000 acres.
they're kind of playing that game
that we have
themselves a
access
little
to.
bit.
Well,
I mean,
now,
I totally
thing to
agree with
understand
them.
is that
But
there are 3
There
megalithic.
may have been
puzzles
reasons that
have been
every
identified.
Senate Republican, although there was not enough of them, and Joe Manchin did not vote along with them, apparently, yes, that they all voted against him. There were things they possibly didn't like. Maybe it's because he was more politically motivated than other people should be. We'll have to dig into that in the future. So, although this correspondence is focused primarily on the Chinese hot air balloon, we are equally disappointed.
Oh, that's what that stands for.
That's what I think it's got to be. HAB. I just read it as hot air balloon. Maybe it's not hot air, but you never know. We are equally disappointed with the department's lack of transparency when it comes to the unprecedented shoot down of 3 UAP over Alaska. northern
If
Canada.
anybody wants to find Tree, it's tree_of_logic on Twitter.
And
what is the
Lake
other one? Just
Huron.
Tree411 for her.
Now,
her
remember,
reports. When will
this
your
is the
Liberia
first
story be
time that the U.S. Air Force or U.S. military has responded to shoot anything down over the United States since World War II. Nothing that big now, is it? Of course it is. We are aware NORAD was actively tracking UAP over northern Alaska as early as February 1st. Prior to the department updating radar parameters. Let's go ahead, updating the radar parameters to stop constraining the view to a small select area. But you know, the other agency that needs to open up and stop constraining their radars, Larry?
Very good. Well, thank
The
you
FAA,
for coming. Hopefully
the
you'll come back
FAA,
again. We'll have something exciting
and the Air Force, and
and,
everywhere else.
And have a beautiful weekend.
Where am I at now? Okay. We were never informed about the department's scrambling fighters to northern Alaska to address UAPs observed on February 1st. Usually any time that granted Biden is the commander-in-chief, he can go ahead and order military actions. Usually when that goes on, they make a courtesy call to Congress to let them know what they're going to do before they do it. No reason they couldn't have done it on this one, unless it's a cover-up, which is what it sounds like. You know what goes great with cover-ups and coffee? Hearings. Despite 6th-generation sensor suites supported by the ISR, U2, and AWACS, Marco Rubio said the information they gave us in the classified hearing at that time should be declassified. It should never have been classified as a matter of national security, but it still remains classified as a matter of national security. Just have to wonder why. Oh, yes, it involves UFOs.
But Thomas.
Yes, sir.
But on that point, the reason for that, I think, is because they don't actually intend to show Congress anything special that they don't show the public, because they know darn well that anything they show to Congress is going to leak. So they pretend to have these classified hearings, but there's nothing in there that's any different than the public disclosure. And that's what pissed off Marco Rubio, pissed him off.
But
it's like, there's nothing new here.
No, but the start of the letter, they pointed out Congress hasn't leaked anything. The people who have actually leaked information was a person from the DOD. To point the finger in the other direction. Oh, pay no attention to these UFOs were just shot down. Look at this. Trump organization knew about them in the past. My God. You know, I don't care what administration it was. The military is the one who has been responsible for this. The military are the ones who put the filters in, who basically constrain the vision. Why blame it on? Oh, yeah, it's politicized. So, in closing, we await your response to the questions that we sent on February 8th. It is imperative for Congress to understand why this Chinese surveillance balloon was not stopped sooner, so we can help the Department of Defense and the intelligence community to better protect our airspace. Please let us know as soon as possible when we can expect to receive these responses. Once again, we thank you for your attention to this urgent matter, coming from Roger F. Wicker, who is the ranking member of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, and coming from Marco Rubio, the vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. It doesn't get any up higher in the areas of the classified halls of Congress than these two gentlemen and the two committees that they sit on. So they're getting the same bullshit answers that we're getting, and they're not happy about it. So, coming out of this, Sawan, I believe you've made some calls to some people's offices and have some insight on this.
Yeah, I did. So Marco Rubio's office has been very helpful. letting me know that, yeah, they are going to have hearings. They haven't told me what the scope is, but I guess what Rick said yesterday, that will be the scope of the hearings, which is probably these three objects. I'm going to try to find out on Monday if the Senate is going to hold consecutive hearings for 2 days. That was some new information. But yeah, two interns from Rubio's and then one staffer from Gillibrand told me that they're working on hearings. The House, for some reason, has been very tight-lipped on this, and that could be because Burchett doesn't want to, show his hand.
And I'll put a plus plus. If you're doing development and you put a plus plus on something, that means you're adding one to it. So we know there's going to be hopefully hearings coming in April and beyond. We're aware that at least there will be at least one hearing coming from the Senate, jumping into Balloon Gate and other issues. But we also are aware that there is another hearing that will be coming in play from the House Transportation Committee. That's headed up, that is Senator Andre Carson from the great state of Indiana, the Hoosiers. He's going to be going ahead and handling this from the Transportation Select Committee on Transportation, I believe, Swan.
Yeah, so I know, you have the beef and you don't like that, Ryan Graves talks about UAPs and, them crashing into airplanes and all that other stuff. But the good thing with the FAA is they can force the FAA to open up their radar.
Right. Well, and be able to go through the historical data, because apparently just like all phone calls and email communications and any kind of digital communication that goes on in the United States gets sucked up and thrown into the computers at the NSA, just in case they need to look at stuff years ago, we can be rest assured that the same types of data curation is going on with the FAA, and they need to start rolling back these systems and clearly giving us an idea of what's going on. I just want to go ahead and throw a quick thanks out there to Jocks Landry, another Canadian 75 cents. Oh, thank you much, Zach Landry. I appreciate that super chat. Holy cow, every dollar that comes in Disclosure Tonight goes back into our production. We are humbled by everyone's love and support. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it on a very high level. On that note, getting back to the discussion on the hearings that we've got coming our way. Let me get down to the end of this. And there we go. Yeah, interesting times. So we've got some hearings coming around from the Transportation Committee. But then again, we also have some hearings that'll be coming in from, I don't know, I probably brought them. There we go. Wrong. Oh, okay. Going to be seeing some additional hearings that will be coming in from Representative Tim Burchett.
So regarding the Burchett thing, I do have something that his deputy director did tell me, is that Burchett is going to be working on the UAP classification guide, which I didn't know he had the power to do that, but I guess it's to declassify the shapes.
So he's going to try, well, I would say more than just shapes. If they're working on defining what the classification of UAP are, we've heard from so many people throughout the years, including Lou Elizondo, who has said the information that we've got out there, the videos that we have out there, the video that we have of the giant triangular craft larger than a football field that surfaced right next to an aircraft carrier off the east coast of the United States and shot straight up, shouldn't be classified. There's no reason to have this, and what we're dealing with is an overclassification of information that is based on current practices of the DoD and their interpretation of the National Security Act. Remember, I call the United States here, this isn't just the United States of America, this is the United National Security States of America, meaning we have an organization within our government that has put themselves above the Constitution, above the leaders in Congress and the House and Senate, even above the White House, and their ability to take information, lock it away, and not share it with the sitting president, not share it with the heads of the intelligence communities, because It's a matter of national security. If they want to take that on, what happened to Danny Sheehan and his lawsuit against the federal government? Remember, he had been involved in so many cases. Heck, he was involved in the Silkwood trials. He was involved in Watergate. He was involved in the Oliver North trials. He was involved in the Iran-Contra. All where we had constitutional crises that were going on, where people were actually being working outside of the scope of the Constitution. Oh, looks like we lost Greg O'Brien. Sorry to see you go, Greg. Andy, you've got your hand up, my friend?
Now is Danny Sheehan. Yes, he's gone as quiet as Lou has. But I just want to say about this letter, quite strong worded. It gives me a bit of hope that Lloyd Austin and his cohorts, who might be brought in front of the committees, might actually be in for a bit of a rough ride. I would hope.
I think we should all certainly hope for us that we can actually get to that point and help us to go ahead and literally push forward disclosure.
I also want to say as well, maybe we should put an invite out to Susan Go or some of the people at DOD to come and join us. We're a very friendly bunch.
No. Yes.
Yeah, welcome. You'll be more than welcomed in. I'm sure we'll give you a lovely warm welcome.
Yes.
Warm being the main word.
Nothing like a nice, warm welcome for anybody to think about.
Yeah. But yeah, I certainly I'm quite infused by this letter actually, and the bringing out of this Colin, poor chap. Yes.
To bring it out of its colon or its colon?
Well, Colin, if you're in the United Kingdom. Yes, good old Colin Powell.
Oh, gotcha. Colin Powell, yes, not colon.
Yes.
Powell.
Yes.
Yes, we talk about the fist puppets we've got in Washington, D.C. Just put it in and you can go ahead and control the person completely. Maybe that's what they do the probes for. Who knows?
Definitely. It certainly looks very politicized. Obviously, I think Larry brought up on the part of Senator Rubio and the other person named in this. Yes, it's all going to be politicized. Right. We all know that. But to bring out this chap released the previously classified information on the balloons. Quite interesting.
Oh God, yeah. Super Crazy Movie Geek points out that Tim Burchett is on the Committee of Foreign Affairs and the Committee of Transportation. However, it sounds like, Mr. Elliott, that this isn't coming from the Committee of Transportation or the Committee on Foreign Affairs, which if we're talking about UFOs, that is kind of foreign affairs if you ask me. But this is going to be coming from the overall House Oversight Committee, which has a higher level of, oversight. Over who? Over Congress.
Yeah, I have a feeling Corbell is working with Burchett on this.
I would say Lou is working with Burchett on this. I believe also Gary Nolan is also working with Burchett on this one. It's an interesting situation to see where this is all going to head in the short-term future, I tell you.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when we were looking at Tim Burchett and saying, God, I wish he had some kind of operative role, in all this instead of just being an outside commentator? Well, we got our wish.
Right.
That is progress.
I hope it is. I hope we can get there.
This is the man who proclaimed loudly, yeah, there's a government cover-up going on. It's been going on for 75 years.
Yeah.
Hold that fire, Tim, because you got yourself a tiger by the tail here.
Larry, he also said that on the Howard Hughes interview that he has nothing to hide and he's squeaky clean. So the men in black, if they are like government employees, they can't really go after him to try to tarnish his reputation. And that Congress is basically sided with Burchett to run these hearings.
Awesome.
I need to run for cupcake here, guys. Take it. I'll be right back for you.
Yeah.
hearings and everything, Swan, where do you think this is going to head?
We need to see accountability and lock them up if they lie under oath.
Yes. Matter of fact,
That's a very good point.
The last-
Coming in from the side of there. Yes, because the last hearing, if you're going to talk about this, Larry, they weren't signed in, were they?
no, they were not. And we just learned that from a Ross Coulthard's interview. But yeah, they were not put under oath because presumably because that would be impolite, you know. It's like an implication that we have to make our own government swear to tell the truth, otherwise they might lie to us. So yeah, we're in deep shit. But anyway,
Yeah, when it becomes official of the Senate hearings and when it becomes public, I'm gonna ask their staffers or their interns if these hearings are gonna be under oath.
yeah, that's a good one.
Is there any ruling to that they have to be under oath?
No, I don't think. I mean, because they weren't last time. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the same. If it works the same here, there's no ruling at all. But obviously, if they're sworn under oath, then it does take an accountability that's far in excess of if they don't swear.
yes,
You know, that then if they do lie, it then puts them in a perjurous state of either Congress or Senate. Trying
Right.
to remember your houses. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
Yes.
I know in the United Kingdom, any of our what would be classed as a Senate or House committee, they don't have to sign them in under oath, swear them in under oath. But if they do, then if there's any form of obfuscation or lying, they can be
Yeah.
held accountable.
Yeah, very true, very true. Coming from LM, good to see you in the chat again, Lee. Lee is saying, Swan, they cannot charge with national security as the defense at the moment. Well, they can request to come in here and give answers. And if they're unwilling to go ahead and give answers, the Senate has the ability to call the Senate, whoever it is at arms, to take the people into custody and lock them up until they're willing to go ahead and answer the questions that the Senate has. And I hope that we're going to go ahead and take that level of precedence against it.
If the DOD isn't gonna answer the questions, then just bring in the witnesses.
Yeah,
I am very concerned about them breaking the law and lying under oath. I think that's a possibility. I think some of these gatekeepers are willing that they're like, it's almost like a real war between power, and they will go any length to protect the secret. So that's a big concern of mine, and it's possible that could happen. And like, somebody's got to go to prison. You know, that's what's going to fix this. So yeah, that is a big concern of mine.
you bring a really good point together, Christian, and I believe this is why that what do you call it? Danny Sheehan had said that he wanted to go ahead and challenge the constitutionality of what we've got going with the National Security Act and the overclassification of information about UFOs, covering up their secret research programs, covering up the recovery operations, covering up everything that the United States government has been dealing with going back to 1947, where supposedly the first wreckage from a UFO was brought back to the Air Force in, where's that Air Force Base? To an Air Force Base, and then
Patterson?
to Patterson Air Force Base, but then gone and transferred to Battelle National Labs, where they went and researched it with their metallurgists back in the day. I wonder if they tried to melt that stuff down when they didn't know what they were doing. Battelle has an interesting history in all this, and I just found an article on this earlier today over at there was an article over at UFOexplorations.com, a great site, details about Tony Bragalia, and it actually jumped into Battelle, and that the head of Battelle was also part of the RAND Corporation, who had been doing research on the phenomena for the federal government going back starting in 1947. And when they had a report that was authored in the date in 1970 that was used within the government in classified settings to define what the problem is, define all the different types that we're seeing, define the objects that we're in, how we've been dealing with it, importantly, what are the next steps for us to go ahead and take. That document, I believe, was just declassified about 10 years ago, which is, like 50, 60 years, 50 plus years after it was written, which brings everything into question. They know, well, it doesn't bring anything into question. It just points out that the government knows a lot more than they're willing to bring forward on a regular basis. Their game is up. There's particular reasons why they want to keep it out. I think they're doing humanity a large disservice by keeping this information out of the public purview. Let's see what else our audience is saying right now. I've been pointed out in the past that I don't involve the audience enough. What is Ingrid Cold saying? Yes, they will lie anyway. I agree with that one. Another one is give them the CIA truth serum. Oh, heck yeah. How about some waterboarding? If we're good enough to do it against other people, might also do it to our own. What's the difference?
No, never suggest doing something that you wouldn't want to have done to you.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I'll tell you what, Thomas, I would love to have a job at the Department of Defense where there's no accountability.
Well, apparently there's accountability. But unfortunately, sometimes when you've got accountability going on, you just have to go ahead and realize that if you don't want to be held accountable, then you better be backing up and everything with your, classify it as a matter of national security, and you can cover up whatever you want to do. Anything else? Truth is still in Mar-a-Lago. I know, since we did bring that up. Interesting story. Where can I bring this up? Apparently, we've talked about this many times in the studio already. You hear it at the end of every single one of our chats. Party City is getting ready to go under, but apparently there has been so much retail traffic coming in for party supplies in Party City as America prepares for the possible arrest of Donald Trump that they can cancel their bankruptcy. You gotta have some.
I'm still not getting that. I'm still not getting it.
You're still not getting?
What's the point of that the cartoon? Tell me again.
Party City, who is going out of business because they haven't been selling enough stuff. They are scrambling to meet the demand of party supplies from all the people across the United States who are rushing out to buy the said party supplies to celebrate the indictment and arrest of Donald Trump. It's just
come on.
I know you gotta laugh. Yeah, I'm in the center. You gotta make fun of people on both sides of the aisle. But hey, nothing like making fun of people anyway. This is an interesting piece I saw that someone was bringing out and sharing pictures of people who look like Simpson characters. Mr. Smithers. Not Mr. Smithers.
That is a dead ringer, man.
Yeah, another one, yes. Next one we've got is Mo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like Mo. Apparently that looks like Bart. Kind of, I guess. Not quite, but we're getting there. Got to move on to the next one.
Yeah.
That works. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, there we go. Mustache and all. He's got to purposely be making himself to look like that. My God. He's got to bug out his eyes, though. He's got to learn to get that one. Oh, and of course, someone else. But either way, got to have some fun. You always find those things that look alike in different stuff. And as we deal with a lot of serious topics here at Disclosure Tonight, sometimes you have to be a little bit less serious about being serious. Oh, Remember how I was just talking about Rand Corporation? I'm going to go ahead and drop this article in the chat for anyone who's interested in it as well. This is a story that talks about the deep secrets of Rand Corporation. We had a story, we covered these guys on a story on here back a couple weeks ago. This is since the 1940s, the U.S. government has quietly engaged one of its key defense and intelligence agency contractors as a secret UFO think tank. New investigation, granted this is an older article, an investigation reveals the esteemed Rand Corporation is a think tank that has given far more than a passing thought to all things extraterrestrial. Rand's hidden history of UFO involvement has been discovered to include work in policy analysis, evaluation of evidence, and advising potential technological advantages achieved from UFO study. Telling connections have also been found between Rand and the Roswell crash of 1947. So to say the government has not been researching UFOs effectively, they have not been researching UFOs to figure out what's going on, to figure out what are the best steps to take, how we're going to have it, that the U.S. government doesn't know anything, is the biggest pile of horseshit that we could ever deal with. Bring up Colonel Potter and his horses at this matter from MASH. So, how does everything that happened at Rand tie back to what happened at Roswell? Well, Rand Corporation was conceived by Donald Douglas, CEO of Douglas Aircraft, and protege of Dr. Jerome Hunsaker of MIT, along with two military officer luminaries. These officers carried with them significant UFO histories. The officers behind Rand were Major General Curtis LeMay, the U.S. Air Force Chief of Development, and General Hap Arnold, considered the father of the modern U.S. Air Force. On May of 1948, Rand was separated from military contractor Douglas Aircraft and became its own operating entity. Among Rand's earliest government reports was the release of the enigmatically titled preliminary design of an experimental world-circling spaceship. LeMay expressed deep interest and concern about the flying saucer phenomenon. More on this. LeMay himself was the keeper of the purported 1947 Roswell UFO crash debris. One thing that Lee has taught us in the time he's been around with the channel, there is a lot of ties between people and organizations. From what happened at Roswell, from what happened before at Roswell, we had the Manhattan Project. Well, there was also the Dayton Project. Dayton is right next to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and the home of Monsanto and Mattel. Monsanto, remember, is the only corporation that Lou Elizondo pointed out and said there's a there. Research into it, check it out. And this is something that not a lot of people have delved into, and we've covered that several times based on the phenomenal research that LM has given us in the past. Yes, Rand Corporation was under Douglas Aircraft Corporation for a period of time. Good point, LM. Now, I just wanted to bring this out saying that, where is the end of it? Rand's early involvement confirmed. So an official Air Force document written on October 12th, 1948, has been located in the Historical Research Group, Project 1947. Project 1947 is operated by respected researcher Jan Aldrich and supported by the Civilian UFO Research Organization, CUFOs, and is known for its expertise in Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests, well then predating John Greenwald from the Black Vault. This 1948 document is very instructive about Rand and the early studying of the troubling UFO phenomena. The subject header of this document was a request for study by Rand and is directed to the U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff. The author of the document is Colonel W.R. Klingerman, the acting Chief of Intelligence. Klingerman was associated with Project Sign, the USAF's early official study into the UFO phenomenon that predated Blue Book, Klingerman seeks the approval of the USAF Chief of Staff, saying, quote, "It is requested that a special study described in the enclosure be approved, that the RAND Corporation be authorized to establish a study of priority consistent in the scope of degree of treatment with the described requirements." So this goes back to that report that we covered that was from released in 1970. So, brief mention of the extent of the literature notes. In 1966, RAND Corporation coordinated the photographic analysis of an alleged UFO photo. The Zanesville, Ohio UFO photo of November 13th, 1966 were taken by a local barber, Ralph Ditter. Widely circulated at the time, the two photos appeared to show a large saucer above the Ditter home. The RAND photo analysis determined that the object was a model only 3 to 4 inches in diameter and only 3 to 4 feet from the camera. The analysis was correct, and Ditter later confessed to the hoax as a way to please his curious daughter. Interestingly, most such of the analysis is officially conducted by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. You know what's interesting about mentioning the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Larry? Our current Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, said when she first came into office that there is a gross overclassification of information in the United States government, and more importantly, the intelligence community. And the first place that she wanted to start to go ahead and stop this gross overclassification of data, because it hurts the government, it hurts the people, it hurts everybody, is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, pointing back to saying there's a reason she brought it up, and there's probably a reason she hasn't brought it up again since then. There is a there, and there is a lot of data there historically, not just within the last 20 years, but let's say in the last potentially 40 or 50 years. And this,
That's a great catch.
yes, the National yeah. Sorry about that. Formerly the National Photographic Interpretation Center, RAND apparently has such capability as well, and has applied this capability to the UFO phenomena. So there you go. There is a tie back to RAND Corporation and the people who have been a part of it. Their ties back to the Air Force, and some of these guys, including Benjamin Rich and Michael Rich, actually went on to be the of RAND National Security Research. So they've had their hands in this for a long period of time. Swan?
So speaking of like that, of the NGO,
I'm gonna try refreshing
and,
my
that
thing to
Sentinel
see if it
program,
works.
Chris Mellon just
Try
tweeted
refreshing.
out.
There, and it would go through its known databases and its knowledge bases that it had to go ahead and analyze the pictures and honestly define something that would be a UFO and call it out, and have this being an open source kind of approach to the sharing of information. Now, that piece that you brought up, Swan, sounds really familiar to what Sean Cahill and Luella Zondo was talking about in the past, that seemed to vanish into the ether, along with that new national laboratory or international laboratory dedicated towards the research of UFOs.
Well, I guess it's coming back now.
I would definitely hope so, to say the absolute least. All right, so we've jumped across to Rand Corporation. We've checked out The Simpsons.
Hey, Thomas, I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to bring up a
Is the link not working, bro?
point,
Yes, please do.
last night we were talking about Richard Doty was talking about a paper that had I don't know if it's available now, but it was the subject of the paper was about how to inform and prepare the people for the presence of non-human intelligence, and it was about writing books and producing movies and things, right?
Right.
So I would put it to you as a point of hope and anticipation that we have been doing that, and Star Trek is in fact one of those things, and that we actually have in our future a Star Trek future coming. And is that unbelievable? It's just amazing to think about, but I actually believe that.
Yeah.
It's interesting you point that out, Larry, because Travis Taylor usually tweets out about that Star Trek Picard show. I haven't watched it, but I'm start watching it now. But yeah, he's a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude.
I'm just happy here with my freaking camera. It's like everything got dark all of a sudden. Got lights on, that's light on, that lights on.
That was me, actually.
Could have been you.
I
Could have
control
been
it.
me. I saw myself
No, I
turn.
control you.
There we go. A little bit better now. All right, continue on with the
Chris
stories.
Sorry, he said something about alien technology possibly even getting released to the public back in December 24 or 23rd when they signed that NDAA. So, I mean, who knows, right? And it's there. Richard Doty said there is a plan. How long is the plan? Is the question, because it's been since 2017, and I know Luke said something about 5 years. And there's been a lot of that. 2026, 2027, that keeps coming up. So maybe there's something of that. I don't know.
What I would say to that, Christian, is that it feels to me, doesn't it feel to you like we are in a delayed, we've been overly delayed by all this fucking lying by the government. And
come on, Larry, get all upset on us. Get all pissed off. Let's hear pissed off, Larry. We're going to give you the mic.
This is it. But we're long overdue in our fucking country. The people are suffering badly, and nobody seems to care. And it's, all of that's going to change somehow, and we're all going to become more connected. And I don't know exactly how, but it's going to happen. And we're on the verge of something that's the greatest change that humanity's ever seen. So, and the fascinating thing is none of us really know exactly what shape that's going to take, but it's coming.
Yeah. I think they're doing whatever they can do to try and pull back on what they're trying to make happen. They're trying to cling on to a past versus allowing us to move forward, and it's just a sad situation, to say the least. Swan?
Didn't Danny Sheehan say that there is no disclosure plan, though?
There is no disclosure plan. I know one of the things he pointed out was saying that there's no one there for RO, that they're unable to do their job. And, well, they did hire 2 people, and they brought Sean Kirkpatrick in. But all the additional operations, so what was supposed to happen at RO, you know what? Hate to say it, Danny was speaking the truth. Meaning the team that's supposed to have a C-130 transport staged anywhere in the United States where they can have technicians, science, military, doctors, and everyone to go ahead and be deployed at any time there is a single sighting or repeat sightings going on, so they can go and observe it, track it, understand what's going on, do observations medically with people who have been close to it to see if there's any known effects, what's going on. The government covered up and said, sorry, no one's been damaged, no one's been hurt from UFOs. And more importantly, well, we didn't have the money and we couldn't do all the stuff we were supposed to do. You know what the biggest problem I have with all that? We found out that we had to hear about this from Danny Sheehan, that the people who were in that office saying, you know what, we cannot deliver what the United States Congress has put a law in place to do. They knowingly kept their mouths shut and didn't say a thing.
Until the 3 objects came down, then all of a sudden, Arrow went from 3 people to 21 people that were hired within 1 week.
Right.
It looks like Gillibrand slapped Kirkpatrick to get him into some sense.
Yeah. Now, people had said that Gillibrand was going to be fading into the background. She isn't fading into the background. They said it was going to be about Marco Rubio and Warner as people in the Senate. I'm glad we have Gillibrand there because we need bipartisan support from Democrats and Republicans alike. Without it, we're dealing with partisan politics here again.
True. That's very important, and it's really bad when you know what's worse than a liar? When somebody gets busted and they keep lying, and it's obvious that they're lying, and that's kind of what's happening with the government. It's kind of embarrassing as an American for me to just see that, you know, and it's terrible. Like the gig is up, the secret's out. The more you act this way, the worse, the more questions people will have, the more people will want to know, and it's not going to get better. The pressure's just going to keep going up and up and up, and yeah, you know, it's got to figure out how to tell us the truth. And I understand national security. You don't have to go into details about weapons, but you know, we're not alone, and we want to know what the hell these things are up to. You know, and I don't know. It just has to be. There's got to be transparency with that because it's so obvious that there's something going on. You know, they can release the Russian, the Chinese balloon, but you can't see nothing about these videos. Right,
what you're talking about, Christian, is the problem I think we've all been talking about, we keep on talking about, is the rampant overclassification of information with regards to UAP, UFOs, whatever they want to call it, coming from the Department of Defense. They've had legacy programs up and going for the longest time, and we still can't go ahead and get any answers on it because it's still overly classified. A super crazy movie geek brought up is, Senator Kennedy said, go home, lock your doors tonight. And that's what he meant. He's been hearing information about this for the longest period of time. Even Corn Pop's talking about it. Yeah, it's just one of those things. We need loads of pilots, new Lou, Nolan at the hearings. I want to see people who are more than just the military. Military will see everything as a threat, no matter how they look at it. People in the military have been trained to call everything as a threat. We need to get people in the private sectors. We need scientists. We need humanitarians. We need people who are looking at the data, trying to understand what's going on, versus just looking at everything from the threat, trying to come down to what are the things we are really trying to bring forward and let humanity know about. Firefly asks, is the phenomena truth something that will make people question their own reality and totally freak out? Is that why they are not telling us anything? It could be. But the thing is, humanity has a wonderful ability to be resilient and get through things of question, uncertainty. Hell, we have got wars going on at this point in time. It's not going to be any worse than that, but it's about trying to understand and knowing that, yes, there may be some changes to Buddhism, to Hinduism, to people who are Muslim, people who are Jewish, and more importantly, people who are Christians. Some of the information that's been fed to us for a long period of time may just be that. You know what I say? Bring it on. Why should we all be living in a falsehood of a lie versus actually going ahead and being fed the truth and being able to adapt to that? Because humanity has an ability to adapt to so many different things. Yes, Paul Murphy, I'm reading your mind, you're reading my mind. We adapt. And without that, we are not going to go anywhere. Super Crazy Movie Geek is saying ignorance is bliss. What's your feeling on this, Mike?
Well, I just wanted to add a comment to what you said earlier about Gillibrand.
Were you
It
trying to
was,
join?
Danny Sheehan, who was on an interview, and he said that Gillibrand is going to take a step back because she has political aspirations for the White House, because she's going to step away from this subject. But I guess it wasn't correct what he said because she's moving forward with this. So I wanted to add that.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
That's right, Mike Thomas has got a
Can you
call
send me a
just
link
come
to
in.
the channel?
I can see that. Hi, Andy. How are you?
Yeah.
Did he just say
Mike?
you?
Hey, Gary,
Yeah.
check out the disclosure chat. There's someone who we need to go ahead and flag. They're actually rebroadcasting us live on another channel.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. The phone calls
That's
come in
helpful.
during the show. Hey, we got to be good enough if people are rebroadcasting us. So I'm actually, I guess there is no such thing as bad press, but they should at least ask first.
Do you know the name of the channel that's rebroadcasting?
Wes, can you drop that in the chat, please? We'll find out.
Copyright infringement.
Oh, I know that one. You know that one. We all know that one. I wonder if I can.
Hell yeah.
I wonder if I can go back to the. Let's go to the YouTube console. On that note, if you're having a good time and you're watching us, be sure to come ahead and watch us over at the Thomas Fessler channel. Yes, that's who I am, and this is where this broadcast is coming from. So do us a favor. Look to where you're watching. If you're not watching from the show, we've got the best chat out here. Absolutely. Oh, let's go ahead and take a look. I guess we can bring up the Schmucks channel here. Well, because it's our broadcast anyway. Oh, where did the chat go? Hey, do us a favor. If you're having a good time, give us a thumbs up. And if you're not having a good time, go ahead and give us a thumbs down. One or the other, I'll take it. And if you're not having a good time, do us a favor. Tell us what to do in the comments, and we will try and up our game. On top of that, if you haven't subscribed yet to this channel, to the Thomas Fessler channel, what the hell are you waiting for? Do us a favor. Hit that subscribe. We'd love to have you on a regular basis here on Disclosure Tonight.
Matt's had his hand up for an eternity.
Matt, take it, my friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on what Christian was talking about too, with the argumenting and not really getting any kind of answer with anything. I mean, it kind of leads back to, remember when Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Trump were all sitting in a room talking about the wall and all this other stuff. They were literally having an argument back and forth about it, and they didn't want the public to see it. So they argue about this stuff. They give a narrative that has no ground, and then they say, "Oh, this is the answer. Here you go." And it's just a bunch of bullshit constantly.
It's actually Grandmaster UV, someone who is usually in our chat. He's over in his chat showing it. Let's go ahead and bring up. Oh, let's show. Come on, guys. Grandmaster UV, we found you. We know where you're at. Look at that. Matt, you're over there. You're in two places at the same time, Grandmaster UV. I'm sure you're watching as well as a bunch of your people in the chat. Let's see who's over there right now. We've got Larry Gerndt is there. I'm there as well. Grandmaster UV Gaming is there. If there's other people, do us a favor. Come on over to the regular channel, my friends. We'll have a good time, but... Cosmic, what are you doing? There's always...
He's got 12 subscribers and 8 people watching the show.
That means a majority... Hey, that includes the people from our show here who just jumped over there to see what's going on.
Nothing is going on. He needs a copyright infringement. That's what he needs.
I know. There's David Wartsky's so weird. I know I shut it down. But heck, yes, ignorance is bliss. Yes, some people are bliss. But you never know. Grandmaster UV, my friend, always reach out. There's nothing bad as far as good press, especially with 8 views. But either way, let's talk about it. Send me an email before I send across the frickin' copyright strike. Not a good thing for you. Take it down, please. And send your people over here. Come on, hang out in our chat. It's the best place.
Really? He doesn't want to hang out? Alright, whatever. Fuck him. I'll hang out with somebody else then. Let's go to Goof On.
On des Doliprane parce que
Ouais, bah, ils vont.
C'est énorme quoi. C'est énorme.
Je pense qu'ils vont prendre encore 2 Doliprane avec ce que je dis, avec ce que je veux dire maintenant. Je vais répondre d'abord aux deux.
Which guy am I gonna go with? Let's see what Donald Trump has to say.
Thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning, thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning, thunder.
The English word cube and the Swiss German
Hurting the people.
indicating something of small size. With a side length of 15 centimeters, it mainly consists of 3 reactors, each attached to a DC motor, loaded controllers, inertial sensors, embedded processors, and batteries.
From the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleed. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
He said, "Why are you rebroadcasting?" I didn't think there would be a problem. I won't rebroadcast your show if you don't want me to. We can broadcast all of the shows that I like to watch.
Right before he takes the stage in Waco,
Thomas
Texas.
Bettler.
And I wanted to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to our sponsors who have supported the broadcast and helped make it possible. So thank you to Birch Gold.
Are you sure Thomas is cool with it or what?
Blackout Coffee. Thank you to freetrumpbox.com. And last but certainly not least, thank you to freetrumpknife.com.
Anyways, thanks for coming over here.
So thankful for your constant support, and we're just really humbled to be able to be here today. And we look forward to being at every single Trump rally until he retakes that beautiful White House. I'm going to send it back over so you guys can watch this artist and enjoy the crowd and the atmosphere. But what a moment this is right now. Just very symbolic, very hopeful of the future. And I can't wait for many, many more.
Yo, I thought Trump would have spoken by now, but I guess he's just landing.
In my little meeting. I'll be right back, you guys.
giving, it's like asking you if you want a pack of gum, and I give you the pack of gum, and there's nothing inside of it, but you have the pack of gum, you can smell it, and there was gum in there, but that's it.
I know it's a game, and I'll tell you why they're doing it. It's to get funding for a threat that they're convincing Congress is happening. So this way they get the funding. Mike, it's just so they have a job. This has nothing to do with anything. And what the government's doing, they're using UFOs to cover up other shit, like the train derailment or a murder that happened, and they don't want to let us know it was a black guy, you know, stuff like that. So they come up with these spy balloon, Spygate, which just was to cover up the entire train derailment thing for those 3 weeks. That's all that was for. You got everybody distracted. And that's what they keep doing. But they give themselves work. They're giving themselves government money. They're living off a lie. Their whole life. Their whole lives are, it's a lie. From the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed, they're living a lie. What a great life. But it's for the greater good, Mike.
That's what they, right? That's what they say, but it's not to be believed. That's for sure. I mean,
But it
Edward
is.
Snowden, you know, he's telling us the same thing. Even when everything was going through with, you know, these UFOs being shot down and so forth, and people ask, you know, is it extraterrestrial? He's like, absolutely not. These are ours. But it's all a big distraction from something else. Yeah, we'll see that.
You know, I believe we
Yo, what up, son? Word. Yo, it's fucking working. Hell yeah, dude.
You gotta turn off the goof on.
Gotta turn off the what?
The goof on.
Hey man, I stopped watching him a long time ago. I was just wanting to watch him for a few minutes. I would be on Thomas Fessler, but he acted like he didn't want me to rebroadcast him.
Magic in all things, high energy.
Streamed 1 month ago.
Go. Fucking get rid of Biden. America. Yoda, Washington, Where are you located?
Oh shit, you're driving on the road. I'm in Maryland near DC.
Good old Canada.
You're in Canada?
The great white horse. No.
I've never been to Canada.
No?
You ever been to the U.S.?
Oh yeah. Many. Been to Montana. Been to Washington State. I've been to Nevada. I've been to North Carolina. I've been to New York. And what other state?
Sweet.
California.
I don't have to watch whatever his name is, Thomas Fessler. He said, "Why are you restreaming or rebroadcasting?"
Like, give your exposure, bro. So is Trump getting arrested or what?
Larry came to my channel.
We have an identified flying dog. you were doing another UFO panel tonight if you want to hop on the channel later.
What up?
You want me to send you an invite later to UFO panel I may do?
I can't hear you for some reason.
I am doing a UFO panel later.
Oh, okay,
I
cool.
can email you the link.
Oh, all right, sweet.
But I need you to email me first so I have it.
All right, cool.
Flying dog. Whee! All right, brother. I will send you the link in a bit. Just gonna hop off before I crash. Oh, there's Bernie in a town.
I forgot if you have my email or not. I'm trying to see some Donald Trump, baby.
People at home, follow her on Instagram and her website. She has all the links there on Instagram. She just has such an amazing story of how she got started and to see the work that she does. And she has a heart of gold. And I just love her and I'm proud of her. And to be here painting before Trump gets off his jet has to be a dream come true for her. But yes, she also sells some of her paintings as well. So you can go online to her website and buy some of her patriotic paintings, a lot of religious paintings. She's very faithful, just a really good person. Yeah, so her Bueno, so it's Vanessa, Vanessa, HORAB as in boy, UENA. She's a worship artist, a Christian worship artist, and on her profile it says, it's a verse from Matthew 5, verse 16. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. So that's VanessaHorabuena.com. Again, last name HORABUENA. Just a wonderful person. Can't brag on her enough. All right, looks like we're about to get started here. Some of Trump's team, staff members, getting the stage set. The door to Trump Force One has been opened, so it'll be a second now. He knows how to build the anticipation.
Flight.
He keeps us on his toes, on our toes. He knows how to get everyone standing. Every single set of eyes at this place is watching that jet right now. Looks like something might be happening.
I'm here because of MUFON, and I just want you to know that it's very important.
Walks in with a darker phase, 3 fat splits when I start the stage. Walks in with a darker phase, 3 fat splits when I start the stage.
and the full moon shines at night. In a certain area of the earth, a man turns into a wolf.
Yeah, bro, I swear the most fire beats, most fire stuff is on SoundCloud, dude. Most fire shit is on SoundCloud, for real.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and place your hand over your heart for the #1 song on iTunes, Amazon, and the Billboard charts. Justice for All, featuring President Donald J. Trump and the J6 Choir.
Could be, possibly. However, if I get back to the fleet, let's get out of here again.
Texas, a big hello to Texas. We had tremendous victories in Texas. And it's great to be back in this beautiful and incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And from deep in my heart, thank you for your prayers, and thank you for your love, and thank you for that incredible, overwhelming support that we've had. Been my friend for a long time. Before we begin, I also want to express our sadness and send our prayers to everyone in Mississippi and Alabama who's been touched by the devastating tornadoes today. A lot of people were killed. We love you all for 7 years. You know that we've all been fighting together. Those people were fighting with us too, no longer with us. Devastating. But for 7 years, you and I have been taking on the corrupt, rotten, and sinister forces trying to destroy America. They've been trying to destroy it. They're not going to do it. But they do get closer and closer with rigged elections. They get closer and closer. We've been the ones in this fight standing up to the globalists and standing up to the Marxists and communists. That's what they are. We don't even talk about the socialists anymore. The train left that station a long time ago. Standing up to the warmongers, the stupid warmongers, the neocons and the rhinos, the big money special interests, the open border fanatics, crazy people. Standing up to the fake news media. Look at all of them there. It's a big group, but they don't want to tell the truth. That's why most of them are going down the tubes. You look at what's happening with media, they're going down the tubes because they don't want to tell the truth. They don't want to talk about what's happening with the laptop from hell. They don't want to talk about those things, and that's what's happening to them. But the vultures and the sellouts who got rich, bleeding America dry. Our opponents have done everything they can to crush our spirit and to break our will. But they failed. They've only made us stronger. And 2024 is the final battle. That's going to be the big one. You put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. They know that. You know, there's never been a movement like this in the history of our country, probably in the history of almost every country. MAGA, Make America Great Again, America First, call whatever you want. I will tell you, there's never been in history, look at this crowd, as far as the eye can see. We flew over. It was a beautiful sight. As far as the eye can see. And I did tell your great Lieutenant Governor, I said, you know, Dan, let's not do one of those 50-50 areas or an area we're a little behind. Let's go right into the heart of it. Come on, let's go. Let's go where we were close to 100%, right? That's what we did. But as far as the eye can see, the abuses of power that we're currently witnessing at all levels of government will go down as among the most shameful, corrupt, and depraved chapters in all of American history. It's happening right before your eyes. But we're going to end up winning. The Biden regime's weaponization of law enforcement against their political opponent is something straight out of this Russia horror show. And you know, we go Stalinist Russia. That's what it was. This was where it seems to have begun from the standpoint of us watching it in semi-modern day history. You go back to communist China or look at a third world banana republic. That's what we've become. Between our borders, our elections, and the weaponization of law enforcement. Banana republic, that's what we have become. Let there be no doubt the injustices being done, not only to me, but to dozens across our country will not stand, and we're not going to stand for it. When this election is over, I will be the President of the United States. You will be vindicated and proud, and the thugs and criminals who are corrupting our justice system will be defeated, discredited, and totally disgraced. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. From the beginning, it's been one witch hunt and phony investigation after another. And you know, because of it, our country never talks about greatness anymore. You look at what China does. They go all over the world. They spend money. They take over governments. They do a lot of things. And we're always looking. We got crazy people like Shifty Schiff and Hillary and all of these people. These people, they don't want to talk about greatness for our country. All they want to do is investigate everybody, but they are the ones that are really under investigation. I also want to thank the Republican Congress, because, you know, people can be critical, but they are working so hard. Jim Jordan, James Comer, he's become a great star. These are great people. They're putting themselves at risk because they take a lot of abuse, but they're doing something that we haven't seen in Washington in 25 years. So I want to just thank those two and many people that are working with them. In my case, every piece of my personal life, financial life, business life, and public life has been turned upside down and dissected like no one in the history of our country, Marjorie, I think we can say, right? I don't think we can find anybody. They even got the Supreme Court of the United States to give them my tax returns, something that was never supposed to happen. Legal scholars say that's a shocker. And everything they wanted about me, they got every single thing they wanted about me. The Supreme Court said, oh, give it to the prosecutors, that's okay. He only appointed 3 of them. Not a lot of, you know, we don't want loyalty, we want what's right. But it's sort of strange, isn't it? Give them everything they want. They actually came down with one ruling that, no, you can't do that to presidents, but to Trump you can. To Trump you can. And we've been a special administration, and we have special people. There's nobody like the people we have. They're the smartest, they're the best. These are the most, look at all the money they're sitting over here, they're all over because, and you know what? They've made that money the old-fashioned way. You're right, Front Row Joe. The Front Row Joes will never forget them. And my friends from North Carolina, who are unbelievable, beautiful, incredible women, incredible people. They travel all over. What is this, like number 93, I think, right? Number 93. Oh, they go, no, actually more. But we appreciate it. 101, Front Row Joe, 101, all the Joes. But the Supreme Court is afraid, just like Republicans are afraid, to do something about what has happened. and they have to fight. The Supreme Court didn't have the courage to right the wrong of the 2020 election. They knew what was going on. Tax returns were always considered sacred. Lawyers, in their own way, if you can believe this, were considered sacred. Today, lawyers go before grand juries all over this place if they happen to be lawyers representing Republicans, and they treat lawyers like they're criminals. It used to be if you had a lawyer, the lawyer was somebody that was very much considered from the standpoint of what we're talking about above reproach. Now they get thrown in with everybody else, and it's a very unusual situation that's taking place. And again, legal scholars can't believe what they're witnessing. And yet, after going over 11 million pages of documents, I built a great company. They've got nothing. They've got nothing. Think of it. 11 million pages. And my tax returns on top of it, and they're a big return. It probably makes me the most innocent man in the history of our country. Friends of mine say that. Very successful friend of mine said, you know what, President, on page 3, they got me. Got 11 million pages we gave over to various groups, including Congress. The new weapon being used by out-of-control, unhinged Democrats to cheat on election is criminally investigating a candidate, bad publicity and all. You get bad publicity. It's the craziest thing. I got bad publicity and my poll numbers have gone through the roof. Would you explain this to me? Explain that to me, Dan. Mr. Congressman, you got to explain it to me because nobody else has ever heard of it. But you know what? It gets so much publicity that the case actually gets adjudicated in the press. And people see it's bullshit, and they go and they say, it's unfair. But it takes place by the Department of Injustice and their local henchmen at the AG and DA's offices throughout the country. They use the local offices, like in New York City, like in Atlanta, like in Chicago and Los Angeles. They make lives miserable, destroy their families and friends, even though they know these people are innocent. In many cases, they're patriots. They're not guilty of anything, and yet they have to go through hell. And if you're running for office, even Dan, but I don't think they'd ever go after him. But we have some great congressmen that probably they wouldn't go after because they're too clean. They're the cleanest people I've ever met. They come from Texas. They have to be clean. But let's say they're not that well known. They're doing a good job, and an investigation is started into one of these many great people. They're going to lose their race. They're going to lose their race. And they do it all the time. They're using investigations now instead of, because it's harder for them to stuff the ballot boxes, of which they stuff plenty. You know, Marjorie is here, Truth to Vote. And they found at least 5 million instances on tape, and the courts didn't want to even look at it. The District Attorney of New York, under the auspices and direction of the Department of Injustice in Washington, D.C., was investigating me for something that is not a crime, not a misdemeanor, not an affair. I never liked Horseface. It's just not. It's a terrible thing. That wouldn't be the one. There is no one. We have a great First Lady. Who people really do love. And she's done an incredible job. Not an era, not anything. They have nothing. And yet it went on and on and on and continues to. He stacked his office with DC operatives. A man named Matthew Colangelo, one of the top people in the Department of Justice, was moved into the Manhattan DA's office to make sure that Trump got taken care of. They couldn't get it done in Washington, so they said, let's use local offices. So they have Colangelo, the top, just about the top, one of the top people under the Attorney General Garland, and they sent him into New York to be in the Manhattan office. Can you imagine that? In order to prosecute and do everything he could to get rid of Trump, because, you know, our poll numbers are through the roof. I guess you've seen that. They don't like it. They don't like it. We won in 2016. We won by much more in 2020, but it was rigged. You know, in 2020, I got the most votes of any sitting president in history. We won the most counties in the United States in the history of our country, many, many, many times more than Biden won, and yet they said we lost. So what we have to do is swamp them this time. The one thing that really does prevail, and I heard all of you different speakers talking about what to do. We used to like to hold out on Tuesday till Tuesday, and everybody goes in and votes, and then in some cases you go in and vote and the machines are all broken. That's what they do to you. That's what they did to some very special people. You know that. We had a certain state, everybody was so proud. Republicans liked to vote on Tuesday. They went in and a lot of the machines were broken. So they had to stand in line for 10 hours and more, and actually many of them never got to vote. That's what they do. They always seem to find an answer. It's what they're good at. They're good at stealing, lying. They're good at keeping borders open. They're good at no voter ID. Why don't they want voter ID? Think of it. You know, 88% of the Democrats want voter ID, but not the leadership. There's only one reason you don't want voter ID, because you want to cheat on elections. And the Republicans cannot take it any longer. They have to get tougher, but they cannot take it. These Washington Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who's the absolute worst. They've got to get tougher. They got to get like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You happen to be here. Would you like to run for the Senate? And I will fight like hell for you, I tell you. Where's Matt Gaetz? I heard his speech. Oh, Matt, look at Matt. Boy, he laid it out there, didn't he? I said, you know, I was watching, I said, you know, maybe he's got a little too far. And then I realized, no, he hasn't. That's really, he's given some very good facts, and people like it. That's why he wins his district by a tremendous amount. Well, they weaponized him, too. They weaponized him. They made up phony charges, and he went through 2 years of hell, and he turned out to be a brave guy. It is a good test. You have to say that, Matt. It's a hell of a test. We learn about people. It's almost like going to school, taking a test. He got an A+ on that test. I mean it, Matt. They took the word of a proven liar, a convicted felon, and a disbarred lawyer, all the same person, believe it or not. You wouldn't think that could go to one person. It would be 3, 4, 5. Over some of the most respected and prestigious people in the country and in New York City, some of the most respected lawyers testifying against. They looked at all of these pages of documents. They went back to old cases that were summarily rejected by many prosecutors, highly respected prosecutors, Democrat prosecutors all, before including, and I will tell you, the existing prosecutor who said, this case doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. All of a sudden, pressure got put on him by Washington, D.C. And the case that didn't make sense, he said, let's go get Trump. They even had numerous prosecutors who resigned because I was being treated unfairly. That made me feel so good when I heard that. Think of it. People actually in a Democrat area, Democrat office, they resigned. Did you know that? They resigned. A lot of them resigned the office because they said, you can't treat a man like this. He didn't do anything wrong. But the two lead prosecutors, absolute human scum, one a Hillary Clinton lawyer from a Hillary Clinton law firm. Do you believe that? How about a guy who represents Hillary Clinton? He's in a law firm that represents Democrat. It's headed up by Chuck Schumer's brother, this law firm, Robert Schumer. Think of this. Now think of this. And he calls up the prosecutor, think of this, he calls up the district attorney of Manhattan. He said, I'd like to come and work for free. I'm going to leave. I represent Hillary Clinton. We represent the DNC, the Democrat Party. I don't even know if you know this. And he said, I want to work for free. He's a bad guy, known as a bad guy. I want to work for free to get Trump. And they bring him into the office. He becomes the head prosecutor. Then you had another one similar. And then he goes out and he quits because the head of the office, who I respected, but then he went bad because he succumbed to pressure. But the head of the office said, no, we can't get him on anything. He didn't do anything wrong. Changed his mind a little bit on a couple of little things, but that's okay. But he was under a great deal of pressure. Now I understand that he's made up his mind and he agrees with his original feeling that we did nothing wrong. But how about this? A guy leaves private practice representing Hillary Clinton, goes for no salary, no anything. He goes into the district attorney's office to prosecute Donald Trump. He doesn't get what he wants, so he leaves the office in a huff, and he writes a book. And the book is published during the case ongoing. And I will say this, he has been absolutely killed by the media, even the fake news media back there, a lot of them I see. And they say that in itself is enough reason that that should have stopped a long time ago. So he goes in and he writes a book, and he makes money off a book telling you what went on with the grand jury. What do you think of that, Mr. Lieutenant Governor? You think that's fair? Sounds like a fair system. It's a rigged system. Like we had a rigged election, we have a rigged system. And you almost have to say, what has our country come to? Review after review, even by the biggest, greatest legal scholars, some of whom don't like Trump. Like Alan Dershowitz said, I don't want to vote for Trump. I never voted for Trump. I don't believe him. Actually, I think he does, but he does that to give himself a little credibility with his friends, the Democrats. I think he votes for me, personally. But he even said, in 60 years of practicing law, it's the worst abuse I've ever witnessed. I've never seen anything like it. There's no case here, but I've never. That's Alan Dershowitz, a Democrat. Greg Jarrett, who's a great scholar, great guy. He came out with reports that were so damning, it was so horrible to actually read it. But this is really prosecutorial misconduct. That's what it's called. The innocence of people makes no difference whatsoever to these radical left maniacs. It is worse, actually, in my opinion. Hard to believe anything could be worse than this, but I think it's worse than ballot stuffing or media manipulation by the FBI working together with Twitter, Facebook, and the rest. Remember when that came out 4 weeks ago, that the FBI was working to make sure that nothing bad is said about Biden, but as much bad as possible is said about Trump. And you know, that had more of an impact even than Truth to Vote with the ballot stuffing, where they caught ballots being stuffed on tape, all live on tape. So we have to stop them from cheating in elections, because if we don't win this next election, 2024, I truly believe our country is doomed. I think it's doomed. Prosecutorial misconduct is their new tool, and they are willing to use it at levels never seen before in our country. We've had it, but we've never had it like this. We must stop them, and we must not allow them to go through another election where they have yet another tool in their toolkit. Remember everything I've endured, all of the hits, all of the attacks, all of the assaults and pain of my loved ones. My loved ones have suffered far more than I have. I've almost, with me, it's almost become like I go through Russia, 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 phony deal. Impeachment hoax number 1, phony deal. Impeachment hoax number 2, phony deal. The Mueller witch hunt, phony deal. By the way, its determination after 2.5 years, no collusion. There was no collusion with Russia. I could have told them that very easily. But they knew that because they had the laptop. And the laptop, the collusion, was with Biden and Hillary Clinton, who worked with them on the dossier paid for by Russia. But they don't do anything about it. So I hear that, and you get a little bit hardened to it. You get a little bit immune, but they do tremendously big damage to great people, your family members and your friends and your associates and people that work for you and everybody. But I never ran for office. If I never took on the deep state. So I'd never ran for office before. I mean, I ran one time and I won. I won. It happened to be for the presidency, so that's good. I had a senator come in to see me once a few years ago. He said, "Sir, you've only done this for 1 year." I've been running for office, sir, for 28 years. I ran for president a couple of times. I'm greatly experienced. I think you should listen to me. I said, well, I've only run one time. I've only been doing it for 1 year. And I became president of the United States. So I want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to them. But if I never did run for office, if I never took on the deep state, if I never stood up to China like no other president has ever stood up before, you didn't even know China was a problem until I came along. China was ripping us off, making $600 billion a year. $600 billion. And I did a little tariff hunting with them, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I got the farmers of our country $28 billion because of the abuse that they had to take. The farmers love Trump. They keep saying, oh, I think DeSantis can do okay with farmers. I don't think so. Based on polls, he's not doing okay with anything. Well, it's never good to try and destroy Social Security. It's never good to raise the minimum age to a very high level, which was not good, and to go against Medicare and try and obliterate it. These are a few of the good facts. It's also not good when you look statistically at how he did on COVID. Not well at all. He's in a very bad position. Or you look at how he does on crime. Not good, not good. We have great Republican governors, actually, who did really much better, who shut down their states for a very short time, or in some cases didn't shut them down at all. I look at South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee. I mean, we had some states that did a phenomenal job with no shutdowns. You know, I gave them the right not to shut down. Not everybody, you didn't have to shut down. But in the case of Florida, they unfortunately did shut it down. They shut down the beaches, they shut down everything. So now that people are finding out about what happened, they're saying, man, he's dropping like a rock. And I wonder why. But, you know, you never like it when somebody comes, you see, I'm a loyalist. They say, sir, don't talk about that, sir. Because people don't want to hear that, but I do, because I'm a loyal person. These people over here have been very loyal to me. Marjorie, Matt, your Lieutenant Governor Dan, many of them sitting right here. Congressman Wesley, that was a good speech you gave. But they've been very loyal. But I'm a loyalist, and when a man comes to me, tears in his eyes, he's at almost nothing in the polls. And he's fighting somebody that's at 42, and he's got almost $30 million in the bank. He's at almost nothing. He's got no cash. And I say, I can't give you an endorsement. There's no way you can win. You're dead. But he fought a little bit, like 150. He was certainly no Jim Jordan, that I can tell you. He fought a little bit, just a little bit, on impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, meaning on television, because I didn't know him very well. But I saw him, so he came and he really wanted. I said, you can't win, can you? How do you can win? Sir, if you endorse me, I'll win. Please. Please, sir, endorse me. And I said, all right, let's give it a shot, because honestly, the Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam, good man, but I never met him. I didn't know him. So I don't feel guilty about it. You know, if you don't know somebody. I wish I knew him, actually. You want to know the truth, I wouldn't have done this. So what happened is, I said, let's give it a shot, Ron. And I endorsed him, and he became like a rocket ship. Within one day, the race was over. He got the nomination. Then he had to run against a man that was the hottest in all of politics. He was the hottest person. Remember, it was him and Stacey Abrams, the two hottest people in the Democrat Party. So we laugh at him now, but at the time, he was one of the hottest people in politics, Matt, right? He comes from a state that Matt's very familiar with. Now, he turned out to be a crackhead. But I did rallies for Ron that were massive rallies, and they were very successful. So we got him the nomination. We then got him the election. He said, I don't think I can make it, because the other guy was really popular, believe it or not. He was going to be the next president of the United States. But that didn't work out too well. They caught him in a crack den. Of course, anything goes in politics today. He can maybe he's going to make a comeback. Who knows? But think how bad Florida would be. Remember one thing. Florida has been tremendously successful for many years, long before this guy became governor. Florida was tremendously successful under Rick Scott. He was, look, whether you like him or not, Charlie Crist, it was very successful. He was a Republican at the time. But Florida's been successful for decades. In fact, probably as or more successful than it is now. But when a man, you know, you get him elected, and there's no quid pro quo. Get rid of that word. Remember those words? Quid pro quo, with the perfect call I made with the Ukrainian president. But when you're getting a guy, so he gets the nomination because of you, he wins the election because of you, 2 years later, the fake news is up there saying, will you run against the president? Will you run? And he says, I have no comment. I say, that's not supposed to happen. I have no comment. No. So I'm not a big fan, but I love, that's right, he's a disciple of Paul Ryan. He is actually a disciple. That's why he wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare. But I think we're doing really well. I mean, we're up at levels. I don't know if they have them on the screen, but they might put them up on the screen. The polls, the last 4 or 5, actually the last month. Yeah. And put the other ones up, because you'll see some numbers that are incredible. You'll see some numbers that are, we just had one today, 69 for Trump, and I think 18 or 19 for DeSanctimonious. Yeah, we were at 69 and one today. But if I never fought the Marxists and the lobbyists and the rhinos and the open border zealots, if I never fixed our military, and I rebuilt our entire military, we defeated ISIS. We took out al-Baghdadi, we took out Soleimani. We fixed our military and gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We gave you the largest regulation cuts in the history of our country. That's why our businesses were doing so well. Not now, unfortunately. And none of this persecution would have ever happened. In other words, if I didn't do all that, I was leading this life. I didn't know what subpoena meant. Now I'm one of the kings. I know, I can look at the color. I can tell you where that one came from. Oh, that's a nice. Now, if I didn't do all that stuff, or if I was doing badly in the polls, instead of the numbers where you're at 69 and 59 to a very small number, it would, you know, they wouldn't be going after me. When they go after me, they're going after you. I left behind a magnificent life, and I stepped up to fight for America because no one else would do it or would do it properly. Matt said it. Thank you. You know, they have the best seat in the House. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people have been hired from sitting back there. You know that? Those cameras are on them. They can't see what I'm doing. They can only see me from the back. I try and turn around. But they can see what powerful shoulders I have. But those cameras are on there for 2 hours. And every once in a while, a face will be so crazy, so good, so wild, that lots of good things happen for that person. So congratulations. See, they may have a better seat, but I'd rather have your seat. Our front row Joe's over here. Since that moment, all of the hatred, rage, and contempt the radical left has for you and your values and this nation has been very much directed on me. And again, they want you. They're not getting you. They're not even getting close. It's been a stream of lies and abuse that few people could ever imagine. Few people can imagine. I had a man come up to me, a very famous man. Almost everybody probably would have heard of him, a businessman. I saw him about 2 weeks ago. He said to me, could I ask you, I'd never even liked him very much, to be honest, but he did say it. He said, could I speak to you for a second? Yeah. Mr. President, I'd like to ask you one question. How do you take it? I said, take what? How do you take the abuse? How do you wake up in the morning and put on your clothing? How do you put on a shirt? Every single day if that ever happened to me, I think I wouldn't know what to do. I say, well, then don't go into politics, but don't go into politics where you're going to make America great again, because you have a lot of people that don't want to see our country be great. It's hard to believe. But he did ask me that question. I have that question. That's one of the most often asked questions that I get, Wesley. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you get up in the morning? And I don't like it because it's such a negative thought. I'll start thinking about it. I don't want to think about it, because if I think about it too much, I'll probably start agreeing with him. But I'm never going to do that. But I've had, and I've borne all of this willingly. And I watched other people run for office. I mean, Mike Bloomberg spent $2.5 billion. He never got past the first question, right? So, but I do it again because I love you and I love our country. Thank you. So they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way, and I'm going to be standing in their way for a long time, and eventually I won't have to standing in their way, because in 2024, we're going to have the greatest victory of them all. We'll have the greatest victory of them all. You know, by having this delay of 4 years, it was devastating for the psyche of our country. It was devastating for our country, devastating for many people. When you look at millions and millions and millions of people pouring into our country, devastating. But, you know, the one thing, it's bigger. If we do it in 24, it's much bigger than had we done it in 20, because we have learned how this other side and how these policies don't work. When you look at what happened with Afghanistan, I was taking them out. Everybody was coming out of Afghanistan. I was the one that got it down to 2,500 people. We were keeping Bagram, however, not because of Afghanistan. We were keeping Bagram because of China. 1 hour away from where they make their nuclear plants, Bagram Air Base is the biggest in the world. And you know who's occupying it right now? China. China. And they left in the dark of night, and they did leave the dogs behind. A lot of dog lovers. We all love dogs, but they did. A lot of people said, did they leave the dogs behind, those great German shepherds, like Conan? Remember Conan? He went after al-Baghdadi. That was not a good day for al-Baghdadi. But under Joe Biden, American patriots are being arrested and held in captivity like animals. Look at what's happening in Washington. And I will tell you, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the expert. She's been to that prison many times. There is nobody that has described what's happening in that prison. It's a hellhole. And these are soldiers and policemen and firemen and medics and doctors in a couple of cases. These are people that shouldn't have been there. And when you look at the Tucker Carlson tapes from 2 weeks ago and you see so many things that turned out to be false, very important what Tucker's done, what Sean has done, what Laura did. Laura did a piece last night that was incredible. And Jesse, there's a group of people that have been absolutely fantastic. Greg Kelly has been great. Rob over there has been great. Newsmax just got its 15 million people back, which is great. Which is great. Newsmax, they tried to destroy Newsmax. What they've done to OAN is horrible, horrible. But they tried to destroy Newsmax, and through a lot of different things, they got it back. DirecTV, they didn't like it. And they had very high ratings, and they took it off. That's something pretty unusual. But while leftist thugs are allowed to roam the streets, killing, looting, burning, raping, and pillaging, patriotic parents, Christians, conservatives, pro-life activists are being hounded by the FBI and the DOJ like terrorists. They're being treated so badly. They're allowed to spy on my campaign and nothing happens. They're allowed to write up fake dossiers, send it around to everybody, and it turned out to be a total hoax. There was nothing true in it. It was done by the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton. But they persecuted us, and yet Joe Biden is a stone-cold criminal caught dead to right, and nothing happens to him. Forget the family, nothing happens to him. Yesterday, the press reported that millions and millions of dollars came into his family's bank accounts from China. Can you imagine if that were me? How would I do if China paid millions and millions, and you know, they had to describe the work. For Jim Comer, they wanted to describe the work, and it didn't look too good because they had no idea why they got the money. They had no idea. Millions and millions of dollars coming in from China. The mainstream media didn't even pick up a tiny piece of that story. Can you believe it? You look at the mainstream media, they don't talk about it. They're right there. In fact, it was a very big they don't talk about it. Amazing. You know, it's amazing because when I started, they had a very, very high popularity and approval rating. And now they're lower than Congress. Lower than, I'm very proud of that. I've exposed, but they were never like this. Now they're deranged. And not all of them. I'd say 10% of them are okay, right? But the 10% have a very hard time. They have a very hard time. And nobody can understand why a media would be against things where we want good education for our children, where we want real, strong military, where we want low taxes and low regulations and good schools and good all. It's just a crazy thing that they fight against. And for some reason, the radical left, I don't even think they know what they're doing. I think they have so much hatred for our side. They don't want to listen to the issues. They don't want to listen to the policy. But it's a very strange thing. You know, we had more requests today, over 500 requests for media. And I said, that's nice, but probably by this point, about 90% of them. I think those red lights have gone off about 30 minutes ago. I watch it. You know, CNN, which has the lowest ratings in their history because they're fake news. Anybody that has to hire Don Lemon has to be fake news. Don Lemon. You ever watch a thing? He fails in prime time, so they move him to the morning at a ridiculous salary, right? They probably paid him more. Why do they do that? Why don't they just hire somebody new? He can only do better. They should hire Matt Gaetz. Would you like to get out? The weaponization of our justice system is not, as some have called it, a political spectacle. This is the central issue of our time. I think it's one of the biggest issues. And by the way, nobody called out China like Donald Trump. Nobody called out Russia like Donald Trump. And they want to know. Remember when they said, oh, he's soft on Russia? Putin said to me, if you're soft, I'd hate like hell to see you when you're tough. I called off, remember, I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody in this audience, nobody in Washington ever heard of Nord Stream 2. That's the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I gave them hundreds and hundreds of javelins, whereas Obama gave them pillows. Maybe they got them from Mike Lindell. Did they buy them from you? Mike, I hope they didn't. You'll be under investigation tomorrow. No, they gave them pillows and sheets. I gave them javelins. And then they said, and you saw what those javelins did to their tanks. That wasn't pretty. But that was me that gave it to them. And then they say Trump was soft. I saw it the other day. Some idiot was saying Trump was actually soft on Russia. I ended Nord Stream 2. The pipeline was done. And one of the first things that Biden did when he came back, and this is the biggest thing, that is the biggest development they've ever done. That was economic development. That was massive money. This was a pipeline going to Germany and all of Europe, spread all over Europe. I ended it. And I told Europe, if you aren't going to go along with me, then I'm not going to do any business, because Europe is almost as bad as China having to do with trade. A lot of us come from Europe indirectly, directly and indirectly, so we love Europe. But they rip us off just like everybody. And I was very worried yesterday when I watched in Canada Joe Biden talking about different deals they're making with Canada. I dealt with Trudeau, and I dealt with some of his people. They treat us horribly on trade. And I'm watching these different deals that they're announcing. They are horrible, horrible deals for our country. They're great for Canada, but horrible, horrible deals for our country. But the destruction of the rule of law is a tremendous threat to Western civilization. And I was asked the other day, and I took a little heat for it. They said, who's our biggest threat? Is it China, sir? Is it Russia? I said, no, our biggest threat are high-level politicians that work in the United States government, like Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, Schumer, Biden, Justice Department, because that's poisoning our country. I can do things with China. I made the greatest trade deal in history with China. I don't even talk about it, because sometime after that, fairly shortly, what happened with COVID, it was like I didn't want to talk about a trade deal, because no trade deal you make is going to ever, $50 trillion worldwide, think of it, trillion. $50 trillion is the damage done. China doesn't have anywhere near that money. Nobody has anywhere near that money. The damage they did, so I don't talk about it, but I had a great relationship with China. We put massive tariffs. We took hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out of China. No other president took anything out of China, not 10 cents. But the only way to stop these arsonists, and that's what they are, arsonists, and I really do believe, and they'll go right and say, oh, Trump likes China more than he likes crazy Nancy Pelosi. But in many ways, these sick people are more of a threat, because we can deal with China. I was beating China so badly, nobody's ever seen. We were lapping them. And then COVID came in, we had to go back, we did a great job. And when we unfortunately had to give up what we were doing, very sad, sad day for everybody in this audience, and for, frankly, most of the country, because we were doing so well. But the stock market was actually higher than it was just days before COVID was something that nobody ever saw, came into our country. So we really rebuilt it twice. But if you go back to those earlier days, which wasn't that long ago, we had a country the likes of which nobody has ever done before. And China wasn't a threat. China was actually in deep trouble, because we had all the power. We had this economic power that was used very judiciously, but we were winning, and we were winning big. The problem isn't China. The problem is stupid people that have to deal with China. That's the problem, and that's what we have. And I watched Joe Biden yesterday in the halls of Parliament, Canadian Parliament, this beautiful Parliament, and there's Trudeau with his beautiful wife, and they're sitting there laughing and laughing. They think it's so great because they pulled the wool over his eyes. The deals they made for that guy, I would never have made those deals. I would never. But I watched Joe Biden say, I'd like to thank China. And he's in Canada. And then he goes, oh, because they start screaming at him. The entire room starts laughing. I'd like to thank China. But he's in Canadian Parliament. He said, I mean Canada. The whole place was laughing. They're laughing in our country. We don't want anyone to laugh. Nobody laughed at our country when I ran it, I can tell you that. The only way to stop these arsonists is to rebuke and reject this evil persecution by sending us straight back to the White House to expel the communists and the Marxists and all of them in 2024. And we'll do it in short order. One thing I'll tell you what, I never, I was in Washington 17 times in my life, they say. The fake news reports that so might not be true, but not much more than that. 17 times I never stayed over. And I wasn't aware too much of that particular society. It's a DC society. And I had to rely on a lot of people. Some were rhinos, but they gave me advice. And we had unbelievable people. We rebuilt our military. We got the tax cuts. We got so much. We did so much. But we had some I wouldn't have used. I would have liked to have had more powerful, stronger attorney generals. There were some people that I wouldn't have put. But here's the beauty of being there. I was there 4 years. I know the good ones. I know the strong ones. I know the loyal ones. I know the ones that love our country. When you go there and you weren't, number one, a politician, and number two, you were literally never in Washington, you have to a certain extent, rely on other people. And I take advice from, in a couple of cases, Dan. And I got great advice, including your son. That was good advice. His son was a great U.S. attorney, one of the best. But, we get good advice, but you also get some advice. Right now, I know the good ones, and we know the bad ones, and we know the weak ones, and we know the strong ones. But we know the ones that love our country, because it's all about common sense and love. Never forget, the very same people who are always after me are the ones throwing open your borders to millions and millions of illegal aliens. Nobody suffers more than this state. I watched on television the other day people having homes that are just being invaded. And the real number, in my opinion, they like to say 4 million people, 3 million people, maybe every once in a while you hear 4.5. In my opinion, by the end of this year, it'll be 15 million people will have come into this country, not 4 million or 5 million, 15 million, which is bigger than New York State. But they're flooding your towns with deadly drugs, selling your jobs to China, mutilating your children. They're mutilating your children. Who would have thought 12 years ago a thing like that to say would be ridiculous? Nobody would know what you're even talking about. Setting fire to your life savings, releasing violent criminals to prey on innocent people. We have so many people pouring in, and so many of these people are not the people you want coming into our country. Justice will only be done when we have thrown this repulsive political class the hell out of office. We have to get them out. In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. And now I say to you again tonight, I am your warrior. I am your justice. And I took a lot of heat for this one, but I only mean it in the proper way for those who have been wronged and betrayed, of which there are many people out there that have been wronged and betrayed. I am your retribution. We will take care of it. We will take care of it. You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them all together, and they would not have done the damage that Joe Biden has done to our nation in just 2.5 short years. What they've done to our nation, just think of it, what they've done to our nation. The stakes of this election could not be more clear. Either we surrender to the demonic forces abolishing and demolishing, and happily doing so, our country, or we defeat them in a landslide on November 5th, 2024. Either the deep state destroys America, or we destroy the deep state. That's the way it's got to be. We're at a very pivotal point in our country. Either we descend into a lawless abyss of open borders, rampant killings, super hyperinflation, which is what we have right now and not coming down, and festering corruption, or we evict Joe Biden and the Democrats from the White House and we make America great again. We are thrilled to be joined by great friends of mine and Texas patriots who support us, many of whom are here tonight. We've gotten so many endorsements, it's incredible, but many of them are here. And I want to start with the head of our campaign, along with your great Attorney General. But he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he He called up right after the election. He says, we got to do it again, sir. We have no choice. So I want to ask Dan Patrick to please stand. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Great job, Dan. He's a great man. He loves this state and he loves this country. Attorney General Ken Paxton. Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. Representatives, Ronnie Jackson. Love him, Texas, because he's special. He's a doctor, he's an admiral, and he's a politician, a congressman. I said, which do you like best? I think he said, maybe being a doctor. But he gave me a cognitive test. You know, Ronnie Jackson in the White House. You know, they said, this guy is brilliant. He's going to destroy our country. He's taking it over lock. Okay, that was about 2 weeks. They had all different narratives. Then they say, oh, he's dumb as a rock, dumb as a rock. Then they say something else, he's in the middle. They had about 19 different narratives. I said to Ronnie Jackson, is there a test I could take to prove how smart I am? Well, sir, we have the so-and-so cognitive test that's given by Walter Reed. I said, well, is it tough? He said, actually, after the first few questions, it gets pretty tough. The problem is if you do badly, I don't know if we'll be able to shield it because, you know, it's sort of a public place. Other doctors see it. Other doctors are there when the test is given. I said, should I do it or not? And I did it. And you know what? I aced it, got them all right, every single person. Some of them are tough. And you know, it was after that that nobody called me stupid anymore. It was very good. Because I never liked that narrative. I don't like the word stupid, but other people are very stupid. Another guy who's fantastic, Troy Nels. This guy is a warrior. He is a warrior. He's tough as hell. And somebody I wish I had a future like this guy. You heard him speak before. I heard him from that very nice airplane that's behind us. I said, you know, I never knew you were that great a speaker. I've heard the word Wesley Hunt. He's a great speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Wesley. And by the way, these are all people that have endorsed me. Because if they didn't endorse me, I say, don't even come. I have a few said, sir, I love you. We're going to endorse you down the road. I said, that's okay. Don't bother coming. These people endorse me. Michael Burgess just endorsed me. Thank you, Michael. Where's Michael? He's around here someplace. Pete Sessions, whose wife Karen is here. Where's Karen? Karen. Great. Say hello to Pete. Thank you very much. A great honor to have your endorsement. John Carter, great guy, great guy. John, thank you. Randy Weber. Randy, wherever you are, Randy, thank you for the endorsement. These are only endorsers, the rest of them, I'm really not interested. You ever have these guys, sir, thank you very much for the endorsement. A year later, you call. I said, I hear they're waiting with the endorsement, but they'll be waiting a long time. But we have mostly, almost everybody. A very special guy, great baseball player, great golfer, actually. I played golf with him. He's really terrific. But he's a very brave man. He went with Steve Scalise and some others in that horror show on the baseball field in Washington. And he's fully recovered, but he was hurt pretty badly. He had a lot of courage. And he's a handsome sucker. If I was doing a movie, I'd probably pick him as my lead politician. Roger Williams, who's a great guy. Thank you, Roger. You're looking good, Roger. Another beautiful endorsement. I was very proud of it. Brian Babin. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Congressman. And Pat Fallon, too. And Beth Van Dyne. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Beth. Really great people, and many others. Texas Land Commissioner Dawn Buckingham. That was another good one. Thank you, Dawn. Texas Agriculture Commissioner, friend of mine right from the beginning, Sid Miller. You know, when I was running in 2016, the first time I ever saw this guy, he's had this big cowboy hat on. And I said, man, I wish I could get away with that, but I can't. You know, New York, it wouldn't work as well. At the time, New York. And because of taxes and other things, because they're doing not a good job, we moved to Florida. And it's, you know, really a big difference. Big difference. But, you know, we have... Sid Miller was on television, and I don't know if you remember this, they were asking him a question on CNN Fake News, and they said, We understand the president is down in the polls. He's losing to crooked Hillary Clinton. And the first time I ever saw this guy, and he had that beautiful Texas accent, I do love, actually. I'd like to have it. But unlike some of the politicians, I don't do it while I'm with you. You have to take me as you... But Sid said, I don't know what polls you're looking at, but let me give you a little statement. Donald Trump is not losing Texas. He's not down in the polls. He's going to win in a landslide. And that's exactly what happened. And we won it twice in a landslide. We won it twice. And a fantastic person who's got a great future also is Congresswoman Mayra Flores. So thank you very much. Thank you. Great. She ran a great race. But they're for me and I'm for them. And we're also joined by some people from out of state, people that are very quiet. You don't know too much about them. They keep a low profile, like Matt Gaetz. I don't know what he's running for, but I'm with him. I have no idea, because he's a smart cookie. He is a smart, tough guy, and we love him. I love him. Just got married to somebody that's actually far superior to him, right? Do we agree? He has a great wife. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't want to insult you by saying this, Marjorie, but on the plane I said, you know, people don't realize how brilliant she is. She won. She just said she's a badass. Now, these are two smart, great people. McLennan County GOP Chair Brad Holland. Brad. Great, Brad. Thank you very much. A friend of mine, Andy Beal. Andy Beal, Beal Bank. He is the smartest banker. He makes money if the market goes up, if the market goes down. He goes against it, for it. I've never seen him met. He's a great poker player, too, by the way. But Andy Beal is here someplace in the audience. He's one of the greatest businessmen in our country. He's one of the greatest bankers I've ever seen. So, the Beal Bank. Contest winners, Gene and Lonnie Bernth. Where are you? You won the contest. That's good. Congratulations. That's good. A man who, every time I introduce him, you know, because I'm not looking, you know, to get him to sell pillows and things, but, you know, every time I introduce him, he gets the biggest applause. Mike Lindell. See what I mean? He does. Let me tell you, he's a brave guy. The FBI hit him, too, and they took your phones and stuff, right? Which to Mike is like taking his business, he tells me. But they just walked in, they took his phones for no reason. For no reason. He had nothing to do with anything bad. And a man who's been a fan, and I watched him playing the guitar for a little while on the plane, Ted Nugent. Ted. Thank you, Ted. Great job. That was a great job, Ted. A lot of fans. Together over 4 incredible years, we achieved more than virtually any administration in history. Every promise I made to you as a candidate, I fulfilled as your president. Promises made, promises kept. I promised to end NAFTA, and I did. Everybody said it would be impossible to end NAFTA, replacing it with the great USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada, and let me just tell you, they want to renegotiate the deal. And I have great respect, by the way, for the head of Canada. He's a great gentleman. He's a great gentleman. And we worked very closely on the border, and it was good for him, good for us, but we had a border that was virtually shut. Not only to people, they came in, if they come in legally, we like it, but it also, we had drugs that were literally 1/10 of what they are now. The drugs are pouring in. People talk about the people that are pouring in, but the drugs that are pouring into our country, killing everybody, killing so many people. That's another lie, Dan, because they keep talking about 100,000 people, 75,000 people. I've been hearing that number for 15 years. It's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, probably 500,000 people, and nobody wants to say it. There's no army that could ever do damage to us like that's doing. I promised to appoint true conservative justices to the United States Supreme Court, and I did. I promised to move the embassy to Jerusalem, and I got it built. Not only did I do that, I got it built for a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the time. It was supposed to cost $2 billion. I got it built for $500,000. Does that sound good? We took an existing building and I renovated it. And we got it built, and it's actually beautiful. All Jerusalem stone, very expensive stone, but in Jerusalem it didn't cost that much. I promised to rebuild our military, withdraw from the ridiculous Iran nuclear deal. Can you believe what's going on in Iran? And you see what's going on? They attacked us in 78 different locations. When I was president, they didn't attack us at all. They attacked us in 78 different locations. I promised to kill the unfair and ridiculous Paris Climate Accord, where the United States was going to pay trillions of dollars, and China, Russia, India weren't paying anything. And I achieved a thing called, which you'll like, energy independent, soon to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant. For Texas, we would have had, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world. Does anyone know that? Nobody knows that. And I got ANWR approved in Alaska, and one of the first moves the Biden administration did, Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done. Of course, Bush couldn't get it done. I don't know if he tried. But everybody tried to get it done. I got it done. We were all set. We were going to take out more. There would have been, we could have paid off debt. We would have made a fortune. As big as Saudi Arabia, probably, ANWR. And the first thing they did, first week, is they ended the ANWR deal that I made. And Alaska was getting all set to go to town. But I made these promises and more, and I kept every single one of those promises and many, many more than that. Now we're laying out a bold, fast-forward-looking vision for what we will do when we take the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States. As president, I will immediately end the invasion of our southern border and all of those Texas ranchers, all of those great ranchers whose houses are being invaded. They never had anything like this. I saw somebody three days ago said, 2 years ago, the border was totally secure. We had no problem. You wouldn't see anything. And today it's a disaster. People knocking on our door and they want to knock the hell out of us. I built hundreds of miles of wall and completed that task totally as promised. And then I began to add even more wall in areas where it was needed. And I could have done it all in 3 more weeks, but Biden decided not to do it. And that's when I said, well, if he doesn't want to do it, then he actually wants to have open borders. That's when I first saw it, Dan. Under my leadership, we will seal it up and we will expand the wall even further. Walls do work. Remember, I used to say walls and wheels. They can come up with all the computers and everything they want. The 2 things that are going to work for a long time are walls and wheels. Other countries are emptying out their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions and sending their most heinous criminals to the United States. And who can blame them, right? Who can blame them? These are very smart people, the presidents and the heads of these countries. Presidents, prime ministers, and dictators. I know them all. But they're very smart, very streetwise, and they're sending their criminals to live in the United States. We're talking about mental institutions and prisons. Think of it. And they're all coming in. I read a story recently where a doctor in a mental institution in a certain country in South America is saying, my whole life I've been so busy taking care of people, but now I have no people to take care of because they're all being sent into the United States. And I said, how stupid are we? How stupid are we? How stupid are we? We're going to be living with this for so long, but we're going to get as many as we can. We're going to get ICE on the road because ICE and Border Patrol, guys like Tom Homan, who I saw yesterday, is fantastic. And you have some people at Border Patrol, I'll tell you. Your leader at Border Patrol, I won't mention his name because I don't think he's supposed to be very political, but you got a great, that's right, you got a great man at Border Patrol. As president, I'll sign a massive increase in Border Patrol and a colossal increase in the number of ICE deportation officers. We're going to clean up our country. We're going to clean it up. These are great American heroes. Nobody knows about it. And, you know, I know some of the people in the first few rows, and they're tough guys, but they're not going to work for ICE. ICE will walk into MS-13. They call it a nest, where guys will kill young girls. They killed 2 young 16-year-old girls with knives. They didn't want to use a gun because it's too fast. They're vicious, vicious people. And they killed them with knives. They carved them up and they died. Both of them, they were going to school. They were walking to school in Long Island, and they killed them. And these guys walk into those nests. They walk in and they're swinging and their fists are going and everything. They end up always standing up and carting them away. They take them in a paddy wagon, they call it. They take them away. They get them the hell out of our country. We couldn't get them out under Obama because the other countries wouldn't take them. They said, we're not going to take the people. So they'd clog up the airport. You couldn't land the plane. They'd clog up the roadway so the buses taking really bad people back into Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, other countries. They wouldn't allow us to do it. So I said to them, well, how are we going to get them out? They said, well, sir, we can't get them out. We gave up years ago under the Obama administration because they won't take them back. I said, let me ask you a question. How much do we pay them in aid? Sir, we pay them $750 million a year. I say, tell them that as of tonight at 5 o'clock, they're not getting any more aid. Remember I did this, Dan? And the following morning at 8 o'clock, I get 3 calls almost simultaneously, separate but simultaneously. And they said essentially the same thing. Sir, we understand there's some difficulty with getting people back into our nation. We would be honored to take MS-13 with tattoos all over their face. We would be honored. We would be honored to take them back, sir. They are wonderful people. Please send as many as you would like, sir. When are we going to get the money? Are we going to get some money? But we don't use that, we don't talk that way in government because we have stupid people doing things. We will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. And Eisenhower did it, so we don't have to feel so bad. But Eisenhower was very, very strong on that. A lot of people don't know that. I will reinstitute Title 42 to keep sick people out of our country and to bring back Remain in Mexico policy. You can't come in, you have to remain in Mexico. You think that was easy for me to get? And the first day they came in, they didn't want to do it. And even the judge ruled in our favor. I will ask every state and federal agency to identify every known or suspected gang member in America, and every one of them that is here illegally will be packed up and immediately taken out of our country and delivered to their country of origin. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It would never have happened. I used to talk to Putin. I got along well with Putin. I used to talk to Putin about it. It's something he certainly had in his mind. Never even talked about it. For 4 years, you didn't even hear about it. As soon as I was out or left, or however you want to describe that catastrophe, they started putting soldiers on the border. But even then, he didn't want to do it. He wanted to get a peace. Now it looks like he'll end up probably getting the whole thing. But I've never seen anything like it, what's happened. And if you saw the other day with President Xi, smart, top of his game. President Putin, smart, very smart people, standing there talking about the world order for the next 100 years. That's one of the saddest things you can imagine, one of the saddest. I'm proud to be the only president in decades who did not start a new war. Everyone said, oh, he's going to start. He's going to start a new war. And it's no coincidence that the deep state is coming after me even harder since I pledged to swiftly end the war in Ukraine. So when I say end it, I'm going to get a settlement very quickly. And I know both people, and you can get it very, very quickly. You can only do it through the presidency, but you control the money coming in, coming out. You can get that. I will have that settlement done within 24 hours. Standing before you today, I am the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III, which we're heading into. We're heading into World War III, and this will be a war like no other. Not only is Biden courting nuclear holocaust, he's blowing up the U.S. economy with the Biden banking crisis, a disaster of historic proportions. There's no reason for that either. There's no reason for inflation. You know who caused inflation? Energy. He restricted energy. He made it impossible to get. It went through the roof. Sid, it went through the roof. Energy went through the roof, and with it came inflation. As president, I will end the inflation nightmare and rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world, just like we had it before. And I will reclaim our energy independence and energy dominance as we had just a few short years ago. Proud Texas energy workers will once again be pumping, producing, and refining Texas oil and gas to turn America into the #1 energy superpower on earth. And we had it there. We had it. We were doing more than Saudi Arabia, but we were #1. I would have been bigger than both of them combined in a short period of time. And then they did what they've done. I will protect, unlike DeSantis, Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors, defending them from both the radical left and the Paul Ryan Republican establishment. I will revoke China's most favored nation status. I will implement a 4-year plan to phase out all Chinese imports of essential goods and gain total independence from China, which we don't have right now. And I will hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. So many people are dead. I will immediately sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other racial, sexual, or political content on our children. I will fight for parents' rights, including universal school choice and the direct election of school principals by the parents. If any principal is not getting the job done, the parents should be able to vote to fire and select someone else who will get the job done. We will defeat the cult of gender ideology to reassert that God created 2 genders, male and female. Thank you. Right. I will revoke every Biden policy promoting the disfigurement of our youth and ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will not give 1 penny to any school that is a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. Just as we did before, we will protect innocent life and defend free speech. I will support a constitutional amendment to put term limits on members of Congress. And I will move heaven and earth to fully secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with all paper ballots. Very simple. But until that day comes, Republicans must compete using every lawful means to win. We have to do it. This election is everything. We're not going to have a country left if we don't win this election. This agenda will end America's destruction at the hands of Biden and the radical left Democrats. But it's not enough just to stop the forces tearing down America. It's time to start talking about greatness for our country again. Our objective will be a quantum leap in American standards of living. We will hold a competition to build new freedom cities throughout our country, giving countless Americans a new shot at home ownership and a real shot at the American dream. We will build new monuments to our great American heroes. We won't tear them down, we'll build them up. Clean out homeless camps from our inner cities, get rid of ugly buildings that are hurting those cities and other places, and return to the magnificent classical style of Western civilization. We will support baby bonuses, so many people like that, for the new baby boom that will be coming. We need babies. All of this is within our reach as long as we have the courage to stick together, stand firm against all attacks, and see this mission through to ultimate victory. In conclusion, our MAGA movement is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen, some of them from within. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. To you. Belongs to you. This is your home, this is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. From Waco to El Paso, from Houston to Dallas, and from the Red River to the Rio Grande, the people of Texas live and breathe the fierce spirit of independence. You are great, great people. Great people. Pastor. Thank you, Robert. This is the state where William Travis, James Bowie, and Davy Crockett made their last stand at the Alamo. This is the state where a small band of patriots, the Battle of Gonzales, you know all about the Battle of Gonzales, armed with a single cannon, stared down a foreign enemy and declared, "Come and take it." They said, "Come and take it." And Texas is the state where generations of farmers and ranchers, sheriffs and lawmen, cowboys, cattle hands, prospectors, and pioneers helped build America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. And we're going to bring it back to that level. It's not there now. We're going to bring it back. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are far too high. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest in our history. We're no longer energy independent or energy dominant, as we were just 3 short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and many others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. And yet we have more liquid gold right under our feet than any other country. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, even though they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States of America, but is not available in China. We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a thing? We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. We are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your commander-in-chief, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. China and Taiwan will be next. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was actually fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation and the FBI knew it wasn't, and the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now casually talking about nuclear war with Russia. He has no idea what he's even talking about. This war would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about or discuss. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are the enemy of the people. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, would have never happened, and China to use the trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military that will rival our own. And just 2 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are united and holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, and faith. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than formula for our beautiful little babies. A nation where once revered airports are dirty They're a crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when it will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes, they don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they are doing. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 2 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. Together we are going to finish what we started. With you at my side, we will totally obliterate the deep state. We will banish the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists, and we will cast out the communists and Marxists. We will throw off the corrupt political class. We will beat the Democrats. We will rout the fake news media. We will stand up to the rhinos, and we will defeat Joe Biden and every single Democrat. We will liberate America from these villains and tyrants who are looking to destroy our country. No matter what they throw at us, no matter what they do to us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never, ever back down. We will complete the mission, we will cross the finish line. We will demolish tyranny, and we will rescue freedom, liberty, and justice. And we will restore the American Republic to all of its greatness and glory, greater than ever before. My fellow citizens, this incredible journey we are on together has only just begun. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one nation under God. With your help, your prayers, your vote, and your unwavering love for this country, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Texas. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
as well as our energy independence. He promised to protect our social security, phase out all Chinese imports, hold them accountable for unleashing the China virus. And the crowd went crazy when he talked about ending critical race theory and funding. He says God created two genders, male and female, and the crowd stood up off their feet and gave them a round of applause. Just really happy to hear that, because we are really seeing that right now, Liz. Men using women's bathrooms and vice versa. And so President Trump says all of that will come to an end. But again, he ended this rally on a great note. We're excited for him. We're excited to be in this campaign season, and we just really need to get back and behind this president.
Well said. Thank you, Vanessa. And really quickly, before I sign off, I want to give a shout out to our partners one more time. President Trump talked about this a lot in his speech today, and that is inflation. As you know, inflation has consequences. As the Fed is continuing to increase the interest rates, they're trying to combat out-of-control government spending. But this has caused long-term bonds to diminish in value, ultimately crippling banks. Depositors are holding their breath, and investors are bailing on bank stocks. Diversification has never been more important. The recent surge in gold prices is directly tied to the extreme market volatility right now. This is why gold has historically been a great hedge against the stock market and against inflation. Now would be a great time to diversify into gold with Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold makes it easy to convert your IRA or 401k into an IRA in precious metals. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. They will help you convert your existing IRA or 401k tied to a volatile market into an IRA in physical precious metals, gold and silver. Best part is it is tax sheltered. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit on gold today with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers with 5-star reviews. Birch Gold is who you can trust to protect your future. Text the word Trump to 989898 today. Plus, when you contact them today, you can get up to $10,000 in free precious metals on qualified purchases. That is Trump to 989898. Also, huge shout out to our other partners today. We also had Blackout Coffee. You can use promo code RSBN at Blackout Coffee for 20% off. And then there's freetrumpbox.com.
I love this.
I love it. Everyone's like, how did I get all that free stuff? They were DMing me. This is it, freetrumpbox.com. Finally, one of my favorites, freetrumpknife.com. So that is the summary of all the people that helped us make today happen. Also, you heard from Mike Lindell, but also My Pillow. Promo code RSBN is still good for you guys. It is the best discount code out there, up to 66% off your entire order when you use that at mypillow.com and mystore.com. So if you enjoyed Mike Lindell today and you want to consider supporting him, use that promo code, go to his website. They have some great deals there, selling at cost value for the slippers and the per-call bed sheets.
All right, and we also want to mention, just a reminder, Christina Bobb has her book out, Still the Vote. And so you can get that right now and make sure you support her and learn about what she went through and what she saw on the grounds during the 2020 election. Yeah, so Still the Vote. I have a podcast that's out. It's called Best Day Ever with Vanessa Broussard. Make sure you follow me on YouTube and also all of the other places where you can listen to a podcast.
All right, you guys, and don't forget, Brian Glenn is back on Trump Force One. He is going to fly back with the president to West Palm Beach, Florida. So he's going to continue getting behind-the-scenes action. A lot of that will be uploaded to Locals. If you want to have behind-the-scenes content, you can subscribe and be a monthly donor by going to locals.com/RSBN. The other information, so anything else that Brian Glenn gets content-wise is going to be uploaded to our social media channels and to Rumble as well. But make sure you're following us on Twitter at RSB Network and on Truth Social at RSBN. We'll post it there first. I'm thinking there might be a gaggle, so stay tuned for all those things in case we post some great content later this evening. This is the first time that we get to be on the plane leaving, so the rally's not quite done, but it is done for this location. So thank you to everyone for tuning in, to our moderators, to our team at home who has been working tirelessly producing this, to Christina and to Vanessa who made my job a lot easier today. Absolute angels. We couldn't do it without every single one of you. So thank you and God bless.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout coffee, baby! Blackout coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name is Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial.
Hey. You there? Oh, my volume was down. Hello, yeah. I'm in my room. Oh, yeah, I forgot to bring him in. Thanks for calling. Oh, shit. That's not good. posh boy. You're a little posh boy. You need a fresh one, don't you? You're a little posh boy. Posh boy forever. You should need more of this one, so just looking at it. You need to get more of your stuff done. Okay.
And if you guys get the camera, if you guys touch any of this area, what is it? What are those? Skin takes. If you touch the skin takes, bonus $2 grand. Oh hell yeah! Right here, same thing. What are those? Same thing. Skin takes. You go for the skin takes, whatever the fuck that is, extra 2 G's. Nope. So it's up to you. Timer started. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, touch him. Wow.
Oh, we're gonna be here for a fucking fat minute, dude.
All right, guys.
You guys on the skin tags there? Or yeah. Alright, Can we kneel down? Can we sit?
It's gotta be hard.
Alright, I'm just asking.
So you have to stand just like that. You can't move your hand.
So like, my finger is on the skin tag, so if I let go of all my other fingers and my one finger still on his skin tag, am I still in? Hand is a hand.
I think so. I think
okay.
fingers.
Okay, fingers.
Amazon Live.
See, where are you gonna be? Heater or a cooler?
Heater.
Oh my god, that's why I fucking feel it getting hot here.
Oh, bro, you're setting me up. Hey, take your pants off. Oh yeah, the heater's working.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna suck. Tony, if you have to shit, I'll pay you extra. I figured that, man. And no one wants to give up.
We gotta talk about it.
You got your okay. I'm good, man.
They really want you to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I don't know.
Taco Bell.
The burrito or crunch wrap? Burrito. You want one too? Not right now. I'm gonna win this.
I'm finished driving, or if I have to answer something, I pull over.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Well, we're not talking about mobile phones and accents, but anyway, carry on.
John John? What's up, brother? Hi, baby. I love you so much. I love you so much, John John. I got some kibbles. I got some kibbles for you, too. Like kibbles? You okay, baby? You okay, baby? I love you so much, John John. Ow, John John, what the fuck, dude? Come on. The fuck was that, dude? Oh shit, am I still recording? Oh shit. Okay. Damn, they deleted my motherfucking stream, dude. YouTube should get fucking killed for that shit.
It's that cool triboelectric contact electrification Hamiltonian electrostatic propulsion. It's just dope. Like a 15-minute video of this work.
I'm gonna do that orientation of maglev. I'm gonna put on, take the money, put the money somewhere. Take this. This one.
When you said
Got a-
it go past, I never saw it.
Yeah. Got a super sticker from Charles Smoke. We appreciate you very much, man. Thank you for that. And that was before we even hit the air. So, boys, what's up with you guys? How you been?
Man, I've been running like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I don't know about y'all.
There he is. There he is.
Hey.
Hey, Doug, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
Well, I'm glad you could join us tonight.
Yeah. So, do I know everybody? I don't.
This is Robbie Raines and,
Hey, Robbie.
and Kerry Pocket Doc Davis. He's the owner of Dark Angel Medical and a longtime friend of mine.
How you doing?
How you doing, man? Glad you're here.
Doing good. Doing good. It's been a busy Saturday.
Good, man. Busy's good.
Yeah, it's been nuts, but anyhow, I am here. So what are you guys talking about?
Well, we thought we'd just kind of jump in with both hands and just talk about jump with both feet. And talk about a little bit of everything. Show's grown a little bit since the last time you were here. There's going to be a lot of folks in here that may not have been seen the previous shows with you on. So for those who are new to the channel, would you mind taking a moment, introduce yourself, tell a little bit about your background, and we'll just kind of go from there.
Boy, I used to produce TV shows. Mainly, I think it was The Legend Meets Science, Mysterious Encounters, which was, I believe, the first Bigfoot series, and then went on to do Monster Quest. But before
still one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, but before any of that, I was doing just regular wildlife research, and doing the only TV I did was just animal shows, outdoor shows, wildlife shows. So then I was up in the Arctic, saw footprints myself on Selwyn Lake, and it kind of changed the course of my life just instantly. And I've been doing this now, God, ever since, pretty much thinking about it 24/7 since 1991. It's been a while.
You've also been a game changer for the field. And I don't just mean, Bigfoot, I mean cryptozoology in general. I mean, you pioneered the technology that let us get the first footage of a giant squid.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I've been doing, God, probably since about 99, is taking different technologies and combining them. I don't invent anything. I'm really good though at taking this and combining them, And so that's what I did for the giant squid. Took two different technologies and combined them. It's kind of what I filmed, like the first black bear birth, wild black bear birth. Was the first to document the first mammals cohabitating. And the list goes on. I've done quite a few first, but only because I'm curious. It's really, it hasn't ended. I'm just still a curious person.
Well, it's awesome that you said you were you were a wildlife researcher.
Yeah.
Because I've said for a long time, if somebody's going to bring it home, the Bigfoot, the Bigfoot footage, it's going to be somebody that's a skilled wildlife observer, like the guys that spend days and weeks out there with a long lens trying to get good images of cougars. That doesn't just happen. They don't just drive out in the woods and step out and go, here, cougar, take some pictures. So those guys that go for those wildlife, like very, especially elusive ones like mountain lions, those guys could wait days and even weeks for a shot, kind of like a sniper in the military.
Yeah, that's kind of how I got trained. I was trained by some of the best wildlife researchers in the field. People like Dr. Lynn Rogers, Jim Brandenburg. I can go on and on, but it was these guys that really taught me all the stuff that they didn't know. And, so then I'm like, well, how come we don't know this? How come we don't know that? Has anybody done this? Anybody done that? And so then combining their talents with a little bit of creativity, we would come up with these really cool experiments and things that we could do together. And so that was the path I was on. And it just got nuts. I had to pinch myself constantly because I was doing what I loved. And so now, I'm still doing exactly what I want to do, which is think and talk and try to figure out this Another wildlife mystery. I mean, that's how I look at it. It's just another wildlife mystery.
And you feel that way about cryptids in general, or just?
Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago that people were saying the killer ape theory was BS, and then they found the Billy ape.
Yeah. Yep. I remember that. Yep. Yeah, I used to have long conversations with Carl Anand. He was the discoverer. He was the one that brought the Billy ape to the attention of the public.
Really?
And I used to spend hours and hours on the phone with him discussing the Billy ape and that mystery. Because he had all this evidence. He had all the eyewitnesses. He had photos of dead ones. You know, he had just constantly was all this anecdotal evidence. And finally, there was some money put behind it, and the mystery's solved.
And I think that the Billy ape is a great example and an analogy for Bigfoot studies here.
It is.
Because for years and years, the locals were saying these things are out there. And, Western science was like, no, that doesn't exist. Until, bang, they brought it in.
Yeah.
And then they were eating a bunch of crow. Of course, immediately they're arguing over who gets to name it. But, no, we've known about it all along.
Well, even the giant squid, when I was proposing to try to film the first giant squid in the Sea of Cortez, I was hearing from all the experts. The guys have been doing this research for 30 years. There are no giant squid in the Sea of Cortez. Literally 2 days after one of these experts put that statement in writing, one washed up on the shore in Mexico from the Sea of Cortez.
He just ate a big crow sandwich.
Yeah, and so there's no experts in any wildlife. There's always outliers. There's always things that we don't know, combinations of things we don't know. If you think about what it took for Patterson and Gimlin to have that perfect storm of chance to make that footage happen where there's creatures out in the open, I believe it was a postpartum female that was leading those guys away. There happened to be a creek there where Bob and Roger could sneak up on this thing, which is really rare, with a very noisy Bluff Creek because it had, there was fresh rainfall. And then the log pile, and then they were on horses, and blah, blah, blah. It was just all these things were perfect. So until one of us, and it could be any one of us, do everything perfect and get lucky, it's the luck factor. It's like winning the lottery. You can, I could go out and buy 1 million lottery tickets every day for the rest of my life and never win it. That doesn't mean there isn't a winner of the lottery.
Right.
It just means I've just been unlucky. That's all.
You mentioned that the guy that found the Billy ape had all this anecdotal evidence, and people still wouldn't believe it until he captured all.
People called Carl crazy and everything. We would just talk for hours on the phone, and some of the ridicule that he took. And it was so fascinating to me, the way that whole thing unfolded.
You were that guy of the Bigfoot world. You've got so much anecdotal evidence. You've got clear hair shaft samples. You've got tracks. You've got scat samples. You've got catalog. Probably more evidence than anybody.
Well, we also have a big assortment of the skin oil, which I really feel will be the evidence that's going to raise the bar to get the funding to everybody. It's 3D evidence because think about it. You have the latent details, which you cannot fake. You take photography of a good handprint on a car window. You can, if you zoom in enough, you can see the damn sweat pores. You can see scars and all sorts of problems and in the friction ridges. Well, then you have the chemical compound of the oil, the skin oil, which is different. Every primate's got a different signature, different waxes. Some have cholesterol, some don't. Some have a certain ratio of triglycerides. There's actually all that studies that have been done, which is great, because all I have to do now is get it gas chromatographed the same way they did all the other primates, and then put it on the chart and see where it lies, what chemicals are in this. And it's an experiment we can all repeat, because all you have to do is go camping, clean your car before you go camping into a hot spot, maybe do a wood knock or two, and just go about your business. if you wake up in the morning and have a big handprint on your car, your work is done. You now can collect it, with swabs, photograph it. But here's the beauty. It's 3D. Latent skin oil, chemical compounds, and then there's going to be sloughed off skin cells. And with those skin cells, then now we have the technology to get full nuclear DNA, the full genome, at very reasonable cost, $5,000.
That's not bad.
No, not bad at all. No, it's very affordable.
We could crowdfund that in a week.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So once this cookie jar gets cracked open, I think it's going to be a big scramble at that point.
How long do you think it's going to be before that inevitably breaks?
Well, I'm just about to launch a GoFundMe so we can get some of these tests done. It'll all be in Legend Meets Science 2, which will be out in the fall. All the results, all the scientists. 24 new categories of evidence will be presented. Not pieces of evidence, categories of evidence. Categories people hadn't even thought of yet.
Well, count me in. I mean, if you need any help at all, or we would love to be part of making that happen. When you do the crowdfund, we want to help.
Okay.
And we would love to be boots on the ground with you.
We're going to need support of podcasters getting the word out. But we're going to take this money and we're going to, for instance, DNA is not going to be done at one lab. It's going to be done at a university here, a university here, a university here, and a major crime lab. These people have promised to not just say it's human-like, but to get to the bottom of it. Because the database of DNA has grown exponentially because of all the, I think, misguided people that have donated DNA for 23andMe, as an example. I think it's a bit dangerous, in my opinion, but so many people have submitted samples. So that the GenBank is huge all over the world. Plus our GenBank of early hominids has grown. International. I mean, it's a whole different world. You cannot take what Melba Ketchum did and even compare it to what we can do today. No comparison.
I cannot wait for this. You've got me really excited.
The other thing I was going to mention, everybody, is literally within 10 years, you're going to be able to go to Walmart and buy a DNA machine. Just like your $30 copy machine. Within 10 years. I want you to think about how that's going to be a game changer. If you can buy a DNA machine for $30, $40 at Walmart.
Look how far 3D printer technology has gone in even the last 5 years.
Yeah, I just bought another one for I swear it was $100. It's incredible.
Yeah, as that technology gets more and more accessible, we're going to see a lot of stuff like that.
Yep. So, I'm just saying this. I know everybody's really frustrated because there's been no big milestones hit lately, but it's just going to be a tornado of milestones. So that's my prediction. Hold me to it. A tornado of milestones is coming.
Dude, I'm stoked. I can't wait.
Yeah, prepare for a lot of people to be eating crow.
Richie Harris says, if the samples go to a government lab, are you worried that something nefarious will happen?
None of them are going to be government. They'll be universities, but these are, professors that have been talked to and are really interested in the topic. So no, I don't think so.
Lanita Bryant says, Doug, did you know Melba Ketchum is doing a workup on Dogman? They're on her ranch.
Well, it's interesting. I'm just not aware of any evidence, of what has been collected. Certainly a lot of sightings. I mean, there's something to it.
I have a visual sighting myself.
Oh, you
Saw
do?
one in LBL.
Yeah, can you share that sighting? I'd love to hear your log line. Maybe the clip version. DA?
Nick Valente and I, we were both part of the North American Dogman Project at that time. We met at LBL and spent several days there. I think it was 5 days, 5 days and 6 nights we were there.
Okay.
And we were all over the northern end of LBL, driving back roads, going into those primitive campsites that are back in the woods. And we did this for several days. On the last day we were there, we had heard some like odd vocalizations, nothing we could get recorded. Had some like something following us in the woods at a cemetery, at the Nickel Cemetery. But on the last day, we was fairly early in the morning, like 10 o'clock in the morning, and we were coming back from Demumbers Bay, and we were driving slow. And what I was doing was I was looking through the trees at these primitive campsites because they're everywhere and they're hard to spot. So I was looking for like a campsite that might have been torn up or something left behind. So we were fully intended on looking for physical evidence. Well, as we're driving down the road, we are doing like 2 miles an hour. Nick's looking at one side of the road and I'm looking at the other. And I looked over and I saw what I thought was a shape, but I kind of glanced over. When your mind doesn't really pick up what you're looking at, and then as I was panning away from it, it turned its head to look at me, and I immediately turned back and looked right at it. And I got a real solid look, like 15-second look at it, and I'm pounding Nick in the shoulder, going, "Hey, hey, hey!" And he slammed on the brakes and he looks at it. He sees it too, but I got 4 or 5 seconds on him before he stopped and looked. But he saw for easily 10 seconds. It looked like it was about 6.5, 7 feet tall, completely black. Had a head like a wolf, but the snout was blunter and shorter. Not quite like mastiff short, but kind of like that beefy, that beefy snout. And it had the pointed ears and kind of a neck ruff that was completely black. And once it realized we had stopped and looked at it, it turned and it did this weird bounding run. It was like how we would like walk like that. It like went to one side, went to the other side, went to the other side again, and then went down this ravine. And we jumped out and went trucking over there, and there was no way we were getting out of that ravine, but we could hear the limbs breaking as it was running through the trees. So I go back over to the tree where it was standing, and there's heavy leaf litter on the ground, so there was no way we were getting a cast. Weren't going to find any prints in that leaf litter, but I was able to touch on the tree where its hand was, and it wasn't like a comfortable where I would put my hand to lean. It was slightly above my head. So I estimate, I'm just shy of 6 foot, so we estimated it to be about 6.5 to 7 feet tall. But God dang, it was fast.
It's interesting. And who knows, I always do wonder if the Dogman sightings are a little more metaphysical. I've still even questioned whether Bigfoot's metaphysical, which doesn't mean there can't be physical evidence.
Right.
If there is that, it's so interesting to listen to these really high-end scientists tell us about how there's infinite dimensions, and all this crap, and it's just so hard to get your head around it, But, it's interesting if she has samples and wants to spend some money getting DNA, it'd be sure damn interesting.
You've done untold research, no pun intended on the Untold Radio. You've done untold amounts of research on cryptids all across the board. On Monster Quest alone, you profiled so many different things.
Yeah.
But what's your opinion of things like Mothman? What do you think it is?
Well, I can only say I saw one once.
Really?
You haven't heard our story. So whether it was Mothman, I don't know. It had big wings. It was like a man with wings. So I was with Yvette. We were driving down 35W in Minnesota. Beautiful night. We're listening to the radio coming back from Cloquet. And full moon night. And all of a sudden we see something just drop straight down, just like that, with its wings open. And, we didn't know what it was, and it just came right from my windshield. It went towards the windshield of the car. Right before it got to the windshield, she ducked. And, of course, I waited a little longer than I ducked. So what do I think of it? I don't know. The wings were as wide as the freeway, both lanes of the freeway. It looked like kind of gargoyle-y, shiny. It kind of had shiny wings, black eyes. They weren't glowing. So was that?
If the wings were shiny, would that make them more of a membrane than feathers?
Yeah, more of a membrane looking. Yeah. And the thing is, we both saw it. If I wouldn't have had her, I would have just wrote it off to, man, I need some sleep. But it affected both of us. quite dramatically.
Yeah,
I mean, when I say it
totally agree.
dramatically, she will not take a trip at night in the car anywhere in the woods anymore. In the daytime, she's somewhat okay. But at night, we're somewhere out of town, we have to leave so we can get through the forest, through the wooded areas in the daytime.
Well, I can understand why she would be freaked out.
But when that happens, it kind of wipes out your paradigms.
Oh, yeah,
You
absolutely.
go, well, do you believe in something? Well, I don't know. I know what I saw. So I don't know what it was. I didn't catch it. I got a good look at it. And I can definitely tell you it defied physics. Because its wings were open, it dropped straight down. You can't do that with like an airplane.
Right.
When its wings open, you're going to have to glide forward. And it just drops. When I mean straight down, just like a spider on a web. You ever seen a spider drop on its web and then stop suddenly? That's what it did. And then headed for the car. But what's interesting is I didn't want to do a Monster Quest show on the Mothman until that happened. And then I agreed to do it because there was no evidence,
Yeah.
Monster Quest was always based on evidence.
Well,
there was none.
Visual sightings are evidence.
Well, I realize, but
we've sent guys to prison for life on visual.
No, I realize, but we had a show formula that we had to follow, and the formula was physical evidence. And so, but anyhow, I agreed to do the show, and we did the show, and I found other witnesses in Minnesota that had a similar experience. So, who knows?
You think it was intending harm, or it was just buzzing you?
I wouldn't want to have been walking without the car for protection.
Or in a convertible?
I can tell you that. Or in a convertible. I think its goal was to scare us. That sounds a little bit weird. For all we know, that thing knew I was the Monster Quest guy.
Yeah.
I mean, literally. I mean, that's as good a guess as anything. I was right in the thick of producing Monster Quest when that happened. I was refusing to do a Mothman show, and then suddenly this happens.
Yeah.
And I took it kind of as a sign. It was just a weird night. We both remember the song that was playing on the radio. It was Don McLean's Vincent. If you've ever heard that song, Vincent. Mm-hmm. That was the song that was on the radio playing when that thing attacked our car.
When you get that kind of level of detail sealed in your mind, that moment is etched in your brain.
It's there, but I'm not going to tell anybody I know what it is, or it wasn't an illusion, or or it's a physical animal. I don't know. I just don't know anything, so it's humbling. But it doesn't mean I'm going to all of a sudden give up, trying to do physical forensics.
Right.
If that thing would have left any marks on my car, damn well would have done forensics on it.
Absolutely.
But it didn't,
Well, that's where the curiosity takes over, Doug, is, it's like that's what keeps you going is a curiosity and searching for scientific data. I mean, I've been in the medical field for over 30 years now, and the scientific data that's irrefutable. It's just like saying, the more blood you have in your body, the greater your chances of living. If you can get the scientific data from these various sources, that's irrefutable. That's the golden ticket right there.
Yeah, no, it's true. We had another experience that was just so bizarre here at the house. I'll tell this. I don't know if you want me to tell one more story.
Oh, go right ahead, Doug. Doug, we are here for you.
This one's pretty weird.
We are loving every second of this.
Okay, well, this one's a little weird. I just hate people to hold this stuff against me. Okay, so we were just watching TV in my shop, my workshop. My workshop's heated, and I have a TV in there. So we're in there, and there's some overhead doors, and all of a sudden we saw yellow lights flashing on the wall. And I said to Yvette, I go, why is there a tow truck in our driveway? That's what, yellow lights are, flashing yellow lights. She goes, yeah, that is weird. She goes, check, open the door. And I said, open the door. There's no car there. There's no car anywhere. No sign of any tow truck. So I thought, well, that's weird. Whatever. I shut the door. Then all of a sudden we hear her cats screaming bloody murder. I've never heard them scream like that, ever. Like they were being murdered. So we run in the house and check, what's going on. And they're just standing there just looking at both, they're just looking at us. They're not freaked out, they're just staring at us. But yet seconds early, it sounded like they were being murdered. So once again, we calm them down, whatever, pet them, we come back, go out to the workshop. And all of a sudden we hear a whistling sound now. So we hear this whistling sound, and it sounds like like in the old Roadrunner cartoons, where the coyote drops a bomb over the cliff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, we hear that coming towards the house, and all of a sudden, boom on the roof. It's fine, all this other crap's happening. It's like, why not this? And then we hear running across the roof. Heavy running from one end of the garage to the other on the garage roof. So she's like, at this point, really freaked out. I'm freaked out. I can't do anything at this point. I'm not going outside. I'm sorry.
Don't blame you.
This is out of the movie, like the movie Signs at this point. I'm not going outside. So I wait till the next morning, and I go outside. I want to investigate. I want to see if there's any marks on the roof. Whatever hit the roof really hit us, of course. Any damage to the shingles. So I go outside, and instead of there being any damage on the roof, my car, which was freshly cleaned, it was a Ford Flex at that point I used for production, was covered in what looked like sawdust vomit. The whole car looked like it was covered in vomit. That makes any sense.
Did you take samples of it?
Yeah, of course I did. So I get a DNA kit, and I, just plastic, and I take a clean popsicle stick, and I photograph it all. I do have the photos. And I scrape this stuff, and what's really interesting, it didn't stick at all. It came off. There was no stickiness to it. Slid right off, left no mark after it slid off. But it was all over in my grill. It was even shot into the grill forward, even though the car was parked a foot in front of the garage door. How did this stuff get shoved into the grill? Do you follow me? It can't get in the grill because it's a foot away from my garage. It's all over the driveway, but it looks, the best way to talk about it or describe it is it looks like non-digestible sawdust, like cellulose, like just wood. Like something ate sawdust and threw it up. It's the best way I can describe it. So I've collected this stuff that morning. Literally that morning, early in the morning, I set it on the running board of my young daughter's Power Wheels toy, those battery-powered toys. And my daughter wasn't even home. So I set it on the running board because I didn't want it on my desk. I didn't know what it was. And I called right away. I called AW Research Lab up in Brainerd. And I said, Alan, can you analyze this? I told him the story. And can you analyze this stuff? And he's like, yeah, absolutely, I'll do it. And so he said, yeah, just mail it up. So I called Joe from my office. I said, Joe, can you get over here and pick up this vial? I had to tell him the whole story. So he comes over to grab it, and I said, it's right there on the running board of that ATV, that Power Wheels ATV, which you can't go anywhere. There's no holes in that running board. And he goes, no, it's not. I go, yeah, it is. It's right there. And I'm like thinking he's not looking hard enough. I go over there. Wasn't there, and I've never seen it. But since while I was waiting for Joe, I went to the car wash just down the road a little ways and had my car cleaned because it was embarrassing. So now I don't have any more of the stuff. Never seen it again. Never seen that tube again. Don't have any idea.
Freaking bizarre.
Yeah, so there you go. But what makes that story even more bizarre? Here's the reverse ending of that story. That morning, we went bass fishing. It was a beautiful day. We went bass fishing, caught bass all day long, came back early evening, probably at about 4 o'clock, and we get close to the dock, and there is what appears to be, well, she starts screaming. I didn't even see anything. What appears to be hundreds and hundreds of orbs, probably the size of a soccer ball, all over our house, in our trees, our yard, swirling, moving, basically flying like birds. So at first, when she screamed, I thought they were some kind of birds, but then they turned black. And then they all went invisible. And then they were shimmering. So of course, it took about 3 seconds to go, oh, these are not birds. And they're always moving. Everything was moving. I could never really get a handle at what I'm looking at. So I photograph, get my camera out, and I'm filming all this stuff. And I'm maybe 40 feet away from these things. I mean, they're just all over. I'll picture them all over the roof, the trees, the grass. They're just everywhere. And finally I said, Yvette, are you filming this? And she goes, no, I'm not. I'm like, get your camera and start filming this, too. This is like amazing. So okay. So she gets her camera out and she starts filming. But before she could get it going, of course, they're moving off. Okay, great. I pull the boat off. They're gone now. I pull the boat up, tie the boat up, because we have a dock right in my backyard. So we tie the boat up. We run in the garage where we can look at the footage. And I'm like, I've never been that excited. My camera won't turn on, guys. So I'm like, okay. So I plug it in. Doesn't turn on. Waiting. Doesn't turn on. I said, Yvette, get in the car. We're going to go up to the Sprint store. So we shuffled up to this is the same day. Shuffled up to the Sprint store and told them the whole damn story. So then they got them excited to get the footage off the phone because I couldn't get it on. They said, yeah, we'll get it off, blah, 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 blah. We'll get it off. So they go in the back room and they're gone 20 minutes. And they come back out of the back room and they go, dude, your phone's a brick. We can't even get any electricity through it. It's just a brick. It's like a clay brick. So anyhow, that's the end of that story. She did get footage of it, and I'd be happy to share it with you guys. Whenever I'd have to send it in a Google Drive of her footage, and you can see them turning all black, then all white, then shimmering a while, and then they disappear, and then they do the same thing. They kind of repeat. So that was a weird day. Let's put it that way.
Very much so.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God we don't have days like that all the time.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
Now the part where you said something was, you sound like it ran on the roof and the whistling.
Yeah.
That almost sounds like Wendigo lore, but the rest of it doesn't fit.
I know, none of it does. It's all so bizarre. I mean, from the vomit to the roof hitting, to the cat screaming, to the lights, the yellow lights on the wall.
The vial disappearing.
Yeah,
it had to go somewhere.
I've never found it. My garage was, I had vinyl flooring. It was spotless. It was highly organized. There was no place for it to go. And don't think me and Joe didn't tear apart that whole garage looking for that stuff. So I just kicked myself that I didn't, grab a number of samples. I just thought, well, I get this vial of it, that's all Alan's going to need. I didn't know what it was. So, anyhow, there you go. It got me. It's Murphy's Law.
That would just be mind-blowing to have that happen.
Yeah, well, you can imagine my disappointment on the footage, and then so I got burned twice.
And it bricked your phone.
I didn't get burned once. I got burned twice. It's very humbling.
And
so there we go.
Any
described it as like
any theories of what bricked your phone, Doug? Of how it bricked your phone?
Well, yes, I do have a clue because when we went to go use the pontoon again, which is all electric. I live on a all electric lake. You can't have gas motors. Didn't work. The controller was burned out and fried. Then we went to use our theater here at the house. Didn't work. We realized the thermostats were all burned out. All the HDMI ports on every TV in the house were burnt. Just the HDMI ports.
That's almost like an EMF pulse.
Exactly. But only the low voltage. None of the high voltage stuff, no problem. Just the low voltage stuff all got burned out. So the whole thing cost me a new phone at about $1,000 and about all new thermostats, new controller in my pontoon. That was $4,000 just for that. To get the pontoon, to get a tech out here and get that fixed. I mean, that whole thing was about $10,000. So I'm glad I don't have days like that very often.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah.
As far as the consistency of that vomit stuff, was that more like oatmeal?
Yeah, if you can imagine, like, just take sawdust and mix a bunch of water in it. I'll be happy to send you the photos. I could go get them right now, actually, and I could send them to you in Messenger really quick. I'd have to leave the.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, well, do you want me to just let me just shut my camera off and I'll go into the other computer and shoot them up to you in Messenger.
Okay.
All right,
I'd
hold
love
on.
to see that. That's interesting.
Holy moly.
Dude, that's crazy. So it was like an EMP that bricked everything that was low voltage around there. But I mean, obviously his house still had power, but any of the low yield electrical stuff did not.
Well, a pulse would do that instead of a full blown. Because the pulse is only going to hit the low end stuff first.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I can't wait to see the pictures he's got, man.
No kidding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the point, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a cryptid hunter, make sure you have some sort of EMP protection on your house.
You can buy those sleeves.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
put
you can even
gear
buy
in.
a whole house type of EMP, like pulse protection module type of thing. That'll
Basically
blow
a Faraday cage.
Yeah, it's like it'll blow that circuit out before it fries everything in your house. But holy crap, man, that's insane.
That is one of the wildest stories I've ever heard.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a man. This is awesome. Hey, and for the 194 folks that have tuned in, we got 10 likes on here that I can see on our screen. Hit that like and subscribe button if you hadn't yet, because I can guarantee you this show's only going to get better. We're only 40 minutes in, and we got about an hour 20 left, and I can guarantee you this is going to be better.
Kevin Bode had a good question. I'll have to ask Doug when he gets back. Said, did the vehicle still run?
I just read that too. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I'll make sure I ask him about that.
Because he said his boat was completely fried.
Yeah, the controller for the boat wasn't working.
Huh. That's crazy, man. I wonder what that was.
I have no idea.
I mean, something that can manipulate electrical currency or electric currents like that? That's nuts.
Well, seems like I remember some of the Mothman things talking about power, weird power things happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think it might have had something to do with the same thing?
Maybe he said he had that. He said he had that encounter, and I've heard certain people say that they felt like it followed them.
That's crazy, dude.
Hopefully he'll have those in just a second. Oh, I'm getting stuff from him. Let me get these downloaded and I'll upload them.
Miss Bama wrote something. So the car worked because they went to the phone store to get the Sprint store to get his phone working. So yeah, that's a good point. So maybe it was just the low yield stuff, like you were talking about, Robbie.
Yeah.
Let me get these loaded and Doug. Oops, wrong one.
Oh damn it, Bobby! Get that tourniquet off your neck. You're scaring Ladybird. Ain't got no gas in it. Thanks,
Who
Tombstone.
was
Good to be back, brother.
Who was it wanted a sling blade for the birthday Wednesday, DA? Was it Lene or
Well,
Lanita?
my brother,
I can't remember who it was.
My brother Keith was telling me about that. He said, you gotta do sling blade for him, man.
We tried, but we ain't docked.
I've been studying on killing you for a minute. Some folks called it a Kaiser blade. I called it a sling blade. It was Miss Lanita. You want some sweet tea in there, Miss Lanita? Got some mustard on them French fry potatoes. I like mine with biscuits.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Did you get those photos?
Yes, I've got them loaded. Was going to let you talk about them as I brought them up.
Sure.
Let me bring up the first one.
Yeah, it's my Ford Flex that was freshly washed. Okay, now look at you can even see the like sawdust chunks.
Yeah.
And remember, that car is parked a foot from my garage door. How in the world did that stuff get sprayed way into my car?
Man, it's like you ran into an angry flock of seagulls or something, man.
No.
Bird image.
There you
Oh,
go.
holy crap.
It does look like oatmeal, Doc.
That's a lot, man. And you said it's just slid right off, Doug,
Slid right off. Did not stick at all, unlike any bird poop or...
Because, I mean, if it'd been there for a few hours, you'd think that crap would have literally dried.
There was no stickiness to it at all. Just slid right off like it was Teflon coated.
Okay, they almost got a good question. How did it affect the paint? Did it affect the paint, the finish?
It left no residue, really. It was just gross to me. You know, because when you're dealing with something that you don't know what it is at all, you don't know if it's radioactive, you don't know anything. You just want to get rid of it. You know, it's scary. So.
That's insane, man.
Yeah.
Hey, DA, put that picture up on that one of the grill, man. The big bleh of it.
A close-up, yeah.
Yeah.
Close-up.
Yeah, I'd have probably been gagging when I was...
It looked like digested sawdust to me. All of it did. It was all over the driveway too.
I don't do well with vomit. And you did send it to get tested, but didn't you say the vial went missing?
Yeah, it went missing within, the hour and a half it took Joe to get over. Yep, but we never found it again. And trust me, I wanted to know just, what it was. It was just so weird. This is my life.
That's insane, man.
So, kind of cool. I hate to use the word, but I definitely got what's the word, cold cocked on that whole thing.
Yeah, you did.
So, do you think it might be connected to what flew over your car?
Well, yeah, obviously that thought went through our mind.
How far apart? How long apart were those two incidents?
Boy, I'd have to go ask a vet, but I don't think very long at all.
Because it almost sounds like it followed you.
Yeah, I don't think it was very long at all. I think it was the same year.
How far apart were they as well?
What do you mean apart?
Your house from where it flew over your car.
100 miles.
Well, a winged creature could cover that pretty fast.
Yeah.
Sherry Porter says, was it on the roof of the garage at all?
There was no residue up there, and I could find no damage. No residue at all. None of that stuff was up there.
That is so bizarre.
It's quite a story. I mean, and I don't blame people who don't believe us or don't believe me. I wouldn't tell this story if it hadn't happened, just like I'm telling it.
Yeah. No.
The other weird thing, there was one more weird thing that did happen. 2 days later, there was a maple tree in my backyard. And remember, this is towards, it's a shady, kind of a shady area all day. And there's like a 20, 30, it was maybe 20, 30 feet tall maple tree, perfectly round maple tree. Within 2 days, there were 2 sticks that grew out of that tree straight up with one leaf growing on each stick. Looked like 2 antennas that grew up 20 feet in the air like bamboo stalks out of that maple tree. And I had to hire a tree trimmer to come and chop them off. Because it looked just bizarre, these 2 sticks. So whatever was swirling around those trees must have, obviously I don't know for sure, but it must have caused the tree branches to grow exponentially. But could you imagine tree branches don't do that?
No.
Right.
That's not a natural thing.
It's not natural. They go straight up too. It just doesn't work.
Maybe it was some sort of radiation that affected it.
Yeah, well, that's obviously was my guess.
Well, I mean, to go along with the low output circuits that got fried in your house and your boat,
right?
That would kind of correlate.
And my phone, yeah, my phone.
Yeah,
like you're saying, if it was a pulse, that would affect only the lower end stuff versus a big expanded that affected everything.
Well,
So,
whether these were living creatures or craft or drones, I don't know. They have been filmed by other people in Texas, mainly in Texas, which is interesting. That are similar, but generally they're higher altitude. But you can see them all disappear, turning black, turning white, and shimmering. They do all 3 things: black, white, and shimmer. And
Doug, you're the expert. You're the expert on most of this stuff. I know but you know more than we do about a lot of this stuff. But it seemed to be like I've heard some other shows talking about the Mothman have said they've had weird electrical type things like that have happened to them after sightings, and the hitchhiker thing where it's followed them and been outside their house. So it kind of stands to reason to me that maybe that is what happened to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, it did cross their mind. Crossed her mind. I can tell you that, once again, we used to spend a lot of time out on the deck in the backyard, but she won't. She had PTSD from that just all those events. Gave her PTSD. Freaked her out.
Mrs. Chef Yoda said, what did the arborist say about it?
Well, they just cut them off, didn't say anything. It was just some people I hired to just chop it off because it looks so freaking weird. I did take photos, and I do have photos of those branches. I remember the first person I sent them to was David Race, who does a podcast, and we were just talking that day. And I told him the whole story, and he goes, Doug, you need to immediately move.
Hey, Robbie, time to go. It's time to
Yeah,
go.
look at the time. Werewolf 5674 says an EMP destroys all chips, more like a low-frequency EMF.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? I've never really studied EMPs, but it's probably what's going to end up taking out the U.S., some enemy, because what a great way to do us in.
No kidding. Well, it's weird that your wife's was, I assume she was filming on her phone.
Yeah, but they were already over the neighbor's house now at this point.
Oh, okay.
So did anybody else encounter any kind of, speaking of the neighbors, anybody else encounter any kind of weird electrical anomalies?
No, I didn't. We didn't talk to anybody. There was another weird thing that it did happen, and I don't know if this was before or after. I think it was before. So we were in the backyard, like we'd build a camp. I got a fire pit. We had a campfire. We're out there by the beach, and all of a sudden we hear a swing set start going at the neighbors. It just started squeaking, back and kind of creepy. So he just took note of it. Then all of a sudden, all the aluminum docks in the lake that, in our bay started bouncing. So they're made of aluminum, which is non-magnetic. But they're all now bouncing, and they start now crickling and kind of twisting and crackling. Even my dock was bouncing up and down. Here comes an orb over a house that right in front of us came over, and then all the car alarms went off.
Oh.
in the neighborhood. All the dogs started barking. The docks are still crunching, and you hear them like under stress. All the bolts and everything twisting, all these aluminum docks. I'm talking the whole lake. It was freaky.
Yeah.
And then the orb disappeared, and it was over.
So that's not weird at all. Yeah, that's not weird at all, right?
William
Yeah,
Nighthawk,
no,
Nighthawk
no,
High Strangeness says he's seen that before and the end results. William, I'd like to hear about that.
Who, what? Okay, you lost me. What was that?
William Nighthawk from the Nighthawk High Strangeness podcast channel.
Oh, yeah, I know William,
He said,
sure. He's a great
yeah, he
guy.
says he's seen that phenomenon before and knows the end results. Yeah, I'd like to hear about that, man. Definitely.
That is insane, man. That is crazy.
So, we always go, are we a magnet to this crap? But there hasn't been anything that's happened around here probably 2 years now. And there was, the last thing was 2 pink orbs that we saw, bright Pepto-Bismol pink, about maybe the size of a basketball, 2 of them that were off in the distance. And they were traveling right to left. And we were driving down our parkway. And I pulled over to watch them, and we sat there, and they came right to our car, and then one blinked out and one zipped off, but they were really a weird color. Bright pink, fluorescent pink. But
How long
generally,
ago was that?
Oh, maybe 2 years ago. It was in the winter, which is weird. We've never had a UFO or even an orb sighting in the wintertime. So it was the first time we'd ever seen anything in the wintertime.
Louis Noriega says, did they come in out of the water or did they fly in?
The pink orbs, we just saw them in the sky.
How about the other ones?
We don't know. We never saw them come out of the water. We were just boating back to the dock just to tie the boat up. She noticed them. I was looking at the dock. I didn't want to hit the dock with my boat. So I was paying attention to that, not looking. I felt weird how I'd never noticed all that activity going on. But she noticed it. Then another weird one, and I may be able to get the footage in Messenger to you, was we were laying out, just sunning, literally lathered up with suntan oil. It was a beautiful day. And we're on my deck, and we're just laying there oiled up, just eyes closed, head back. And she was on her phone, looking at Reddit or some damn thing. And all of a sudden she starts screaming. And I looked at her, like, what's going on? You got a bee on you or something? She's like, right by the look. And she points, and I look over, and there's a black orb hovering above the railing of the deck where the stairway starts. It's just there, 5 feet from my head. It's just hovering there. Probably the size of a good sized beach ball. Blowing one of those bigger beach balls, bigger than a basketball. And it's just sitting there, and it's changing shape and morphing, and it's blacker than black, and it's got kind of a texture on it. And I go and really sneaky grab my phone again. I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna ruin another phone. Turn it on, hit it on record, and bring it up. And before I can even get that thing lifted, it shot up to the clouds. And I did film it up in the clouds. But then we went and looked at the footage. It did have it. Phone worked. And then we went back out on the deck, and we see one now coming out of the lake and headed straight to the clouds. And that's about to the extent of my stories out here. It's quite a few, though.
Man,
that is so far outside of my wheelhouse. I have never experienced anything like that.
Yeah.
That is absolutely bizarre. Blondes and Booze Paranormal Podcast want to know, has anything happened since then?
No, we really haven't had anything happen, other than those pink orbs. There hasn't been really, it's just been quiet, peaceful, normal, the way we like it.
Miss Bama BF says, no missing time?
Not really. I have experienced that in the past, me and Yvette both have. The weirdest missing time episode happened to us while we were out of town, up in Cloquet of all places. God, I hope this wasn't the day that we saw that Mothman, now that I'm thinking about it. But we were in Cloquet. We were at a hotel. We were playing chess, electronic chess.
Mm-hmm.
On one of those little electronic chessboards. And there's a timer. At some point, they time out. So if you don't make a move within X amount of minutes, I think it's like 20 minutes or 15 minutes, it times off. Well, we're playing chess. And all of a sudden, we look and it's timed out. And I suddenly feel a pain in my right calf. And I run into the bathroom because it just really hurts my calf. The chessboard's timed out. I'm out in the bathroom pulling my pants down. And I had this huge, deep, man, I'm talking 3/4 of an inch deep and maybe a half inch wide and maybe almost an inch long gouge out of my fat in my calf, right above my calf muscle. I still have a big scar there. And it just burned, but there was no bleeding. It was just this kind of fluid coming out of it, clear, more of a plasma leaking from it. And I didn't go seek medical help. I probably should have, but I'm not that guy. I'm the guy that pulls the fish hook out of his finger himself. I just don't worry about that crap. Yeah. So I covered it up with a Band-Aid. We actually had to get some down from the desk. But that was my only time we ever had actually missing time. It's quite weird.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
How much time do you think you lost?
Well, that thing times out in 20 minutes, but we don't know. We were both, laying like on our stomachs, looking at the chessboard that was on the bed. And we were, not taking long time for our moves or anything. We were both wide awake and rested. And we were just playing a game of chess. But it was
What
just
lake do you live on?
I live on a lake called Sunrise.
I thought maybe it was one of the Great Lakes.
No.
How deep is the lake?
It's not very late. It's not very deep. 24 feet, maybe at the deepest. It's not very deep.
I was thinking if you lived along Lake Superior is not really technically a lake. It's technically an inland sea, and it's like 1,200 feet deep at its deepest point.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I put a camera system at the bottom of Lake Superior years ago. First underwater big 360-degree multi-frequency lighting and all this crap at the bottom of Lake Superior. I did that for Discovery Channel for a research project many years ago called the Benthic Explorer. I was trying to gauge the intelligence of fish. We had intelligence tests on there. We had a system where we could remote control release food. And we had piezo speakers so we could play music. And then we would, kind of play certain musics and not release food, play other musics, release food, just kind of mess with the fish, see how long it took them to learn and unlearn. And then we had SAIS meters. We had microscopic cameras on there to film the mysis shrimp that had never been filmed. We had a SAIS meter with these flotation tubes so you could actually see the SAIS, which is the inland tide of Lake Superior, so we could actually be the first to film the tide. It had never been really documented over a long period of time and what direction it went and how long, and blah, blah, blah with the moon cycles. And we did there were other things. It was something a thing I built. It's in my bio. I don't know if you ever have seen my bio, DA.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah, there's a picture of it in there, the Benthic Explorer that I put in the bottom of Lake Superior. So I've done quite a bit of research up there. Yeah, it's basically an unknown, that whole lake. There's so much they don't know about the Great Lakes. It's insane. So that was my purpose, Doc. Just go ahead and just try to learn some things about that lake. What goes on down there when no one's around?
No kidding.
Which is creepy.
You know what they say there? They say we know more about the surface of the moon than we do the depths of our own oceans.
Oh, even that lake.
Yeah.
We know more about the surface of the moon than Lake Superior.
Sounds like.
Yeah. So it's crazy. So
Bonds and Lou's podcast says they think you're being visited by aliens, probably more than you realize.
Yeah,
I think that makes a certain amount of sense.
It's possible. I was telling the story of what I had my best friend on our podcast. You can go back and listen to it. Last Wednesday, just this last Wednesday, Joe Frischella, who's been up to the Snow Grove for the cabin attack numerous times. But anyhow, so the night my daughter was born, Asia, they babysat my Asia's older sister. So I picked her up, came home. Asia left her little doll over there. So I called Joe and I said, "Hey, Joe, can you run that doll over the morning before I go back to the hospital?" And remember, this is the night Asia was born. And Joe comes over to drop the doll off, and he comes over and I open the door, he rings the doorbell. And I go, "What in the frick happened to your head, dude?" He goes, "What do you mean what happened to me?" He goes, "What happened to you?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "Go look in a mirror." So I run and go look in the mirror in this bathroom that was near us, and I had hickeys all over my face, literally the side of my face, hickeys around my ear, like blood blisters. Like if you took a vacuum and put a tube on your skin and vacuumed, like to get plasma or something, like suck something through your skin. I had them all over my face. It's quite embarrassing.
Cupping?
Pardon?
Like that cupping that they do?
Yeah, maybe like cupping, I guess. I've never had it done, but I know what you're talking about. So here we both were injured in the night. Once again, could be coincidence. And his watch was smashed, which I still have his watch, which has got a little silver, under a microscope, it looks like a little silver BB that's almost microscopic. And then radial cracks that radial, that radial out from that little microscopic silver BB in his watch. And that was the watch he was wearing that night. And it's basically what happened to him. He had a huge cut on his forehead. So I had what looked like needle marks also in my jaw that were in a perfect circle. Just red needle marks. And then hickeys all over my face.
Like sucker marks from a
sucker
squid,
marks,
maybe?
yeah. Yeah, like from a squid would maybe do it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it was quite weird.
Wow.
I don't know. But once again, it was kind of that thing that makes you think, oh, my daughter's born, who's an amazing gifted kid, to this day. I always call her one of these crystal children because she's just beyond everything in talent. And, but it was weird. Just a coincidence. We both got injured. Just a coincidence that it happened the night my daughter was born. I don't know. So to this day, Joe jokes about, "Gee, we must have gone to our special place."
Man.
He jokes about it, to this day. We talk about it all the time. But, it hasn't been like ongoing anything. I don't have any memories. The only memory I've ever had or ever seen anything like in my room was way back in the 70s, like probably 1975, 76. I was literally married at that time, living in a small house, and already had 2 kids, and Josh and Lissa. And I woke up in the middle of the night and there was this thing standing at the foot of my bed with a hood on, like a monk's hood. And I could see these really wide set eyes. And I remember thinking, it reminded me of my cousin Eugene for some reason, because Eugene had wide set eyes. So it just reminded me of that, and it really freaked me out. And I got up, there was a nightlight in that room, so I could see it pretty clear. And I got up, I never took my eyes off it. The moment I hit that light switch, it was just poof, gone. But that's the only time I've ever seen an NNT. But it was weird because many years later, the Roper poll went out by, I think it was John Mack, and those guys sent that Roper poll on, like, how do you know you're being abducted? And one of them was seeing a hooded figure in your bedroom. And that really freaked me out. Because it was before it was before that poll.
They say that people have been, who have been abducted, especially at a young age, are marked and will continually be abducted the rest of their
Right.
life.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, from like Dr. Jacobs. Yep. Generational thing. Yep.
To me, it sounds it fits those criteria.
It's interesting. I have no memories.
I think you've
but-
been visited many times.
I mean, put it this way: I have no memories, so I'll leave it at. I don't want any memories. Could you imagine having those memories? Ugh.
It'd be pretty traumatic.
It would be. Yeah. In all seriousness, it wouldn't be fun.
No.
But thank God I don't. No. You have these types of experiences. You don't know what to do with them. You just try to forget about them, but you find yourself often wanting to talk about them, with your spouse and your friends, your close friends, which we do often among our little circle. These stories, we talk about them over and over and over. It's like, why do we keep talking about this crap? We can't do anything about it.
Val, Southwest PA says, Doug, sounds like you need to talk to Barry Littleton.
Who's Barry?
I'm not sure either.
Yes, you are, DA. That's the one that, from the other day.
Oh, okay. All right, I know what you're talking about.
You can tell Doug later.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to see if we
Well,
I missed any questions. Estelle Harrington says, I think generational abductions have happened in my family. I think it's happened to a lot of people.
Could be. There's just when you don't have any memories, when you don't have any other family members that can say anything, or they'll tell you anything. You just kind of go, well, it's probably not happening. But I really thank people for unlocking that fear in me.
I mean, why would it be generational, DA? Is it because they just want to study a particular family, or
They start the theory is, the prevailing theory anyway, is that they start by making like minor genetic alterations and study the effects.
okay, so downstream effects from that?
Right. Yeah. What happens to them the rest of their life? What happened to their children?
Okay.
And
But
it's another thing. It's not
it's no
uncommon.
different than radio collaring bears.
Right.
Or
Right.
tagging wolves or whatever. You've done. We when we've always done bear collaring, it's always generational. Always.
Well, they also said that one of the books I was reading on the subject of abductions was saying that people that they've experimented on, it's not uncommon for them to have highly intelligent children.
Yeah, my daughter is just amazing. I mean, she's doing advanced architecture and music and this and that, and she's just one of these so thoughtful people. There's no way she could have learned to be as thoughtful as she is to everybody in her young life. She's always been that way. Like a very wise, I don't know, thoughtful is just the best way. For instance, she's the type you loan money to. I loan money to her for a brand new car. She's never missed one payment. And she's just turned 18, and it's a new Nissan, so it wasn't cheap. She's never missed one car payment, and for her insurance. Because that's one thing I won't do for my kids is support them that way. You want a new car, you're going to pay for it yourself. You're going to learn. But the point is, she's never even missed a payment, which is pretty weird for a kid that age.
Yeah, and so it's a high amount of responsibility for someone so young.
And to
Anita Bryant said, "Do you know ufologist June Miller, the UFO over London?"
No.
And then Mrs. Chef Yoda says, "Do your children ever talk about seeing things in their room at night?"
AJ has mentioned seeing something a few times. Asia has. She gets quite scared. Yeah, she has a couple of times. She describes them just as dark shadows.
Very well could be a generational abduction. Holy crap, Doug.
Yeah.
That's deep, man.
Well, we had one. Oh, let me tell you this story. This is creepy. So, just a normal family night. The two daughters are, just gone to bed. I go to bed. Everybody goes to bed. Yvette goes to bed. Trying to fall asleep. All of a sudden, boom, 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 boom on the bedroom door. I mean, really hard pounding. And then I hear running up and down the hallway. It's kind of a long hallway. And so I immediately think the girls are raising hell or whatever, which wasn't like them. But I just thought the girls were up, just running up and down the hallway, just goofing around, being goofy. So I was a little bit mad, So I go get my robe on. I head out there. I go into Dakota's room, and she's sound asleep. Well, that's weird. Then I go into Asia's room, and she's sitting up just crying her eyes out, just petrified. And she goes, Dad, it's, just walk through my room. And she was really freaked out. And all I could do was comfort her at that point. But they have, what was the pounding on my door? And then the running, physical running up and down the hallway. So.
That's.
It hasn't happened since, and that was, oh my God, that's got to be almost 9 years ago, 10 years ago.
Wow. Miss Lanita, thank you for the super sticker. Craven said there's apparently a test you can find online, and it goes through a lot of the common abduction signs.
That's the Roper thing I had mentioned, yeah.
Okay.
That's where that hooded figure was listed on the one I looked at. And I got really creeped out because I saw that thing in the 70s. I never connected that with any alien abduction crap.
When you tell this amazing story, and it makes me think about the Travis Walton story, especially the movie Fire on the Mountain, when they were putting that needle in his eye. Like, just the thought of that. Especially remembering it.
Well, speaking of that movie, which was weird, the guy that played Travis Walton.
Was that?
That was D.B. Sweeney.
Yeah, D.B. Sweeney.
I ended up hiring D.B. He's the one that narrated Mysterious Encounter series.
That's right, he was. D.B.
Sweeney.
Dude.
Well, then I met Craig Sheffer, who played Dallas. I became friends with Craig, and we started hanging out. Then, what else happened? Obviously, I've met now, who was the guy driving the truck? I can't remember his name. Mike Rogers. I've met Mike. But then, the Rockford, James Garner. Met James Garner, ended up having his restored Rockford Files car in my booth down in Vegas. So it was just kind of weird. I kept meeting all these cast people, and it was just kind of weird, I guess. That movie was really a good movie, actually.
Judy Smith says, I always wake up screaming with something standing beside me with a robe and hood. Could this be something like that?
Oh no. Does this happen often, Judy? Yeah.
Yeah, if you're seeing that, it could be the sign, a similar sign. Mrs. Chef Yoda wants to know if you're of German heritage.
Yes. Yeah, my my grandfather was Czechoslovakian, and he married a German girl who was my grandmother.
So high Czech is Czechoslovakian?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I often kind of wondered about that, but I never asked. Blondes and Blues Paranormal ladies over there, they said, I believe once we have encountered with anything paranormal, we are marked to other things, UFOs, cryptids, ghosts, etc.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what John Lear brought up, and also Jacques Vallée thinks? Stuff's all connected.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's so much that you're marked by other things, or that once your mind has opened to the possibility of those things, you start noticing them more.
Right.
Because I know, once I had my first near brush, I was like hyper vigilant in the woods looking for specific things. And I don't know that they were happening any more frequently. I was just noticing.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't ever want to be accused of making this stuff up. It doesn't happen that often.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, I'm an old guy. You know, I'm pushing 70 at this point.
Well, you don't look it.
Well, thank you. But at this point, things don't. I mean, just things don't happen like you think every week, every month. You know, it just doesn't work that way. But when you're as old as I am, and has been doing this and been observing, being highly observant, as I have and is interested in the topics, yeah, I guess, you know, I've had a lot of things happen, but it isn't like they happen constantly.
Yeah.
You know, seen one creature in your room in 1975 is not like, you know, every day. That was, you know, that was damn near, 50 years ago.
Right. Judy Smith says yes. Apparently, that does happen fairly often, where she wakes up screaming with the hooded figures.
I could not imagine going through that more than that one time. That was horrifying to me, because I never knew, was I hallucinating? Was I having a lucid dream? The fact it disappeared when I flicked the light on made me think I was dreaming it. But maybe they can disappear, obviously.
Yeah.
Such a weird thing, and all you can do, you kind of hope and pray that whatever it was not an evil entity, you know? Because having something in your room it's one thing seen some crap outside. Dogman outside, can you imagine, DA, if you saw that in your house?
Yeah. There would be a mag dump down the hallway, I'm sure.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing I want to see at my house. Not ever.
No. I hear you.
I meant to ask you earlier, you mentioned Snell Grove Lake. How many times have you been up to Snell Grove?
I couldn't even count. I'm sure well over 100 times. Well over 100 times.
And do you get activity every time you go up there?
No, I've never had activity until I brought my daughter Dakota up. We never had any activity. You know, I mean, we heard singing one time from the shore, me, Joe, and my son Josh, which sounded like operatic, beautiful female voice singing. No, not a bird. No, this was singing, but it was words we couldn't understand.
Like the culling that I told you about?
Yeah, right. Yeah, they were exactly. But and that had a profound effect on my son Josh. I mean, he went into audio. You know, he's got his PhD now in audio. So that happened, and then there was an orb we saw. There were other orbs we saw, white orbs, lots of them, I guess. Now that I'm thinking about it, lots and lots. Almost probably every time I went up there. And we saw.
Did you send me your email?
Two people we brought up there they claimed they had like a log come out of the forest and twirl like that overhand.
I gotta send you my email.
One time.
All right, I'm gonna send you my email now.
It wasn't that big, but it was, it was a stick kind of log thing.
Yeah.
It was something you and I couldn't hurdle.
Yeah.
But whatever did hurdle it, we figured was either spring tension from tree damage in the forest, and naturally like a catapult, or some creature threw it at him.
Josh Dalton wants to know, are we going to have an uptick in Bigfoot sightings with the heavy snowfall?
Huh. I wonder why he wonders that.
I was kind of wondering that myself.
Starvation because of deer? Well, deer, for instance, when I would want to go film deer, I'd wait till March when they're all herded up and they're weak. And I would take advantage of their weakness and their fact they're all herded up. And I would drive up to like the Canadian border, and I could sit there and go amongst the herd and get the most amazing footage, and then maybe hang out and wait for a snowfall, and then be in the deer herd during the snowfall, and I could then capture just amazing footage. But yeah, maybe Bigfoots get weak and tired too if they're hanging out. But I think most of them book to warmer, more temperate weather.
Do you think they're migratory?
Yeah, I think some of them are. I don't think all of them are, which is the problem. which is why none of us can agree on a pattern. Because
Mm-hmm.
then you may get an older animal that goes, "Hey, I know how to make a living in the winter. I'm staying.
Yeah.
I'm not walking."
Why do I need to walk that far?
Exactly. I can tough it out. You know, I didn't have such a bad experience with it. I like deer. I know how to kill deer really well. I'm going to stick around. Other ones might go, "No, I'm heading down the St. Croix River Valley, the Mississippi River Valley, to Ohio, where it's more mild."
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? We don't know. The point is, these patterns, until guys like Scott Tompkins and Ian over in England they're getting these GIS patterns, they're mapping. That's going to help unlock a whole lot of mysteries. GIS data.
Yeah.
I did it with Colorado, and I'll tell you, it sure showed they migrated to lower elevations and higher elevations in Colorado.
Well, Bigfoot would follow the herds.
Ting Tong. Ting Tong Hansen. Ting Tong Hansen. Ting Tong Hansen. Ding dong, ding dong.
I was astounded at the amount of sightings when he showed me on the map.
Yeah.
That it was just like, wow, and it's opening a whole new door for research. I mean,
well, once it gets done, Robbie, now you got to say, show me all the sightings that happened in April. Show me all the sightings that happened in January. And all of a sudden, you'll see this huge pattern where they are, or the number of them.
Yep.
Like there'll be tons of them in January, but hardly any in
Ting Tong Hansen.
Yeah, Doug, I live here in eastern Colorado, east about 25 miles
Ting
east of
Tong.
Colorado Springs at about 7,500 feet altitude. And so, yeah, it's amazing to see the patterns. You know, just in different. It's a seasonal pattern.
Bing bong.
Well, I've got news. There are now 10,000 sightings in the GIS data bank now.
Holy crap.
And I'm hoping to debut a lot of this on Legend Meets Science.
That'll be fantastic.
But
Josh Dalton said he was talking about a 60-foot plus snowfall amount in western mountains. Josh, where are you getting those numbers? Was that on the news? Or
Well, we just had a report of a record snowpack up here in the Rocky Mountain, man. So I mean, we're
What
like
is going on tonight? This is so weird. I'm
125%
sorry.
above what we
I froze. It happens.
now there's places that have gotten 900 inches and some crazy numbers.
Yeah, it's
normal.
It's amazing.
Okay.
I mean, like
Back
normal. Aspen
Back
Snowman,
normal. I didn't know how to do that.
Copper Mountain.
I don't either. I don't know what to do with my hands, right? So, yeah. So I'm sorry, I totally froze. And so what you were talking about when you guys had gone and you guys kind of met up and went to, it was a Bigfoot expedition, right?
Yeah, it was actually in Lexington, Kentucky, Mammoth Cave National Park. Yeah, so anyway, so we met there, and it was funny because Zook, all he brought out was a long sleeve and a vest, and I'm like, bro, you know it's going to be like 40 to 30 degrees out there. Where's your jacket? And he's like, I totally forgot about this.
Fuck this shit. I want the Ting Tong Hansen, boy.
So stoked to go. Little things.
So I was.
That's funny.
Fuck this
So
shit.
call
Need
me
a
kind
Ting
of
Tong.
like anal when it comes to preparedness. I always bring two of everything, so I gotta have the jacket. So that's how we got that.
I got the big thing pulled up. Get a look at it. I got I pulled up. I got money.
So anyway, yeah, so and then
because we didn't really know each other.
He's got a soft jacket, right?
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Very soft heart, yes. Yeah. I'm like, but the first night we
Ting Tong Hansen.
I'm gonna call it night hiking, but whenever we went like night hiking for Squatch, like the buddy who did it with us, or who headed up the whole thing, his wife is an incredible singer, and it's something about something like that can help lure the Sasquatch. And then something about singing as well, because it goes back to like and anywho, yeah, she started doing that when the word we had a good night. cool. So it got real quiet. Our buddy started making these loud tree knocks. We were waiting for voices. There was singing going on. A guy brought a guitar. I mean, we had a freaking band. It was crazy.
Sounds like you guys had like a party going on out there.
And then you heard, yeah. And then you heard something like rustling, and you're like, no, don't tell them what that is.
I
Dead
wasn't
quiet.
really keen to it because people were slamming back beers, and I'm like, I'm here trying to protect you guys. You guys are making my job a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vote Donald Trump. Do you be a send-in?
Yeah. Especially if you're trying to you're trying to protect everybody and they're all drunk. That's not fun.
Oh, Donald Trump, will you be a stand-in?
Funny I thought was when this guy who headed the expedition, Cameron, he's worked for the government too, but said we had about like 15 people in, right? So anyways, he set us up in like teams of 2, so 2 people went ahead and fought, like 3 minutes later, 2 people followed, and then basically broke up like that. Me and Zook were like the last one.
Okay. I have a George Harrison tune coming up.
Especially if you're armed.
Anyways, so I was this close and starting to pop up and if I was done that, I was this close to saying, Cameron, they're everywhere. But yeah,
That would have been terrifying for me.
The only thing that was scary was the second night driving around, we ran across the SUV's doors were flung open, a baby carrier was out, clothes were everywhere. Yeah, clothes were everywhere. So we got out, and it was about like 3 o'clock in the morning. We were like, something's not right. So we all got out. Same thing. On the driver's side, right? This SUV. And there's bushes and trees and the mountain backs up. Well, I heard a growl, a deep growl, and it shook my inside.
Yes.
Uh-oh, right at the moment.
Yes. Don't leave us hanging.
I know, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Right at the pinnacle of that story. I'm dying to know. Wait, okay,
Oh, that's so
Zook,
epic.
were you there
Wait,
too? Were you there too, or was it
Yeah,
just
I was actually in
Jersey?
front, and
Okay.
he and the pilot were right behind me, and I heard the
Okay.
growl as well. And
Okay.
if any of your listeners, I'm sure they know what infrasound is.
Yes, we know what infrasound is. Yes.
Oh, perfect. Well, that
Okay.
happened. You have to have Drew tell you the other story. That's more recent with him and our buddy T. Like,
I'm back.
Hey,
Okay.
yeah. Bitch, I'm leaning. Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night, bitch, I'm leaning. Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night. I mix the cream soda with the Finnegan, ice in my cup with the Xan, that's my medicine. Weed in my blunt with the bean, that's my regimen. I smash your bitch in the back like a high as fuck, now I'm all in my element. I don't got a scale, I could just estimate. Chopper is shooting, it sting like it's venomous. Best cannot find me, I'm leaving no evidence. Hold up and I'm moving slow motion. Just keep it wet like a bottle of lotion. Mix it in a bottle like it's some potion. Pop another bean, now I am floating. I got my blunt, I don't need a bitch. I might go fly out to LA to cop me some ice cause I'm feeling rich. I'm sending packs overseas and shit. I'm always fly like a bird every season, bitch. I might eat a pussy up like some cheese and grits. I'm always on my game like some season 6.
Match designer fabric, you can't miss that. I've been smoking on some big pack. She not going get your bitch back. Barrett Owens in the duffel bag. Grab the QP and I run with it like I'm a running back. I'm so in love with it, I'ma have fun with it. Credit card flooding, I'ma cop a gun with it. Hop in the coupe, now fight right with the sun with it. Get into this, yeah, you know that I'm
on
running
the dash. 40 packs up in the jag. Skirt to Richmond off the map. Cuban link so long, it's touching my lap. You can think it all, but you ain't gon' do it. Full city and I'm dining on crap. We can shoot the breeze and pull up and shoot it. Part is always second cab. In the valley, in the gang on attack. This that fuck you and your moms too if you whack. 30 bitches in the back. And they all talking about cash.
Go about the the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night, bitch, I'm leaning. Robo the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night. I mix the cream soda with the Finnegan, ice in my cup with the Xan, that's my medicine. Weed in my blunt with the bean, that's my regimen. I smash your bitch in the back like a gentleman.
Oh my gosh. I've heard some horror stories like that. Yeah. Wait, so the vehicle was on that island, or is this a different location? The vehicle with the baby carrier and everything. It was on the island? Yeah. Well, so did you never found the family? You never found the baby? You guys just kind of left it there?
I didn't hear anything about it, actually. It's been years.
Anything about it, but yeah, the Rangers said they deal with it, and that was that. They told us to get, so that was that.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's a lot of missing persons cases out of national parks and places like that. They're in the wilderness. What's really suspicious to me is like when my team goes out and we do Bigfooting and paranormal field research and stuff, there's certain national parks, let's just say, state parks that
Bitch, I'm leaning. Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night, bitch, I'm leaning. Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night. I mix the cream soda with the Finnegan, ice in my cup with the Xan, that's my medicine. Weed in my blunt with the bean, that's my regimen. I smash your bitch in the back like a high as fuck, now I'm all in my element. I don't got a scale, I could just estimate. Chopper is shooting, it sting like it's venomous. Bitch, can I find me? I'm leaving no evidence. Hold up, and I'm moving slow motion. Bitch, keep it wet like a bottle of lotion. Mix it in a bottle like it's some potion. Pop another bean, now I am floating. I got my blunt, I don't need a bitch. I might go fly out to LA to cop me some ice, cause I'm feeling rich. I'm sending packs overseas and shit. I'm always fly like a bird every season, bitch. I might eat a pussy up like some cheese and grits. I'm always on my game like some season 6.
Masters on the fabric, you can't miss that. I've been smoking on some big pad. She not going get your bitch back. Garrett goings in the duffel bag. Grab the QP and I run with it like I'm a running back. I'm so in love with it, I'ma have fun with it. Credit card for it, I might cop a gun with it. Hop in the coupe, now fight right by the sun with it. Get into this and you know that I'm
on the
running
dash. 40 packs up in the jag. Start to Richmond off the map. Cuban link so long it's touching my lap. You can think it all, but you ain't gon' do it. Old city and I'm dying no crap. We can shoot the breeze and pull up and shoot it. Part is over second cab. In the valley, in the gang on attack. This that for you and your moms too if you whack. 30 bitches in the back. And they all talking about cash.
Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night, bitch, I'm leaning. Go about the drink over, I pour the phone on, stuck to the floor, bitch, I'm leaning. We got the cups and the ice and the Sprite, we gon' have a good night. I mix the cream soda with the Finnegan, ice in my cup with the Xan, that's my medicine. Weed in my blunt with the bean, that's my regimen. I smash your bitch in the back like a gentleman.
This guy, he was a skeptic. So him and I went up. We went out to Mountain City in Tennessee. It's like at the tip northeastern part of Tennessee. And this lady, she was getting a lot of like he was on like this Facebook forum. And this lady was in that city, and she was getting like a lot of Bigfoot activity out there, to where it was getting pretty scary. So we talked to her. She told us the area she was in. So we went out there. They were like, if you guys just go up like these logging trails, be careful though. There's a lot of homeless out there. There's a lot of homeless that have gone missing too. So I'm like, oh, cool.
I need to go weed whack. Cop the pound of mid, go get your money back. Run with that 38 like a 6-pack. Poppin' one time in his mouth like a tic-tac. Riding in a Cadillac in the pitch black. In my DMs asking for your bitch back. He talking a lot, he a wise. These 7.6s gon' knock your head back. Flex that new car, you get carjacked. Smoking that pack, I fly off like a jetpack. Pumping that 3.6, it's a throwback. Ask me for a 3.5, it's a quarter rack. Bar with a hatchet, I think I'm a lumberjack. Thinking it hard, he get hit with a big axe. Big bitch throwing big rat. He acting green, so I'm a big tag. We can make a movie like Miramax. Blue lights and I put on my ski mask. TikTok, he got a time on him. That thing on my hip got my eye on him. Got a price on his head like 500. 32 round mag, I put 9 in him. Bitch, I'm a smoker set. He throwing them touchdowns like a quarterback. Snakes in the grass, I need to go weed whack. Cop the pound of mid, go get your money back. Run with that 38 like a 6-pack. Poppin' one time in his mouth like a tic-tac. Riding in the Cadillac in the pitch black. In my DMs asking for your bitch back.
Bitch, I'm a slight. Pulling up and we whip out the ice. I ain't trying to fight, but I'm like, wait about the night. I might have to tell you twice. Don't get me wrong, might pull out the Smith & Wesson. That just might teach you a lesson. Leave you filled with some bullet holes. Can't guarantee that you ain't gon' forget it. I'm smoking on gas, and bitch, you should know that I ain't gonna pass it. And I got some powder, whip it out. I'ma line it up like I'm Tony Montana. Bitch, I've been geeked up. I've been driving so fast, I might have to speed up. But I've been slowed down on the double cup, and you know I'm sipping purple. Bitch, I'm an asshole. You never catch me listening to a dumb hoe. In my life like a black hole. Talking Chris Cornell, but my life like a rock show. Bitch, I'm a smoker sad. He throwing them touchdowns like a quarterback. Snakes in the grass, I need to go weed whack. Out the pound of mid, go get your money back. Run with that 38 like a 6-pack. Popping one time in his mouth like a tic-tac. Riding in the Cadillac in the pitch black. In my DMs asking for your bitch back.
Just testing our perimeter.
They were messing with you. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, and then we were hearing like we were both hearing like bluff charges, like something running and then stopping, but it was just out of sight. So I was getting hit. Oh my god, bull crap! So the fire died down. I threw on my nods, night vision, night vision goggles. I threw those on, and we're just hanging out. Well, I go back in my tent, I get in the prone position, just chilling out. With my buddy Taylor called me. Inside the tent. Hold my leg.
zone. Cause they try to tap into my mind. They nigga define the way they define. They put a design of a mastermind. To do that, you must take a flight. Be ready, prepared, and never be scared to height. Cause I'm going higher and niggas can only imagine. But they can never see it. And that's cause my harmony melodies lyrically classic. So that mean I'm a being, I look at me now. Medication, it is a meditation. Takes the levitation to the perfect elevation. Medication, it is a meditation. Takes the levitation to the perfect elevation. See, they don't really know how high I go. Let me remind you niggas, I stay high. And I'ma keep slow and never know where there's no second guessing if I'm gon' make it. This is a warning before the thunderstorm come and I'ma come back to take it. See, I'm in another dimension and that's why they never can comprehend. You see, but you can come into my world. All you gotta do is lend the ear to me. It's clear to me, you niggas are not on my level. Get on my level, you digging yourself in a different dance. Trying to battle your mothers will rap with the show. And truly it's amazing cause we here and still maintaining true respect. Much more than famous, legendary has became
You tough, right? I'm out, Rico. You understand what I'm saying? Look at me. I've been shot in the head, baby.
You ain't 17 if they fucking with me. Chisel horns on my head, so I scare them away. In my area the week, get exposed every day. You gotta mean what you say or it'll come back around. Don't be throwing shit up if you know that you ain't down. You gotta mean what you say or it'll come back around. Don't be throwing shit up if you know that you ain't down. I'm soon to blow up like De Niro in Casino. Young jalapeno, bet I call shots just like Pacino. We are nothing alike, I cannot stress that enough. Equipped with a black heart, while y'all fake being tough. Black heart, black lungs, whole ounce, you get none. It's a lifestyle, nigga, we ain't smoking cause it's fun. Black heart, black lungs, whole ounce, you get none. It's a lifestyle, nigga, we ain't smoking cause it's fun. Hey yeah, young Lou blowing on that shit. Hey yeah, young Lou blowing on that shit. Hey yeah, young Lou blowing on that shit.
Yeah, yo, I'm blown as a motherfucker, puffing on that diesel pack, kicking bitches out rotation, cause they cannot handle gas. Don't be reaching for the bag unless it's me or my niggas used to rock the bottom row, flossing my dental, yeah.
Scribble bitch, I thank the Lord I caught the gun. I made 300 off the bitch, I bought the bitch a ankle. I train a bitch to suck your dick and take your rollie out your wrist. Train a bitch to suck your dick and take your rollie out your wrist. Train a bitch to suck your dick and take your rollie out your wrist. Yeah, she on that kinky shit. He can't keep his hands off the gun. I train a bitch to suck your dick and take your rollie out your wrist. Train a bitch to suck your dick and take your rollie out your wrist.
Pulling tricks, looking slick at all times when I'm flipping. Bar sipping, car dipping, Grant wood grain gripping, still tipping on four rapping,
shit.
I got it, it's all for the low. She sound pretty and she like the flow, bitch, I keep it so jiggy, you already know. I came alone, but I left with your hoe. She on my couch and we smoking a hoe. Blunt to the face and a room full of smoke. Got my lace up my Nike and kicking this dope. My coffee table is covered in dope. Vitamin water and probably some dope. Blessing the people you think on the boat. If you fuck with me wrong, then them hammers gon' blow. You fuck with me wrong, then them hammers gon' blow. That's a mistake if you fuck with the gang. She give me time while I'm switching my lanes. I'll be shopping for shoes and I'm sipping my drink. Know what I'm stuffing, then switch with the stain. Already done all the shit that you say. You and your gang, you all fucking lanes. Ice on my earlobes and ice on my chain. How could you listening if I ain't cool? Fuck you and yours and fuck your whole crew. I'm in the smooth on the bus to the roof, and I know what I heard it, it's only the truth.
That he got that whip, but he don't. Sipping those herbs. Yeah. Saying that he got that whip, but he don't. Sipping those herbs, whites our phone. Smoking a blunt at the crib with your hoe. We be blowing it up and we zipping it slow. You need the product, you know it's a go. Hit me, I got it, it's all for the low. She sound pretty and she like the flow, bitch, I keep it so jiggy, you already know. I came alone, but I left with your hoe. She on my couch and we smoking a hoe. Blunt to the face and a room full of smoke. Got my lace up my Nike and kicking this dope. My coffee table is covered in dope. Vitamin water and probably some dope. Blessing the people you think on the boat. If you fuck with me wrong, and them hammers gon' blow. You fuck with me wrong and them hammers gon' bang. That's a mistake if you fuck with the gang. She give me time while I'm switching my lanes. I'll be shopping for shoes and I'm sipping my train. Know what I'm stuffing, the switch with the stain. Already done all the shit that you say. You and your gang, you all fucking lanes. Ice on my earlobes and ice on my chain. Fuck cause you listening if I ain't cool. Fuck you and yours and fuck your whole crew. I'm in the smooth on the bus and the roof, and I know what I heard, it's only the truth. Know what I heard, but it's only the truth. I've been fucking your girl in the back of the coupe. This shit so you know that you ain't. Closing my car, always smelling like stink. I'm getting money, bitch, I'm getting paid. Can I see you cause the cash in the way? Louis Vuitton from the back to the shades. Girl got more on them new Gucci frames. I'm switching lanes, she give me brain. Forever and always I rap for the gang. Forever and always I rap for the squad. Bitch, I'm the best and I put it on God. We smoking weed and we riding them quads. We doing donuts like all through the yard. Forever and always I time for the clip. Purple the color, the shit that we sip. I'm pulling up Alizé in the VIP. Smoking a blunt, fucking your bitch. I need food, need a Sprite for the lean. Yeah, I need 2 blonde dykes to the V. My bitches way out the white on the beam. Money might drop, fuck a beam. Shit, so you know that you ain't. Clothes on my car always smelling like stank. I'm getting money, bitch, I'm getting paid. Can I see you cause they're catching the weight? Louis Vuitton from the back to the shades. Girl, got more than them new Gucci frames. I'm switching lanes, she give me brain. Forever and always I rap for the game. Forever and always I rap for the squad. Bitch, I'm the best and I put it on Glock.
Should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Talking in a body now. We kick boy head like ball. Run with that. for talking in the body. Keep quiet like ball. Run it up.
I'm in Memphis, I be chillin', smoking plenty blunts. And they know I'm juiced up too, I'm a hydration up. Brothers say keep switching cities, boy, you out there cutting up. I'm confused, are you a damn rapper or vacation up? You can keep your bitch cause I ain't into her. But when she reach for me, you need a leash for her. Lil' Merrill keep the volume at the maximum. Colin and Maxima, and when he stopped the car, these hoes look at us. First rule that she learned is she cannot touch unless I give approval. Let me only say that once. And no bitch, I don't wanna meet your ass for brunch. Cause what the fuck is brunch? Why you ain't just say lunch? I don't know why these hoes thinking they fancy or something. I let her hit the blunt, now she a different woman. See them East Memphis boys with some loot around them. But her hush, we keep that down on the lower level. I know bail is the last word I'm spelling. I say fuck these damn police, I just walk up and tell them. I got my squad around the yard, I call that surveillance. When I swing, he hit the ground like he tryna be Elvis. Don't take me for no fool, I leave whoever clueless. I repeat myself a lot, cause you niggas need to know it. And I don't give a fuck about what whoever doing. Bitch, I'ma smoke this weed by myself while I keep it moving. Bitch. Retro. Streets, baby.
Slick Fire come back and shit on me. Hold my drink, bitch. Start stealing my business. And I just got news again. Step your motherfucking game up.
Little bitch, who got that lean? Who got that Zan? Who got that perk? Who got that gas? Who got that bean? Right on the strap. Who wanna aim? Right at they back. Who bite all that? Who on the track? Who these little boys look at like the man? Who can fuck you and go fuck your friend? Who fuck it up again and again, little bitch? Tell me who apply the pressure, my nigga, who apply the pressure? Apply the pressure. 24/7, I'm head first, fuck nigga, it don't get no better. Don't get no better. I told your bitch I won't head first, Bob, ho, please don't be bitter. Why you look bitter? Boy, all these niggas looking bitter. I pull up and I apply the pressure, I apply the pressure. Bitch, I'm a beast, bitch, I'm the GOAT. Got a 0, seen a C note. You not in my class, boy, I'm self-taught. You couldn't fold block, you getting dropped off. Flow femto, fuck these hoes like I'm in love, still Klitschko. I can't hit without a glove, laugh when I shoot. Hundreds, they blue late night with that drum like the motherfucking roots. And you know the phone, no baby bone, no indigo. You know Kimo, you know Keyron, you know Ice Mon, you know Juice Mon, free bim till I'm gone. And you know I spread on them like Big Ant with the dope. Run up, you get stomped, take your ass back to post. Boy, check your post. I don't say a dead man name, fuck nigga, this ain't a seance. I used to be sent on street with a Nick Slayer princess off the armor. Invested so much in the fan, I fucked the Fantana bitch out of commercial. Inside Sasuke, outside Naruto, a nigga chakra flow Orochimaru. And ride coach with the karma. Who the fuck wanted with Madara? Who got that lean? Who got that Zan? Who got that perk? Who got that gas? Who got that bean? Right on the strap. Who wanna aim? Right at they back. Who bite all that? Who on the track? Who these little boys look at like the man? Who can fuck you and go fuck your friend? Who fuck it up again and again, little bitch? Tell me who apply the pressure, my nigga, who apply the pressure? Apply the pressure. 24/7, I'm head first, fuck nigga, it don't get no better. Don't get no better. I told your bitch I won't head first, Bob, ho, please don't be bitter. Why you look bitter? Boy, all these niggas looking bitter. I pull up and I apply the pressure, I apply the pressure. 2 phone shot it, yeah, the cool. South flow, right, I never lose. My face, get it, yours, it can't let you through. Used to call Xavier Wolf, he threw with my nigga, who? Hey, stun on that nigga, stun on that nigga. I thought that I told you we silent, my nigga. Savage like my foe, life in my nigga. When broken switch, follow that like my nigga. Ride on that nigga, ride on that nigga. Your favorite rapper, fucking lie, my nigga. Bitch, I'm 100 shit percentage simple to the end of time. I go get my nigga. You not the phone, you a prank call, fuck nigga, got him. Full-time sipper, but you drinking on the watts. Real live rap, we'll make it play possum. And if I snap, you disappear by tomorrow. I hold it down, that's the end of the story. Tumblr to God in all of his glory. I still walk up and get booed like motherfucker. Whatever they own, repeat they selves when they talk. Can't even convince yourself, bet God laughs at you off. All these niggas just trying to get money when you catch them in purse. Ran up my sack for the purge. Nigga, come and get you some work. Who got that lean? Who got that Zan? Who got that perk? Who got that gas? Who got that bean? Right on the strap. Who wanna aim? Right at they back. Who bite all that? Who on the track? Who these little boys look at like the man? Who can fuck you and go fuck your friend? Who fuck it up again and again, little bitch? Tell me who apply the pressure, my nigga, who apply the pressure? Apply the pressure. 24/7, I'm head first, fuck nigga, it don't get no better. Don't get no better. I told your bitch I won't head first, Bob, ho, please don't be bitter. Why you look bitter? Boy, all these niggas looking bitter. I pull up and I apply the pressure, I apply the pressure. Popping the cop. Well, these niggas, I'ma tell you how it is, my niggas. Coming from my mouth, strictly for my raiders.
This song goes out to the motherfucking cops and to the pump police. Wanna see you pop a nigga, wanna see you kill a nigga, no justice, no peace. Little niggas wanna grab that gauge around that motherfucking black man. CC where I be, motherfuckers round here wanna kill a black man. Saying you a gangster, but real niggas know you a bitch. Had a couple homies that hit a couple licks. That's what you expect when you never had shit. Growing up in the motherfucking slums. Motherfucking gun to your motherfucking gums. Then pop a nigga in his motherfucking lungs. 2 shots in your dead, yo, little as it's done. Increase with the skill. Right now it's fuck how you feel. The way I get deep, you get chills. Niggas they claiming they trill. All because they rockin' the slug in they grill. Quick fake in the funk. Immortal words from my nigga Keith. Bitch, I can rock a pink shirt. Polka dot hat and still do me. Real nigga to the letter. Goddesses, they getting wetter. When niggas get out of line with the real, this send me just my pleasure. But coppers wanna take your life more than you wanna take mine. Let's start a revolution. Everybody grab a nine, bitch. No, I'm not wearing a vest, don't really care, cause this life's a test, my soul believe. Nigga not tripping, I won't spaz. Remember Trayvon Martin, then I blast on Zimmerman's ass. It's amazing how they'll lock me up for petty shit. Though I cannot live this life like this, but I keep taking it. Darker the flesh, the tighter the noose. They calling us cold and they calling them roots. Look at my flesh, dig deep in the roots. The shit that I speak is the blend of the truth. Nowadays, all these motherfuckers hit the shite. Yes, I was born in this world, but since I'm black, I'm born with a stripe. Bitch.
Niggas want USDA, so I eat it like Thompson King and Sesame Seedless hood like Sesame Street. As if a nigga talking Oscar, chopper turns the ghetto to an opera. So sing about me, but I'm not Mr. Duckworth. I am much worse when the city's mad, when your temple leaking with a maxi pad. That's a pussy nigga thought. Sinister Hugo with the plot. Niggas talking jock at the clock. Pop, 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 keep us off full of rocks that be honest. Color of skin to be honest. Ambient, I'm just rambling about damages and not damn the shit. Like Queen Austin as I crossed it. Holocaust it like a dyke playing lacrosse, bitch. That means you can't hurt me. Now he flying like Captain Murphy. Raping me, I get Shinobi has blessed it. Now my spirit is one with the essence. Another thug, isolated, reverse the birth. So I can awaken, I live for this life. I don't live to be taken. I'm Curry the killer, have man, have amazing. Sometimes I look at niggas caught up in that base. You better watch your back because these niggas change. If you gon' rep your set and rep the click you claim. Elevate your mind, the third eye is your brain. Sometimes I look at niggas caught up in that base. You better watch your back because these niggas change. If you gon' rep your set and rep the click you claim. Elevate your mind, the third eye is your brain. Red is the color of blood that you shed for the diamonds and gold and mountains of green. Green is the color of currency, which if you murder me, that is the thing you retrieve. Red, green, and don't forget black, who's stuck in the ghetto where niggas is cracked. The colors together, so what you call that? That's African Americans that's caught up in a trap. Like Minnie Mouse, Benny Rat, number 7 clicking to the clock when a nigga smoke the thrash. Motherfucking streets ain't safe, so I keep my eyes on my back. Niggas know the snake, the rat, the cat, the dog, police, the pig, the hog. These guys you are alliance with will be the cause of your downfall. They be looking in the garden, see? They passion like pardon me. Hardly see when you conversate. It's just like Adam and Eve repeats itself. Niggas wanna take your wealth, acting like they need some help and leave you dealt. What I said before, these niggas just the enemy themselves. Nigga, no help. Sometimes I look at niggas caught up in that base. You better watch your back because these niggas change. If you gon' rep your set and rep the click you claim. Elevate your mind, the third eye is your brain. Sometimes I look at niggas caught up in that base. You better watch your back because these niggas change. If you gon' rep your set and rep the click you claim. Elevate your mind, the third eye is your brain.
Sometimes I look at niggas caught up in that face. You better watch your back because these niggas change. If you gon' rep your set, you rep the click you claim. Elevate your mind, the third eye is your brain.
Hop off the plane, make some bands real quick. Hop off the plane, make some bands real quick. Soon as I hop off the plane, yo bitch on my dick. Hop off the plane, 900 for my kicks. Hop off the plane, bitch, with your little bitch. Hop off the plane, bitch, I hop off the plane. He ain't in my lane, these niggas is really lame. Hop off the plane, when I hop off the plane, I might fuck around and hop off the plane with my thing. Little trouble, bitch, I make it sing. Got my bitch Nina with me, she don't sing. Little trouble, so I said bling bling. Count up, chain. What you do? What you tryna do? Your little bitch with me, I'ma make a choose. Make a choose, but baby, you go for the crew. For my crew. Little trouble, bitch, what you into? I'm into the hundreds, I'm into that money. Really? I'm into that flexing, I'm into that stunt. Dropping racks, I'm in size like it's none. In the bushes with that chopper like a run. Bust a nigga like a pumpkin, bustin' like a melon. All my niggas felons, won't care what you sellin'. No, can't come over here, my dear. No, little trouble, bitch, you know it's my year.
I'm into that stuntin', I'm into that money. I'm into that money, I'm into that stun. Doing all that shit. I'm into that money, I'm into that stun. Nigga, I'm in that stun, I'm also in the hunt. Nigga, I'm into that shit. Yeah, my niggas in the hunt, we be hunting for cunts. In Vermont's got blunts, got croissants. How many you want? My niggas started pimping, let's purchase some of his bitches. Police keep insisting that Jeffrey quit resisting. Y'all ain't sipping, Jeffrey, I'm lean chugging. I sipped a whole bottle, man, you know I like it muddy. Engineer pissed cause I'm playing with the button. Dr. Jeffrey. He don't know I fucked on his bitch while he was downstairs getting my shit mixed. Man, it's Jeffrey, dog, I like niggas pissed. Yeah, it's Jeffrey, dog, naked bitch, naked like my wrist. Still rapping about the same shit. Cause ain't shit changed, but the bitches on my dick. Nigga, I'm riding, now I'm 6. Street in Austin, Texas. Or I might be in Houston. I might. Nigga, I don't know where I'm at. Papa Xan and relax. On the plane, in the back. I might land when I land. Every motherfucking bitch drop they fucking pants. I ain't playing, I ain't motherfucking playing.
Hop off the plane, make some bands real quick. Soon as I hop off the plane, yo bitch on my dick. Hop off the plane, 900 for my kicks. Hop off the plane, bitch, with your little bitch. Hop off the plane, bitch, I hop off the plane. He ain't in my lane, these niggas is really lame. Hop off the plane, when I hop off the plane, I might fuck around and hop off the plane with my thing.
I smoke 100 new blunts every morning, smoke another, then I get some lunch. I smoke another one right before dinner. When I finish, then I smoke again. I'm pulling off, yeah, I'm twisting up again. Pick her up and then we smoke again. She said pull up, now we headed to a friend. Pull up on her, tell her hop on in. I smoke 100 new
Look at all this mess. Hollow Squad is terrible.
Tundra boy, fear man, flexing now. I don't give a fuck about none of you little boys. You foolish young niggas need to know I got a choice. I could beat your ass or just cut you cause I'm bored. My blade so sharp I almost cut myself. These niggas need to know I don't need help. And all these rappers know not to dare step to the wolf man for a reason. Hollow Squad hunting all season with the scout regiment intervening. And bitch, we don't die for a reason. We put death on you industry heathens. You see Thunder Man sitting on my left now. And we came from the terror in another round. I cannot give a fuck about nothing now. You see truth in my floors, I don't need a ground.
This shit sounds more purpose.
Yeah, big 4G autos on the Jeep, I'm riding big as hell. Bad model bitch riding with me and she thick as hell. Cupid links on my neck is getting brick as hell. I ain't check my mail, shit, I got rich as hell. Ice cold baguettes on my teeth, I got rich as hell. Real life getting better than my dreams, this shit is crazy as hell. Ice cold baguettes on my teeth, I got rich as hell. Real life getting better than my dreams, this shit is crazy as hell. Came from the trenches, I was that boy in detention, This shit is sickening, counting me up but not look at me, Fina Cartier, diamonds on my face, little nigga. Hop out the matte, black, cullin' and ain't stressing, nigga. Trap phone booming on my hip, trap phone booming on my hip. Yeah, cuz got a pack, make a flip. I just put cuz in the lick, yeah. Big 4G autos on the Jeep, I'm riding big as hell. Bad model bitch riding with me and she thick as hell. Cupid links on my neck is getting brick as hell. I ain't check my mail, shit, I got rich as hell. Ice cold baguettes on my teeth, I got rich as hell. Real life getting better than my dreams, this shit is crazy as hell. Ice cold baguettes on my teeth, I got rich as hell. Real life getting better than my dreams, this shit is crazy as hell.
what you niggas know about niggas like me. Rolling KOD while on LSD. Tell me what y'all niggas know about niggas like me. Rolling KOD while on LSD. I'm fried, I'm in my zone. I got the kush, I got Patron, I got that weed and LSD. And your bitch just pop the Molly. I'm fried, I'm in my zone. I got that kush, I got Patron, I got that weed and LSD. And your bitch just pop the Molly.
I be the universe gangster, running through your damn block. Click, clack, poppin', that's the sound of the great matter Glock. So I be a glorious skeleton, nigga gorilla when running up Alaska in my heart. So who gon' tell me that I give a fuck? Who or what? God is that I'm smashing when I leave the club. Angel, soaring through the dance floor like a coquita. Goddamn, really when the mother nature got us up in my galaxy. Lavishly, living in a dimension where we play Grey's Anatomy. Doctor, I am so proper, look at the posture. I'll cross her and probably call her, by then I lost her. Found her, a close encounter, over the counter. I bounce her, I wouldn't play her cause I'm not Bowser. A rouser, gave her a heart, drop downloads and browsers. Amped up after we stamped up, she's in my trousers. Wowzer, she's at the tower, picking the shower. The flowers become the power within the hour. Coward, space is the outer, green is the outer. Glow, after I'm sticking my dick in this hole, begging for more. Whoa, whoa, slow down. She thought I was destroying her. She liked the way it feels when she's searching for euphoria.
Euphoria, euphoria, I'm gliding through South Florida on acetab. Shawty with a shit that look like Gloria. Estefan back in 1985. Shake that ass just like a conga when you get a nigga high.
I say euphoria, euphoria. I'm gliding through South Florida on acetab. Shawty with a shit that look like Gloria. In the farm, back in 1985. Shake that ass just like a conga when you get a nigga high. I say euphoria, euphoria. I'm gliding through South Florida on acetab. Shawty with a shit that look like Gloria. In the farm, back in 1985. Shake that ass just like a conga when you get a nigga high. I say euphoria, euphoria. I'm gliding through South Florida on acetab. Shawty with a shit that look like Gloria. In the farm, back in 1985. Shake that ass just like a conga when you get a nigga high. I say,
tell me what you niggas know about niggas like me. Rolling KOD while on LSD. Tell me what y'all niggas know about niggas like me. Rolling KOD while on LSD. I'm fried, I'm in my zone. I got the kush, I got Patron, I got that weed and LSD. And your bitch just pop the Molly. I got fried, I'm in my zone. I got that kush, I got Patron, I got that weed and LSD. And your bitch just pop the Molly. Bitch.
Money, what the fuck you mean? Sippin' on that fade, what the fuck you mean? Decent fella plain, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? Posted in the truck with my boy Raheem. I just grew up barely, I've been sipping lean, serving fiends. I got that dope, man. I'm the dope, man. I'm the coke, man. Got a lot of money, what the fuck you mean? Bitch, a little pervert, I don't leave the street. Got a lot of money, got a lot of lean. Got a lot of wax and got a lot of weed. You don't wanna fight, I don't fight, bitch. Come through with that pipe, bitch. Yeah, your bitch, she get that pipe, bitch. And she come through in the night, bitch. Bitch, come call my money, what the fuck you mean? Glizzy on my tummy, what the fuck you mean? I came with it, stand up, what the fuck you mean? Smoking out the rental, what the fuck you mean? Gucci on my feet, I'm walking on a brick. If he talking shit, I'ma punch him in his lip. Diamonds on my neck, so wet you think I just hopped out the pool. I've been getting money ever since I've been dropped out of school. If you think you funny, I'ma slap you with my fucking toolie. Take your shoes up off your feet and rob you for your fucking jewelry. Feeling like I'm John Wall, bitch, I am a wizard. Sipping on that drink, double cup filled with scissor. Catch me on the block, posted up with my pistol. That bitch wanna come with me, she blow me like a whistle. I just get a check and then I blow it, what the fuck you mean? I just popped the bean, this bitch I'm with, she down to fuck the team. You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? Sipping on that fade, what the fuck you mean? You should feel a plane, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean?
Hey, used to climb gates, now I'm tryna find my gate. Ay, fucking with the yay, young geese on the plane. I'm too hot like the sun. Now these niggas throwing shade. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. Big ass rats in my skinny jeans, nigga. Fuck you, man. Bad bitch, swallow me. Yes, I feel like tea. We like the Corleones, boy. It's a family. Yeah, I'm conceited, bitch. All I wanna be is me. I'm a top model, fuck Tyra, bitch. I'm Tracy Banks. Yo, ballin' like a bitch. Fuck LeBron, Tracy James. What the fuck you mean? I'm off the chain, I'm untamed. Yeah, even if I change, I'ma still be the same. Yeah.
You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean? Sipping on that fade, what the fuck you mean? Decent feel a plane, what the fuck you mean? You ain't count money, what the fuck you mean?
Prodigy fucking Pelly. Prodigy fucking Pelly. Prodigy fucking Pelly. Prodigy fucking Pelly.
Sitting all alone watching them hate me. I don't know how they do it now. She so fucking worried about the real me. I don't know how she does it now. She don't mind her business, I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't try to read my mind, you ain't no psychic. I don't like it. Lost inside her trying to find the real her. Trying hard but I just cannot feel her. She said if a man knew she was here then he would kill her. He would kill her. Might smell like always on a new bird. Tried to play her games on me, it won't work. Tried to break my heart but I did it first. I'ma close my eyes so I won't see you hurt. You should close your eyes, don't wanna see this shit. And you should listen when I'm talking, cause I mean that shit. I ain't picking up the phone, don't wanna see that shit. But if I see your ass a text, you better read that quick. And that's with my heart on my sleeve, she gon' see that quick. Tell them don't worry about me, I'll be back when I can. She might come over just once, but she ain't coming again. Remember when I used to love her, she was loving my mess. Yeah. Titanic, sorry I'm so mannish. I'm so glad you made it. Yeah, you know I prayed it. I'll send you my location. Thank you for your patience. I know they gon' talk, but I don't want no conversation. Let's lead to elevation. Know a lot of things and I would never say shit. Did a lot of things and I just can't erase it. I do a lot of things, but I could never fake it. You might do a lot of things, but you never replace me. She like when I rap, but love it when I sing to her. She can't get enough, and I can't get enough. She can't get enough. She like when I rap, but love it when I sing to her. She can't get enough, and I can't get enough. She can't get enough, and I can't get enough. Rolling. She too hot, so she don't wanna roll it. Yeah, I'm too hot, so I'm stuck in the moment. I think the time was frozen, and I think she found a motive. Almost lost my composure. I feel like a pop star, and I don't feel love from them most of the time. Like I don't wanna be close to them most of the time. And listen to elevation. Know a lot of things, and I would never say shit. Did a lot of things, and I just can't erase it. I do a lot of things, but I could never fake it. You might do a lot of things, but you never replace me. She like when I rap, but love it when I sing to her. She can't get enough, and I can't get enough. And she can't get enough. She like when I rap, but love it when I sing to her. She can't get enough, and I can't get enough. And she can't get enough. She like when I rap, but love it when I sing to her. you say that? Bitch, why you say that? Yeah, baby, why you say that? Take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told a friend we getting married, I ain't even say that. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told her friends we getting married, I ain't even say that. Girl, why you say that? I need 50 feet, so tell these niggas to get way back. Smoking on some shit that might just knock you out your way, girl. This my shit, replay that. Rolling like a roller coaster, but I ain't had to say that. She only met me 2 times. I think that she in love with me, she on a 3rd one. She tryna catch up to me, she think that I'm the one. I beg to differ, recount it, please. I'm everybody's one. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told a friend we getting married, I ain't even say that. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told her friends we getting married, I ain't even say that. Girl, why you say that? Don't kiss and tell, but I still told my bro don't kiss you. Still need to tell, so if you leave, then I won't miss you. They don't like the smell, but it's exotic, what's the issue? That's your nigga, I can tell. You can leave and you can too. 2 times, think that she in love with me, she on a 3rd one. She tryna catch up to me, she think that I'm the one. I beg to differ, recount it, please. Yeah. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told a friend we getting married, I ain't even say that. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Porsche. I can take that many girls to the club when I'm riding in a Maybach. She just told her friends we getting married, I ain't even say that. Girl, why you say that?
Got that sack, my nigga, what's up, bro? Roll some up, bro, shit. Damn, you feel me? Damn. This shit look good as a motherfucker, bro, I can't even lie.
Now I'ma only speak the truth, cause that's what I do. And you a lying nigga like you ain't got the proof. I'm sitting down in a room you can't come into, and I got blades on the wall like a killing fool. You think you tough, but that's what everybody do, until a real nigga come through and create some tunes. I got problems everywhere, but you ain't one fool. You a lame nigga, now leave before I kill you too. I ain't trying to be mean, but I'm telling you, I get crazy, man, I swing on accident too. Apologizing ain't really what I like to do. I'm smoking weed just because that's what I gotta do. I'm coming down with the 1/8 of my own shrooms. They take my brain up out the box and out of the room. I'ma die one day, but I hope it ain't no time soon. But when I do, my nigga, I'ma be high as the moon, bitch.
Wake the fuck up, nigga. Wake your motherfucking ass up, nigga. Why you sleep, nigga? What's the reason you sleep? Because you tired? Because you feel like you can't do anything else.
Chris fucking Travis, I don't get too comfortable. Me loving white hoes, I call them bitches carnivores. Bitch, fuck you saying I'm so motherfucking elegant. Lemonade and codeine, my dinner time beverages. Fucking preachers, daughters who claim to be celibate. Legs heavy, gay
face, I told her ass gonna let me in. Going in raw, I hope her daddy don't be mad at me. But I gotta pull, I ain't trying to see her family. Always good with luck, taking money, gambling. And I get buck on the D's, urban crambling. Let me in your house, I'm running through that bitch, rambling. I don't even want to, but I gotta feed my family. Always had a passion for this fucking rapping shit. Million middle fingers to the millions that doubt me, bitch. I don't give a fuck, nigga, I'm my own scout, bitch. I'ma do what I gotta do to keep count, bitch. I just blessed the track, I just sneezed on that bitch. Million middle fingers to the millions that doubt me, bitch. I don't give a fuck, nigga, I'm my own scout, bitch. I'ma do what I gotta do to keep count, bitch. I just blessed the track, I just sneezed on that bitch. And I couldn't even finish my motherfucking verse, nigga. I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep that shit on there cause I'm a real nigga. Fuck nigga, bitch nigga, soft nigga. Let's go. Nigga, I just blessed the motherfucking track heavily, nigga. Kishin, damn, why did you do it like that, nigga? I don't give a fuck, nigga. This how I'ma do it. I'ma do everything my motherfucking way, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Suck my D-arc. I'ma talk my shit, nigga. You a bitch, nigga.
To the answer is none of you lame rappers, I kill all of you. Bitch, you see me soaring through the wind, call me Wolf Typhoon. I can't give a fuck about your safety, I'ma damage you. I'm ramming through the industry, breaking everything I see. I don't give a fuck about who mad, ain't no destroying me. I could go like this, like that one time and get you off of me. I'm easily killing ignorant fools so damn easily. I'm easily the easiest to piss off if you fuck with me. I don't give a fuck about his life, I'm no parental peace. Fuck, trying to keep some peace, I swing you niggas off of me to coffin piece. Lay 'em underground, then I smoke a pee. I'm the king of everything, why you still sipping lame? Niggas think they cool, I hope you die very quick or late. Boy, you think she yours, I tell your bitch to smoke me underlay. She on the way, I don't trust no hoes these damn days. Lying ass rappers, get the fuck up out my damn way. You die today, I don't wanna hear yo apology. Hype beast, faggot, shop on Fairfax every damn day. Don't go that way, I'ma smoke my weed in the house all damn day. She said hey, I said hell nah, bitch, I'm super straight. I don't spend my time with slut bitches, so ho, go away. I said that shit so fast, she looked back and didn't know what to say. Gave that bitch some water, now she wanna be a mermaid. Nowadays I'm happy going to the bank. What you think, 1,000 for this weekend? I should be okay. Who you niggas tryna hate? Hate on me, I take your bitch, your money and your dinner plate. Any day, don't play with me, you bitch.
Give a shit, never gave a fuck, no I never gave a shit. Never gave a fuck, no I never gave a shit. Never gave a fuck, no I never gave a shit. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. I'm a California trapper,
trapper. Sip the Henny, no Bacardi. Got the Molly in the party and the bitches getting naughty. Niggas know me in the street. Al Pacino in his heat. Val Kilmer, street sweeper, knock a nigga off his feet. I'm a real dope runner. Check the Nikes on my feet. Bitch, I take it to the max. You don't work, then you don't eat. Bitch, I feel like Nino Brown with my niggas in a Jeep. Rolling down Sunset. All the hoes be jocking me. Chain look like sunset. Yellow diamonds look like P. When I learned the alphabet, know I had to keep a G. Know I always keep it G. And then still fuck the police. Started trapping out the Honda. Push that shit like a Caprice. Raw-headed badass bastard. Bitch, I think I'm Mr. T. Healthy boys be the squad. You don't wanna meet a team. I'm so plugged with the mob. The boss let me date his niece. And I never go to church, cause I cannot face the priest. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. Come and check my operations, bitch, we still selling dope. Up in Hollywood Hills, serving actress bitches coke. If I ain't got the lean, I'ma hit up Chili So. Got the deals on the pills, if you need it, here's a boat. Everything's for the go, got it high, got it low. Couple bitches at the trap, shake that ass on the floor. Yeah, they bad valley girls, say they daddy doesn't know. But if he find out, I know he gon' call the pokers. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patients. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations.
Rap game in shambles with fools by the handful. I be like,
we expect a lot from all our choosers. We expect a lot from all our choosers. Hey Joe, who am I?
And BB Swift.
I smoke so much weed, niggas, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All you do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking lawful, I'm floating like the stars do. Every time you see me, I be higher than the damsel. Rap game in shambles with fools by the handful. I be like, damn, no one sets a good example. Bitch, I don't do scandals, come tell me what you mad for. Boy, I beat your ass, do I have to even say more? Never trust a bitch if she friendly, cause she say more. European missions coming soon, I see you later. Save me a blunt if you ain't never been a hater. I smoke so much weed, niggas, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All they do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking lawful, I'm floating like the stars do. I smoke so much weed, niggas, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All they do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking lawful, I'm floating like the stars do. I smoke so much weed, niggas, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All you do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking lawful, I'm floating like the stars do. Catch me in the river floating down, finna blaze up. Jungle book juice and some fruit from the acre. All my words written in the stone of my layer. Try to break through, I'll clean your blood up later. Hollow squad mobbing through the world, we colossal. Last fool that tried to try me is now a fossil. I don't play the radio cause all that shit is off it. All you rap niggas whack as fuck and it's awful. I can barely keep some damn peace and it's awful. I smoke a lot of weed and when it's gone I feel awful. If I can't eat good, I'ma feel awful. I have a job and that's to kill who I want. smoke so much weed, nigga, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All they do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking law, fool, I'm floating like the stars, bitch. I smoke so much weed, nigga, some would say it's awful. Fuck the police and the government is awful. All they do is lie, and that fact is really awful. Fuck your fucking law, fool, I'm floating like the stars, bitch.
You wanna be rich, you gotta take risks. Hit the road for the low with them pounds and bricks. Got it. You gotta stay strapped. These niggas taking shit. No locking. Niggas hungry, they need money. I protect my shit. When I was on my dick, you wasn't on my dick. Nah. Now I'm on my shit. You all on my dick. Splash, splash. PMG, my niggas flex that off the rip. Marbach legend, bitch. Trill nigga shit.
Bitch, you know I'm taking risks just by looking at my wrist. 2 blunts in my mouth, burning till the nigga rich. THC in my piss, bitch, I'm looking like a prince. Catch me dancing with the devil, give them acid, watch them trip. Bitch, I do this shit for real, y'all do this shit for thrills. Nigga, catch me in the mills, smoking dope in the hills. Let my fucking mind heal. 1 nigga, 1 girl, 2 blunts, 2 pills. Fuck how you niggas feel, bitch.
Braid on my hip, bitch. Tryna take a risk. Get a skinny white pimp coming down in the Vic. 100 spokes on the rims. Diamonds on my wrist. Red gems on my pinky. Bling, blinging like a bitch. Blood guts on the floor. Blood up on the walls. Haunted house where I stay. On the hill in the fall. Cobblestone when I walk. Bitch, it's 1932. Silent films when I talk. Black and white, colored jewels. I'll be creeping slow, smoking fast. Roll my dope and then I blow the ash. Hope it lasts, but it never does. Sometimes it seems I'm never high enough. Creeping slow, smoking fast. Roll my dope and then I blow the ash. Hope it lasts, but it never does. Sometimes I feel I'm never high enough. If you wanna be rich, you gotta take some risks. If you wanna get rich, you gotta take some risks. What?
Hey, I pull her right up next to ya, and I do. Pull her right up next to her, and I do. Pull up next to you, and I do. Yeah, and I do. I pull her right up next to her, and I my bag, I'ma roll it up. Next to her, then I dip, hey. Pull up with my blunt, then I dip, hey. I pull on any of y'all, then I dip, yeah. Next to y'all, then I dip, hey. That's my ex, I don't say shit. I pull up to her, then I dip, yeah. I'm smoking 100 blunts. Watch me, then I dip, yeah. I'm smoking 100 blunts. I smoke 200 blunts. I smoke 300 blunts. I don't give a fuck. I'm looking up, then I dip, yeah. Pulling up, then I dip, yeah. Pulling up, now she mad as fuck. She tried to tell me something, but I ain't listen to her. Then I dip, yeah. Then I dip, yeah. I pull up next to her. I pull up in your yard. I don't give a fuck. I'm still smoking on.
My ice pad fro, type of nigga make it hard cold. Rain, sleet, or snow, bet I'm headed where the pay so. Fuck a damn judge, get a lawyer, make the case close. Used to a lane plug, had it by the case low. Ride around town and I'm bumping to my old shit. Yo, new shit slow, sound like my old bitch. Drinking water in the club, the bitch thought it was holy. Need my Spanish plug, he bring me guacamole. Shout out to my life, cause I'm moving up slowly. Yeah, my music kills like tobacco when the stove get. And I do too, so you better not approach me. I like to play with other niggas, girlfriends, emotion. Hey, when my plug test me, we sell promotion. Nigga, if I want it, I'ma buy you a notice. Until then, I'ma keep on smoking. Throw me in the water, I'ma keep on floating. Every time I'm out, I feel like somebody watching. Trying to get me won't be a fucking option. If you attempt, I'll snatch your souls out your bodies. Leave you where you started and go collect my bargain.
Small man flow, be hot, it double humble. Always stay high, I be smoking Kilimanjaro. With the bad twist, and tomorrow. Place your order today, and pick up it tomorrow. White horses on my box, tees and jammers. Small car, small religion, just be like a llama. Just a little rap, I don't mean to start no drama. Small water boys, just ain't tickle bottom commas. Dope boy, L1 with the fell gamma. You think you're so bad, well, small be designer. I be killing, smoking, kill from Futurama. Disrespect, smug, and Weezy make you kinda. Gold blue face, rolling diamond straight from Ghana. Every young stiff from Zutton wanna be a smuggler. Small guy too, bitch, it coming this summer. Small guy too, bitch, it dropping this summer.
I fuck white chicks, I fuck black chicks, please do not call me racist. Healthy boys, little bitch, catch me chasing green faces. Do gymnastics, flip the package, wrap it up in the plastic. Way I stretch that shit, extra sick, I'm Mr. Fantastic. Smoking cabbage with a bad chick, cause I'm very established. If you're looking for a high, I got drugs in the cabinet. My niggas ruthless, snatch your loot quick, everything they gon' grab it. Got that blue dream, and it look like Genie from Aladdin. On the come up, if you run up, I'ma leave your ass stagnant. Full house, bunch of hoes, man, I feel like Bob Saget. California motherfucker, but you know I be traveling. Jolly Giant on my logo, but you'll still get your ass kicked. Eddie fucking Baker, bitch, that's my name for who's asking. I love the glory, for the glory, in the glory I'm basking. Posted up with my niggas, rolling veggies and laughing, and everybody know my crew. Bitch, you heard of the captain, ho.
I can't say who, I don't know none of you. I can do 360, then be through with you. I flip back and attack, then I kill all of you. You see fear, man, go wherever he want to. I dare a man to tell me what I can't do. I hit that boy so hard, I need a thank you. Boy, don't you say what's up, you know I hate you. And your girl don't know why she even lay with you. I'm chillin', smoking weed with Himalayan view. I can't hear you talk, I sit more high than you. And I'd rather not say hi, cause I be plotting too. Fuck you mean, nigga, I see all of you. All you lying rappers are so hateable. It's undebatable, I must destroy all of you. Hollow squad the fleet, leave you no option, fool. I show up with some weed in my coffin too, you bitch.
Falling down from the sky. I don't wanna hear no one. Everyone is dead but alive. Now I wonder if I'm still alive.
Versi.
They call me Iron Blade from the sky. Thunderman arrived with no eyes. The whole town dead but alive. They don't make a sound while they cry. I walk into saloon already high. My blade on my back and they know why. All I want to do is wonder why. Why am I forbidden to the sky? The bartender dead but alive. He told me all the cases went dry, but everyone was there drinking wine. I don't wanna even know why. Everyone was dead but alive. The horror there just isn't to describe. They don't have the strength to tell me why. Instead of saying words, they only cry.
hundreds in my pocket, but bitch don't think that I give them out. If you try to take it, then the squad gon' come dry your house. Bitch, I'm the man, fuck everybody you talking about. You don't understand, you can go ahead and walk it out. Ounces, 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 yes we smoke up a large amount. Pussy, you don't even know what's up in my bank account. Everybody see me every time I fucking step out. Pussy say what's up, or you niggas better step down. Bitch, it's the king and I'm on y'all land now. Money getting longer, I got power in my hands now. I just might put it all away for my grandchild. Went to buying zones on fuck with no grams now. Pussy niggas talking, they just mad that they let down. Bad to his face, got him feeling all depressed now. Niggas think they hard, but they softer than a reptile. Bitch, I'm a lion, I'll eat your fucking flesh out. I was born like this, you can check my DNA. They said I was a monster, then I stepped into the game. These niggas do not want it, I promise that on my name. Since I've been getting money, I just watch my life change. Don't throw money at hoes, cause I'd rather eat and save. Fuck the strip club, rather smoke weed in my place. If you ain't bout no money, get the fuck up out the way. If you ain't bout no money, get the fuck up out my face. TA back, bitch. Yeah, the trap lord back, bitch. And we back off in the trap, bitch. Been off the scene for a minute, now I'm back, bitch. Start my day out with a big blunt of funkiness. Brush my teeth and thank the man, it's time to get to it. Hey, check my line, yeah, my plug done call like 9 times. Sir call like 12 times, another sir call about 5 times. Got so much bread on my line, bitch, I really don't have time. I crash these beats, I wreck these beats. Yeah, whenever I get on these beats, I crash your bitch, I wreck your bitch. Yeah, whenever I fuck your bitch, she with the shit, she take the dick. But that shit really don't mean shit. I'm set up, bitch, I'm only fucking with this money, bitch. In the trap house running up money, bitch. Enough them big face honeys, bitch. All these niggas lollygagging, bitch. I'm trying to get rich, getting it quickly, moving through these streets of Memphis so damn swiftly. See how we living, come to Memphis, I will show you how we get it. Breaking down bows and Orange Mountain, then I take them to East Memphis. Gotta chop it up with H Wolf and Chris Travis. Yeah, it's time to eat. Shout out to my boy LC. All I keep is real niggas in my circle. Fake niggas can't get no money with me. From my city to your city, run them bands up very quickly. And fuck what a hater say, they gon' hate you anyway. Nigga, it's all about the cake, only real can relate. Waking up real early, staying out trapping really late. I'm not trying to hear none of buck nigga gotta say. I'm only worrying about the money, cause it gotta accumulate. So much food on my plate, macaroni, shrimp, steak, and bitch, I am the trap lord. So what the fuck else can I say? I'm perfecting getting high and stacking money all damn day. Perfecting getting high and stacking money all damn day. Stacking money all day.
East
bitch.
Memphis Trail Lord.
On my runs Persian, backwood burning, I'm coming down swerving, power stay surging, feel it in my blade, hands never shaking when I'm taking lives away, never gon' spray, pray, never gon' pray, pray, never gon' ask God why the fuck me. I wasn't raised right, I did a lot of wrong. Cops calling home, check my room and I'm gone. Young King Bones, hopping off the throne, kissing bitches, babies on the head like the Pope. Give these crackers hope, I feed my bitches dope. All my girls hate me cause I never come home, but when I do, I'm back in the tomb. Mama 5 bitches from the floor to the roof, but when I do, I'm back in the tomb. Mama 5 bitches from the floor to the roof.
I told my bitch to go and hit the stove, just for me, and don't you dare bring a swisher hoe. Fuck with me, I'm smoking backwoods all week and every day, and I'll never let a damn fool get in my way. Question eyes, what's the pay? What's the fuck you mean? I be hustling all day for the green. Anyway, I get it anyway, and anyway you got a problem, come see me today, bitch.
Or Young Fuel now. I got fools mad as fuck cause I come true now. Bitch, I'm flawless as can be and you can't do nothing about it. You need to kill yourself, nigga, think about it. Hating on me will get you left out, and your girl think you lame, that's what we texting about. I got money in my hand, I eat whatever now, and I feed my people too, we do look better now. Fuck all you rappers, I ain't one of y'all. I hate you niggas, so I kill you off. Fuck the industry, I'm finna burn it down. Don't think that we cool, bitch, I will cut you now. Swimming in his blood is how that boy was found. Disrespect me and get your ass surrounded. When I speak, I can make these walls crack.
The maximum for artificial intelligence. Well, many of these, robots will be capable of doing many.
I picked a good age when I guessed my own age. When I am 45, I'll feel just as good as I am right now. Jeremy Corbell, thank you for blessing us with your presence, sir. It is a great pleasure. I follow you. I know that we all follow you. I think that what you're doing is fantastic. I think that everything that you do, that you're trying to do for disclosure, for getting the truth out there, and that you've been doing forever. I think it is inspiring, and I'm very, very appreciative of your efforts. And I want to say the fact that you're doing it against literally all odds, against so much criticism, I commend you. I don't have the steel heart to be able to withstand it, and you are definitely a man of steel. So I appreciate that. Moving on, Jeremy Corbell, woo, Jeremy Corbell showing some love in it. That is the real Jeremy Corbell, everyone. That is legit. So
yes.
we got a pretty awesome guest there.
Welcome aboard, and you are more than welcome to join us anytime you want and make some, blast in the universe, because that's what me and Marquise do all the time. We make all these blasts all around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deb from SAC. Showing some love in the chat with the super chat. Thank you so much, Deb from SAC. Thank you so much, Danielle Devo. It isn't your birthday, but we can celebrate yours too early. How about that?
Yes, yeah, no worry. It's December 17th, so I love the birthday cake. So why not?
Yes. So everyone, we are close to the end of the hour. We have gone through so much so far. We're not even close to being done. There's so much more that I want to get through. I wish we could have more time on this. I really wanted to present this idea to you. I really wanted to share what the scientists are saying about the phenomena, because you know what? I don't know what's going on. I want to know what people who are involved with this aspect, who are on the inside, like Jeremy Corbell, for example. I want to know what they know. I want to know the things. I want to understand this phenomena from the right perspective. I want to be able to have a better perspective for myself about the phenomena. And I just want to know before I die. Before I pass to the next life, whatever that means, before my consciousness goes to the next realm of existence, I want to know what's going on here. Because right now, this is my experience, and I don't want it to end short. I don't want it to end before I find out the truth about what's with this reality and at least as much as I possibly can. I want to know. So I'm hoping that through this research and through your help, through your support, through everyone's support, through me and Danielle Diva's conversations, I really hope that we figure this thing out.
You
Because
never know.
we're gonna.
Well, I'm looking forward to going to the other side. The reason why then I can come and creep on my friends and scare people around.
Oh wow.
that's my my goal. You know.
See what they really say about you whenever you're not around. That Danielle Diva.
Let me hear what you say. By the way, after the whale is stinging, I'll come to visit you for that gossip that you did a couple minutes ago.
Tell me a secret.
I'm just joking, but it's good to joke and laugh.
Yes. It is fun. So here we go, everyone. We are talking about the possibility of this phenomena, about these non-human intelligences being not just alien, but being interdimensional, being extra-dimensional, being time travelers, or at least having the capability of time travel, and what that really means. Not from just from my random layperson's perspective, but from the perspective of the physicists and the scientists who were involved with investigating the phenomena.
Yes.
I think that it is time for us to expand our consciousness and open our minds to the possibilities of everything out there, of everything woo, of everything that is gonna shatter our understanding of reality. And we're gonna have some fun with
awesome.
that. So yeah. So that was my second hour story. But there's something else I wanna when we come back from the break, we're gonna talk about some alien abductions. I've got a couple that I wanted to mention that I thought were really interesting. I am gonna read them. I know that it's gonna be. I'm gonna try to make it as interesting as possible. But let me tell you, you really should listen to what these what happened with these abduction phenomena. And maybe one day I'll be able to get another experiencer. I think that everyone would really like to listen to Dolly and Preston, because Preston and Dolly. So if anybody doesn't know, Preston has a bunch of books out, quite a few books out that he's written about the experiencer phenomena. And he really has studied Dolly's experiences with the phenomena. She is a fully conscious contactee. That's how he presents her, as a fully conscious contactee. And he talks about how she literally travels through the universe. She gets to travel on their craft. She gets to fly their craft. She gets to learn about their civilization. She gets to understand some of the secrets that we don't know about. And I really want to have them on the show. I have been in contact with Preston. I know he would be more than willing to join us to talk about these things. So maybe in the near future, we'll be able to talk about that phenomena, the experiencer phenomena. But tonight, we're going to be talking about the abduction phenomena. Because
pretty deep,
yeah.
pretty crazy, pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. So the very notion of intelligent life beyond our planet has fascinated humans for centuries, igniting our curiosity and driving our exploration of the cosmos. So we're going to talk about those things and this extraterrestrial or interdimensional, or these. And here's the thing: did you guys know that these beings, these craft, have not just been, they haven't just been seen flying into our solar system. They've been seen appearing right outside of our atmosphere, right outside of Earth's atmosphere. They literally just pop into existence. NASA has been observing these craft literally just appearing. So they're not like flying into the solar system. They're just like blipping into in here and blipping into our atmosphere and blipping out of it, just gone. You ever watched a video of them, the videos of the balls of light that are hovering in the sky, and then all of a sudden it'll just collapse in on itself and just blink out? That's what they're observed doing. Remember that video I showed you guys last week? Whenever there was a craft that allegedly we have back engineered, that was a triangle, and it had two little wings at the tail of it, but it had this ball of light that kind of appeared in the center of the craft, and then eventually it consumed the entire craft, and then it just blinked out, disappeared.
Wow.
You remember that?
Yeah.
That was last week.
Yeah.
And that was, I think it was, let me see if I can pull that up real quick before we go to break, because I really want you guys to see it. I really think you would really like it. So hold on one second while I take a look and pull that footage up. It is phenomenal. And it's allegedly, this is according to Tom DeLong, it's allegedly ours.
Oh.
Let's see if I can pull it up. Come on, don't fail me now. It might have had it on Twitter, because I find a lot of stuff on Twitter. There's a lot of content that I find on Twitter. Like a lot. Almost everything that I find. It's like the TR.
Everybody has their own preference for the social media where they can get information, etc. So this is just going to be a channel. You're enjoying it, and it's fine.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this video. If I can I really hope I can find it before the break, because just seeing this thing operate and blink out of existence, is phenomenal. The TR, what is it? I don't know what it's called. I forget what it's called. Somebody actually told me what it was yesterday. I'm gonna find that video before the day's over, and we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna show you, and your mind is going to be blown. I know you're waiting for it, Gizmo. I know you're ready to hear it. I bear with me here, because I'm gonna find that video after the next break. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna show everybody exactly what it is. So Lynn60 says maybe we too can blink in and out of our existence, but simply don't know how yet. You know,
I agree.
There is this idea that when these beings interact with us, they are not interacting with just our physical being. They're actually interacting with our soul, our consciousness, whatever it is that exists beyond this physical plane. The thing that exists once we die continues to exist beyond when we die. And that would be interesting, because that means that we are beings that exist in another dimension that our actual essence does, but we're using this body to interact with the three-dimensional world. And that's possible. I mean, I think that's a really
cool, and I agree with it. It's very possible, and I think with more and more research in this kind of area, we'll be capable of getting more answer.
I hope that we really do find answers, because I think that at least, I wonder, my question is, knowing what we really are, knowing our true potential, I found it, by the way, knowing our true potential, will we actually be able to transcend the problems that we have today, the societal issues that we have, we'll be able to transcend war and starvation and poverty and all the things that human beings are experiencing that cause suffering? Will we be able to transcend that by knowing the truth about what we are, or will some of us be doing it and the rest of us still suffering and perpetuating suffering? I don't know.
Yeah,
what do you think,
anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Kira, so we're giving Jeremy Corbell another thank you. Thank you so much, Jeremy Corbell, for joining us. I really appreciate that. It was pretty awesome seeing you in the chat. If you're still here, you are a freaking rock star. You're a freaking rock star.
Thank you very much for joining. Yes.
I watch his podcast literally every week now. This podcast I'm following closely. I follow his Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all over his Twitter account. I listen to all the things he talks about. I've been watching his all of his footage on Bob Lazar, which is phenomenal. His interviews with Bob Lazar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got a man who's so close to Bob Lazar that he got him to on camera again. Even though, again, Bob Lazar faced so much criticism for all of everything, for as if the funny thing about Bob Lazar is he makes all these claims about Area 51, about S4 or whatever, about seeing all this craft, and then the government says he never worked here, he has we have no record of him, all this stuff. Then they find his phone number in the phone book, and that he was part of this program, whatever, and people ignore that How can you ignore? What wouldn't it make sense that the government would cover his record up now that he's talking about it? They've covered everything. Roswell, New Mexico, 1947, yes. Roswell, New Mexico. What did they do? They covered it up. Why would they not cover up Bob Lazar's hit? Oh, discredit him and make him look like he never existed. It makes perfect sense.
Yes.
So, yeah. So Jeremy Corbell has done some great things for ufology, for disclosure, especially when it comes to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now he's working with George Knapp, the legendary researcher, George Knapp, the legendary. That man is literally a legend. So it's awesome. So everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you so much for being so active in the chat. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Thank you for all the support. If you haven't already, smash that like button, but don't break your computer because somebody broke their computer earlier today and it was a MacBook and Macs are tough. So if he broke it, he must be strong. Do not break your computer, but smash that like button, abduct the subscribe, and share this content on your preferred social media platform because that's going to help us. So SOR, that's what's going to help us out. It's going to spread the love, spread the woo. Spread the woo, everybody. Thank you so much for the super chatters. I'm going to give everybody a shout out. Cat Chaser, Robo with 1776, 2 times for the super chat. Sagittarius, Dad made a comment earlier. I wanted to bring that up. What advancements do you think we gained from reverse engineering alien craft? I'm going to mention that when we come back from break. So I didn't want to ignore that, but I'm going to mention that. I starred that comment. And Deb from SAC, thank you so much for the super chats, everyone. Thank everyone who hit the like button. Deb from SAC says, abduct that like button, abduct the subscribe as well. When we come back, we're going to go into the abduction phenomenon, not the experiencer, not the contactee, the abduction phenomenon.
Really interesting. I'm excited.
Stay tuned, everyone, because it's going to get real woo. It's going to get real crazy. It's going to get real spooky.
Yes.
When we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I'm your host, Marquise, accompanied by the awesome, the amazing, the wonderful Danielle Diva. We welcome
I'm
you back,
getting my feathers up.
Feathers up, everybody. We welcome everyone on the YouTube side, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. And don't forget, you can check out our archives at youtube.com/spacedoutradio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot. And don't forget to read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and so much more. Now, everyone, today we've talked about the future prophecies that have been talked about by several different people that have prophetic visions, one of which was in contact with extraterrestrials or non-human intelligences that gave them abilities and knowledge and information. We've talked about some of the things that are happening today with Avi Loeb and Sean Kirkpatrick, how this Arrow, the person that's running Arrow, and Avi Loeb, who is this Harvard scientist or professor, or who has been talking about the probe in space since Oumuamua. Now there's a new potential, in his opinion, mothership in our solar system that's releasing alien probes. We've talked about the whole idea that these beings, according to certain scientists, could be, at least their technology is performing in ways that suggest that they are not just extraterrestrial, that they are interdimensional or extra-dimensional or time travelers or something even more bizarre, but they're entering into the world of quantum physics. And now we're going to talk about the abduction phenomenon.
Ooh.
So I hope you are all ready, because I have a couple of experiences that I want to talk about. Before I do that, I actually have something for you here. So as we contemplate the possibility of encountering beings from another world or another dimension or the future, we have to ask ourselves, what might this revelation mean for our understanding of life, the universe, and our place within it? The idea of extraterrestrial or interdimensional or future contact with beings from the future, that whether it be us or something else, would really challenge our perception of reality and compel us to reconsider the nature of our existence. After we truly the question is, are we really alone? I think that we've all asked that question throughout our entire life. Danielle, have you ever thought?
Of course. Yes, of course.
Have you ever thought to yourself?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
I never thought we are alone, and I don't think we were ever alone.
I never thought that we were alone. I've had experiences that really, for me, really kind of guided me towards this path that I'm in today. But I've always been somewhere in the back of my consciousness that are really just like lurking around to, poking at me from time to time, saying, "Hey, you're not alone." wait. I mean, not like a schizophrenic kind of thing, but I mean like the human being. Hey, anyway, I should have said that better.
You are funny. Well, we don't mean it in that kind of way when there's issue with reality, because there's mental disturbances or mental illness. We are thinking about reality that we're living in and about the fact out there and the evidence. And also the reason why I'm saying we were not alone and we are never alone is because as a psychic and a medium, I can see many things. I can see when the whale is standing. I can encounter many things. What is paranormal for me is very normal. So that's how I look at it.
Well, to your point, Danielle, that's actually an excellent take, because life could be as common a phenomena that manifests in a myriad different forms across the cosmos. The discovery of other intelligent lives or other beings would kind of confirm the latter, demonstrating that life is not an isolated anomaly, but rather an inherent part of the fabric of the universe. It's just kind of a natural consequence of the way that things work in the cosmos. The existence of like another civilization could also provide us with the opportunity to explore the universality of ethics and morality. Do our moral values and principles transcend the boundaries of our planet? Or are they unique to the human experience? So engaging a dialogue with otherworldly beings or other dimensional beings might actually reveal the presence of shared moral concepts, or alternatively expose us to an entirely new ethical framework that could enrich our own understanding of right and wrong. We might be looking at a civilization of beings that doesn't see right or wrong or good and evil, but just sees things from a scientific perspective. We may be looking at beings that see things from a not necessarily from we think that the epitome of humanity is that of compassion, altruism, and things like that, in love and empathy and understanding, acceptance. We see that as the epitome, the pinnacle of human existence, of being a good person, a good human. But what if these other beings have something that transcends even that? Or the alternative course will be something that doesn't even consider the possibility of there being a need for compassion or empathy or anything like that. Either one is plausible.
I agree, and I totally respect what you're saying. We are on the scale. Is it possible? Of course it is. Whatever, we look at, or however we put it together, it's very possible.
Yeah, I mean, we the idea of morality and ethics being a subjective thing is, it's kind of an interesting take, because on the one hand, there needs to be some kind of at least some universality. Otherwise, everybody would be wreaking havoc in any way possible. There needs to be some kind of order to the way that civilization runs, because there needs to be, people have a prime imperative, a biological imperative, that is to survive and to not die. We tend to seek pleasure and avoid pain. And so that's every creature that we know of does that for the most part, unless there's something that's wrong with them, like a masochist, for example. There are people who literally seek after pain for the sake, but that's because they're experiencing a mental health crisis. Jay Brooks says, then you have to ask yourself what knowledge is and what does knowledge rest upon, if anything. That is a very broad philosophical question. If you could be more specific with that question, I could respond to it. But that would the question as it's posed is way too broad for me to respond in a short amount of time. So I have to. I wanted to bring that up because I think people need to really. It's a thought-provoking question. Jay Burke also says the philosophical aspect cannot be overlooked. Science itself was built upon philosophy, religion, an extension and expression of it. Well, philosophy is, I think, a really important aspect of human civilization, but not every other creature has philosophy. I mean, most of their philosophy is just impulses. And so, what if, again, the question that I always have is, how can you determine the intention of another intelligence when interacting with humanity or anything? I mean, us and a dog, dogs are man's best friend. Well, how can you tell that?
Yeah,
because how people feel about them, how they interact with them, how they treat them, and so forth.
But also, Marquise, when you brought this up, you just brought another lightning inside of my head. And the reason why I'm saying that, it's like a storm of many things that I'm trying to dig in and connect. So you said, some people were gifted, just like a gentleman that you were telling about. And you also said something that is very important when you said, is this possible or it's not possible? I don't think it's up to us to question the higher power. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to question. But do we also ask too much instead of letting everything to unveil itself? Because as a human beings, we are really curious. But I think also curiosity sometimes bring us to things that can be very dark and harming.
Oh, human beings are plagued by hubris, right? We're literally plagued by it. And I think I think it's really interesting what you just said, the idea that we may be seeking answers to a question that's the wrong question. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think that we're asking the wrong questions. I think, to your point, Danielle, yes. And by the way, Lazarus Project, I wanted to bring this up. Creepiest movie I ever seen was called The Lazarus Project. I'm not sure if he did that on purpose or which one came first, chicken or egg. But that movie, The Lazarus Project, is freaking creepy. And if you're into the woo, you need to watch that movie. You need to watch. Everyone in the chat, I want you to watch The Lazarus Project at your earliest convenience, and make sure you have popcorn and a blankie and maybe your favorite teddy bear, because it's going to take you for a little bit of a bumpy ride. It's creepy. It's creepy.
But it's pretty cool, and it's very realistic, and that's what I like about it.
Did you seen The Lazarus Project?
Yes, I did.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you see this kind of movie, yes, it's a great movie. Like you're saying, with a warm blanket and a popcorn to enjoy it, but also makes you think and wonder what is out there.
Yeah, I mean, some you mentioned earlier today about genetic manipulation, gene therapy, or the idea to be able to modify genetics. In the Lazarus Project, that's essentially what they're trying to. Well, I don't want to ruin it for everyone. Watch the movie, and you'll be very entertained, to say the least. And also,
Yes,
watch
it's
Megan.
pretty good.
Megan, by the way, that movie Megan, and this is before I apologize. We're gonna get into the alien abduction, but I want to Megan. That movie Megan it's amazing. It is amazing. It's one of the
Is
best
it? I didn't
new
see that one.
artificial intelligence. It's about an artificially intelligent robot, companion, or android companion. Android. I guess the acronym Megan is I can't think of the full acronym, but it's an acronym. Megan is an acronym. An android, it's what it is, and what it
Yeah.
does is it learns the child. It grows with the child so that it can help them through difficult situations. And that's the premise of the entire movie, is that this little girl lost her parents, and this Megan robot or android tries to help her get through it, but it something happens, and it just goes horribly wrong. So let's see if hopefully Elon Musk's robots don't do that, or whoever else comes up with their robots don't do that too, because it's creepy, man. It's good. It's really good though.
But you
So-
know also what we do forget, Marquise, we are the one who is making this artificial intelligence. Are we being cold and pushed, or is it a higher power unveiling everything in front of us and putting certain things together? It's up to us to see and then judge.
Yeah. And so I again, Danielle, I appreciate you have a philosophical perspective just like I do. So I appreciate that you had that. It's like a sounding board when I talk to you about these things, and the audience, of course, the listeners. I feel like I'm just literally just like investigating my own thoughts about these things and sharing my discoveries and my research with everyone, and then we're just bouncing ideas off each other. And I really
Yes.
I just love it. I love it.
Thank
So,
you very much. And I enjoy hosting with you. You know, we have the similar energy. We can say, similar aspects about certain things. So I think it blends very well together.
yeah. And we also have different areas of specialty. So we bring,
Yes.
it enriches the conversation, as I mentioned before, with the guests
Yes.
as well, or the listeners. I'm sorry. The listeners also do the same with their comments and their engagement. So listeners, y'all are also the awesome ones out there. And by the way, if you haven't already, smash that like button and abduct and subscribe. Now, as I was saying before, so the idea of ET or extraterrestrial or interdimensional contact, it would undoubtedly reshape our perception of our place in the cosmos. The knowledge of that we are not alone would force us to reevaluate our position as a dominant species on Earth and compel us to view ourselves as members of a vast cosmic community. I've heard people say things like this intergalactic federation, for example, is real. We had that official from, I believe it was Israel, this Israeli official who said there is an intergalactic federation and that the United States of America is involved, is in communication with the intergalactic federation. And I think that would be, this would be like a humbling realization. It could inspire a more compassionate and cooperative approach to our interaction with both terrestrial, extraterrestrial, or interdimensional life. And that's if we utilize that communication properly. I hope that what the government is doing with this slow rollout of disclosure is for the sake of improving that relationship with these beings. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just speaking optimistically. Stephen Greer believes it's positive. Grant Cameron believes it's positive. And most of the UFO community believe that contact with these beings is positive and has a positive potential for the human race. And finally, the discovery of our other life, intelligent beings would inevitably raise questions about the meaning and purpose of life. Are we all part of a grand cosmic narrative, or is existence merely a random, purposeless phenomenon? The answer to these questions might be found through our interaction with extraterrestrial beings or interdimensional beings or time travelers. Who knows? As we compare our respective histories, cultures, and philosophies in search of a deeper understanding of the nature of our existence. And so the prospect of this life, this contact, invites us to explore the most profound question of our existence. And that is, what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? Are we the only ones out there? If there's other beings out there, if these beings are intelligent, if they're independent and autonomous, if they have a civilization, if all these things are true, do they have the same morals and beliefs that we do? at least the same values and about morality? Do they have the same ideas about philosophy, about the meaning of life, about the cosmos? What more do they know? We assume that because their technology outperforms ours, that they may have an advanced understanding of philosophy and life and the perspective of the cosmos. But what if they don't even care about that stuff? What if none of that is of interest to them? What if something else is their interest? I don't know, but I think it poses a very interesting question, and we're gonna talk about that. By the way, somebody just gave us a super sticker. Blue Cruise, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. That's awesome. Showing some love in the chat. We love it. We appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Now let's talk about this abduction story. You guys ready for this?
Yes, of course.
This is from a website called allthat'sinteresting.com. And the title of this is by I'm going to try to pronounce this last name, Margaritov. And it's titled The 9 Most Convincing Alien Abductions in Modern History. I'm not going to be able to get through all of them. We are all familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill. I'm not even going to get into that. So let's talk about the next one that I have never heard of. And that is the 1969 Berkshire's UFO incident that shocked an entire town. When numerous residents of Berkshire County, Massachusetts, individually reported having seen a UFO on September 1st, 1969, authorities were at a loss for an explanation. This wasn't a lone sighting induced by sleep deprivation or that could be easily dismissed. It truly appeared as though something uncanny had occurred. On the evening in question, residents spotted lights above Sheffield. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but I'm going to say Sheffield in the southern Berkshires. Many of the witnesses said that the lights were fitted to an unidentified disc-shaped craft that was maneuvering in unprecedented ways. Some witnesses claimed they lost track of time as they gazed with stunning fascination at the object. Thomas Reed was 9 years old at the time, in the car with his mother and brother and grandmother that night. The family noticed a group of glowing orbs dashing out of the roadside trees. Reed's claims that something astonishing or outstanding happened when heading home. His family approached Sheffield Bridge, and this is a comment from him. It came to a stop off the right side of the road. He reclaimed the glowing orbs. These were orbs, by the way. Everything got really calm. It was like being in the middle of a hurricane. There was like a barometric change in pressure. It was just like a dead silence. Then there was an eruption of crickets and frogs, and it got really loud, and that was it. Then the family suddenly found itself back in the car, but they had inexplicably lost 2 hours of memory. Strangely, still Reed's mother and grandmother, and somehow switched car seats. So not only did they lose time, the grandmother and the mother were in different seats in the car. Now, I know we've all heard of abduction phenomena, right? Where this exact experience happens. It's like everything gets really quiet, and then nothing. They could be in the middle of the woods, and then nothing. No sound, no birds, no crickets, no nothing. And then all of a sudden, everything. And you realize hours has passed. So that's just kind of I think it's a really interesting thing. So despite any...
Sorry, is it okay if I add?
Yeah, go ahead.
I listen very, very carefully, and it's about the time that is kind of going inside of my own head and actually playing all over again when I was caught inside of the time machine. So I understand what you're saying. Wow. And also, is it possible that sometimes we are victims of something that, we don't know what it is? Of course it is. And him awakening, not knowing where the time was, that would be the first clue in the answer. Something really did happen.
Well, to your point, there are two trains of thought about that thing, right? The idea that this is something that is happening to you, not something that you are engaging with, right?
No.
On the one hand, you have people that believe that you have given permission in a future life, a past life, or whatever, to be able to be abducted by these beings. Then you have another thought that says that these beings are taking people against their will and sometimes doing things that could be considered assault. But the question, again, goes back to the idea that I mentioned earlier about morality. it's not the question is people have presented this idea that we do this to frogs. We take a frog, we cut it open, we look at its insides, it's all for the sake of science. It's cruel. We don't like it. We think that there's a lot of people that think this is mean, but to the scientists, it's necessary. And so that's that other train of thought. Is it good or bad? We don't know if what they're doing is good or bad, because to them it might just be science, but to us it's disruptive, it's invasive, and it's usually terrifying.
Yes.
But let's continue with the story. So despite any evidence of the Berkshire UFO incident, this is purely a witness testimony. Reed has remained steadfast in his account. He has said over time the family regained some memory of the incident, including having been a hangar-like facility with other people. And this is a quote for him. "We encountered something," said Reed. "It was definitely not of this world. This hangar thing we were in was huge. It was larger than a football field. This hallway we had seen was circular with a Y configuration, almost to control the flow of traffic. This one room had a bowed-in wall that was rounded." And listen, remember how earlier we talked about the idea of dimensions and how when you're looking at an object, it looks like it's a size of maybe a small house or a small car, but inside it's massive. He's describing that exact phenomena right here. This is phenomenal to me. This is absolutely phenomenal to me. So continuing, it's important to remember that Reed was only one of dozens of people who reported witnessing a UFO in the Sheffield area that night. Some were adults who called into the local radio station to report the sightings. Others were children who began drawing UFOs in class. Now, this is another quote by him. "There must have been 20 or 30 sketches that were drawn by children in our 4th grade class from what they saw," said Reed. "They hung underneath in the class board in Sheffield Center School. More than one of those hang in the Roswell Museum today. People don't realize the significance of this, and so it wasn't just us." That is the Sheffield UFO encounter that was witnessed by the entire town in 1969.
And totally the clear evidence. Everything is there, so it cannot be denied.
I think that we should take eyewitness testimony into account. I mean, how many people, let me ask you, everybody in the chat, how many people, Bigfoot, for example, how much physical evidence is there of Bigfoot? Not a lot, but there's a ton of eyewitness testimony, a ton of it. It's overwhelming. It's too much to ignore. You can't just ignore something like that because there are so many people that said they've seen something. It's not possible for you to just ignore it. And if you do, then you're closing your eyes to a phenomenon that is phenomenal. Pun intended. What do you think about that abduction?
I agree totally.
It's crazy. I love how
it's quite a mind. Yeah, it's quite amazing and mind blowing, but also, there's always answer between the little sentences, and that's where actually the truth is hidden. So for me, when I'm reading about this, I go deep, and then I try to connect what this person is saying. But his encounter, is quite, I don't want to say unusual, because there's more and more people reporting and doing the same way encounter that he does. I personally think, you guys, if you ever encounter extraterrestrial, don't try to be macho man or offer Sagittarius dad, I can tell you, or don't offer pizza and fries, because you really don't even know if they are actually eating the same food like we do. Do they need the food and that much food like we do? Because we are junkies. We keep putting the stuff inside of our own home, and after a while, like, you can even toss in the garbage because it's expired. But the truth, what is better safe than sorry, and I think that's very important to be seen, and that's why this creator and is giving us all these messages.
Someone once, by the way, Lazarus Project, I did that. I'm glad you appreciated that pun. That intentional pun. There's someone asked a question I read once where they said, How come no one has ever seen an alien eat something? They've never seen them eat anything.
No.
And I find that interesting because I've never heard of anything like that before either. I've never heard of aliens eating. What if they don't eat? What if they don't need to eat? Or what if the time that we see them, they just don't eat in that period of time? I mean, they abduct cows. There's this theory that I heard on Twitter, by the way, UFO Twitter, that they need an enzyme from the cows. That's why they take certain body parts, whatever, because they need an enzyme from the cow. I'm not sure if that's true or not. It's just a theory. Red Cap Goblin, thank you so much for the super chat. Throwing some love in the chat with that $5 super chat. The sheer amount of experiences with both aliens and Bigfoot or other things should not be ignored. Thank you for discussing these topics. Much love. Much love.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's what I was typing inside to say thank you very much. Thank you to each and every one of you for your donation and supporting, After Hours and Spaced Out radio programming, because that's, what is this all about? Working together and searching for the answers and going deep into the mystery and the woo.
Yes. And the woo.
Yes.
They keep telling me, Marquise, by the end of you're going to be in the woo sometime. I've tiptoed in it for so long, and now I'm about ankle deep right now. I think I'm going to keep walking. I want to know the truth. So Apollo 11 says there was a story where an EBE, that is an extraterrestrial biological entity, or extraterrestrial, like strawberry ice cream. I've heard that before. I've heard it before as well. I don't know. I've heard of that, but it's only one. That's one account. The mass amounts of accounts, they don't need anything. But that, I think, again, although it is an outlier, should not be ignored, because I love strawberry ice cream too.
I actually like more Malaga, and I like the vanilla.
I believe it less. I believe it less now that Richard Doty said it. He said that whenever they captured one of the beings from the Roswell, New Mexico crash, that the EBE, the extraterrestrial biological entity, liked strawberry ice cream. Now, the problem with Richard Doty, as everybody knows, he is counterintelligence, and he literally, and there are different aspects of counterintelligence. Counterintelligence could be looking at an enemy and then trying to find out what that enemy's capabilities are, what their intentions are, what they're doing. That's counterintelligence. It could also be disseminating misinformation, confusing the enemy as well. And that's the kind of counterintelligence that Richard Doty was involved with, specifically with the UFO community. He has openly admitted that he has purposefully misinformed people in the UFO community. He's admitted it. He's reflected on that experience. He claims that he's reformed. I'm cautious. I'm very cautious about that one. So,
and it's kind of a little bit scary when you think about it.
It is.
Yeah.
Moving on, I know all of you have heard of Whitley Strieber, his abduction account, and that is he wrote a book that is about his abduction experience called The Communion. So I know you've heard of it, but I can't share the page with you because there's a picture that I don't know why they put it. It's not very good. The ads on here are terrible. I'm going to show you this one picture of the being though.
Yeah, let's see it.
That he saw. This is what he saw. I hope you're ready. Get ready, everyone. This is going to creep you out.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the thing.
Woo! He looks like my neighbor.
You might want to run for the hills. Get out of there, Danielle. Get out. So let me go ahead and read this. Let me read. That's a scary neighbor.
Oh well.
I
live in a neighborhood with extraterrestrials.
Oh man, that's creepy. Which makes me think of San Romanak, but we'll talk about that some other time. So the UFO abduction of Whitley Strieber while he was writing sci-fi. Whitley Strieber has written science fiction for more than 40 years, with notable titles including the horror novels The Wolfen and The Hunger. Strieber contends that his writing streak was interrupted one night in the late 80s by an alien abduction in upstate New York. Strieber recounts the experience in his nonfiction title, Communion, in 1987. The alleged incident occurred on the night of December 26, 1985, as Strieber slept alone in his cabin in the woods. guys, stay out of the woods. I'm not going to the woods ever. While
No
seeing,
more picnic
so
for you. You are done with the picnic. No more picnic.
I'm done. Woken by a strange noise, he purportedly saw a small non-human entity approaching his bed. Suddenly, it was morning. Not only had he awoken disoriented, but he felt oddly aggressive, too. It was during a session of regression hypnosis a few months later that some of the memories returned. According to Strieber, beings that he has since referred to as visitors entered his home and abducted him. While while seen as a work of fiction added to his collection of alien stories by many, Strieber never wavered from his position. In fact, his later work only doubled down on the notion that aliens were visiting him. This is insane. In his book, The Key, A True Encounter, Strieber details another alien encounter that he claimed took place in Toronto. And I can't. I don't want to play the video because this is an old video, but it's really long, and we don't have enough time for that. We really don't. I'm sorry, but this is a quote from the video. I got up to open the door, thinking it was the room service waiter. Strieber recalled. It was not. It was a man I described as about 5.5 feet tall, older looking, like someone in his 70s. He wore dark clothing, a turtleneck, and charcoal slacks. Strieber claimed the visitor stood motionless by the window for nearly an hour, expounding on the dangers of creating an intelligence more evolved than its creator. Strieber said it was the most extraordinary conversation I have ever had in my life. Many are skeptical of Strieber's alien abduction claims, but one former Green Beret commander and developer of weapons at Los Alamos, New Mexico, John B. Alexander, believes him. And this is coming again.
Wow.
For more than 2 decades, I have been interacting with Strieber and found him to be one of the most intelligent and thoughtful researchers in the field, says Alexander. There is no doubt he has had some very strange experiences, ones that even he does not claim to fully understand. There's a lot packed into that. Okay. So, Danielle.
Yes, my friend.
Where are you at with this Whitley Strieber account? I'm sure you know about Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times my computer froze. So I was like, I'm trying to hear.
Oh,
and then it's just like, I'm like, oh no, but I'm glad that, we are back. I actually love basically the way he did write and describe his encounter, and also another thing, I think personally that there's more to that story than it's even written. And the reason why I'm saying it's also very hard for somebody who does experience something like that to put everything on piece of paper and, just say it, here we go. I think if he goes to hypnosis or, sitting with all of us and we start all picking on the brain and asking, I'm personally thinking that there will be more that is just written there, because each and every of these, I can say, pieces of the evidence are also holding valuable information, and that valuable information is helping us, to get the answers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that that say that they get information from these beings, but also there's the account that happened with the children at that school, right? Where all those kids saw these beings. They called them little men with big black eyes that were like this. They always describe the same thing. And we're talking about an entire school that described the same thing. And they've stuck to their story for all these years because now they're adults and they talk about their experience still. James Fox actually did a documentary where he went to that place. Other people have too, but James Fox specifically, where he went there and he talked to people again, and they all have the same story that they did when they were kids. The exact same story. And they gave us a message of, we're destroying our planet. Technology is not good. Be careful, blah, blah, blah. And, on the one hand, technology can liberate human beings from all manner of suffering.
Yes.
On the other hand, human beings, at least a faction of us, tend to use that technology to create more suffering in this world, or at least to only benefit themselves.
Yeah. And that's true. If you look at even the drones, they're fun little things, we can all play with, but they can be also used and maneuver for many horrible things, from
Yes.
killing to attacks, spy, hurt, and the list goes on. And we're just talking about one simple drone that we can all buy. I'm not talking about the high efficiency ones, or the one that governments do have. And let's talk about the other artificial intelligence or robotic, basically humanoids or whatever.
Right.
I think we're also going far away from our own good. That's what I'm saying. It's very good for one way, but also we are going far away for our own good, and we don't see that.
Well, we talked about this last week, where we mentioned the potential of AI. Right? We asked the chatbot all these questions, and it answered all these cool questions and stuff like that. Right? And the thing is, unfortunately, we have not used technology. We've used a lot of it for war and for destruction, and for personal gain. Hold on one second. Somebody said something I think is really interesting. Let me make sure it's appropriate first.
No worry.
Studio One Live says, it's the money system created by that faction. The money spreads desire to make stuff only for money, no matter the damage it does. The monetary system is the problem. The love of money is the root of all evil, so to speak, right?
Yes.
The idea that money and the idea that seeking after more and more and more consumption and gain and growth, unlimited growth, that's what's causing so much problems in this world. We're never satisfied with what we have and with each other.
No.
So
and that's another thing. In human nature, we don't want to a lot of times be happy for our fellow neighbor. So let's say, for example, he has a Lamborghini and you don't. Well, how come he has a Lamborghini and I don't? And I'm already, thinking in my mind, he has a Lamborghini and I don't. So we're going to go into competition that our Lamborghini is at least faster for one notch or half a notch than your neighbors, just so that you can be better. And that's also, I think we need to grow as a human beings, and go into higher consciousness where we can connect to the higher power and be happy for one another instead of, destroying one another. And I love, Marquise, that you mentioned that, because I think that's a very great and important point. It doesn't matter what kind of subject are we talking about, that humankind will only survive if we extend hand to one another. And as long as, like I said, my freedom stops that same second when I affect your freedom. This is by the United Nations Charters of Rights and Freedom. But if we don't understand that, and I think, I can come to Marquise and just slap you because I feel like, and it's okay, so you take it as you want. So I'm wondering, how are we going to also accept then these extraterrestrials, Marquise? And like you're saying, for example, Baba Vanga or some of these people, they were given gifts by extraterrestrials, and she's giving us messages that are given by aliens to her, because they said to her, you will lose the humanized side, but you will go in your visions far away and beyond what your eyes are capable of seeing. So it's almost like you're talking about these people that did have those encounters. They were all trying to bring us closer to reality and to what's happening out there. But
Danielle, you didn't? I'm sorry, I thought you froze for a second there.
No.
I heard you
a couple times. I lost the sign, and I go like, okay, so that's okay. I'm listening you carefully. Yes.
I wanted to bring this up because I think it's relevant to what we were talking about. AI is a fraud to scare you, to make you think robots will take over the world, when it's the man controlling the robots. Robots will never be sentient. I agree with most of what you said. Whether or not they will be sentient in the future, that only time will tell. I don't think sentience is necessarily the thing. I think it's maybe intelligent. It's not about sentience, it's about intelligence. Because you can emulate human intelligence. They do it all. They do a pretty good job at like a rudimentary way of doing it. But for example, to be able to move and do backflips and do parkour, that is an advanced level of calculations be. I mean, most people can't do that stuff, but those that can, your brain's actually making all kinds of calculations faster than you can tell, that you can think,
Yes.
but you feel it. And so all that is, all robots are doing is they're emulating those calculations, but void of the feeling itself. So they can
Yes.
emulate human intelligence, but I agree. I don't think they'll ever be truly sentient, but I think they can emulate it. I think they will
And you
emulate
know, did you hear that? You know, all of this nonsense. I'm sorry to say it. You know, we don't need animals because they're providing the pollution, the cows and the pigs and the chickens and whatever. And they're giving us all these, like you're saying, robotic, basically things that are connecting to the human nature. I think there's no more beautiful love and connection than between one another and between an animal. When you see child connected to the animal, you know, to a dog, to a cat, to a bird, even to a little fly, you go like
Right.
that, you know, curiosity and connection to that, to life. But I personally think as much as we are, I can say, programming these artificial intelligence, we are not sure even what we are playing with. Because this can be very, very dangerous for our own good and for our own humanity.
You know, Danielle, it's possible, because there's a theory that's been kind of posited before, that that in the future, sometime in the future, we create highly super intelligent, AI that, because AI can double its learning capacity literally with overnight or more, and go far beyond what human beings are capable of. One day we can get AI to essentially get to the point where it's at
Yep.
at least an emulating human level of intelligence, and then it will just continue to grow and double its intelligence until it's literally manipulating matter in time and space in itself, right? The space time itself.
Mhm,
What if
mhm.
there's a possibility these beings could also be super intelligent robots that seem
Yeah,
biological, but they're not? Who
yeah.
knows?
Anything is possible. Like I was saying, you know, and some of these, like somebody was saying, the mission on Mars. Like they even said, Elon said himself, by 2025 we should have a mission there. But now that
Yeah.
money is cutting short and whatever, all these prophecies and these masters, I can say, in the prophecies are saying not before 2029, but they're also saying in this year we're gonna find out more and develop more of artificial intelligence. And I'm not sure, Marquise, if you did see that, but almost every day we do have some kind of report about artificial intelligence progressing and progressing and progressing. So I'm just
Right.
scared, how fast are we progressing to?
Well, here's what I understand about the idea of like infinite progress. At some point, we'll have to reach a limit. I don't think that we'll ever be able to effectively. Let me be very clear. I
Mhm.
don't think we'll ever be able to effectively and efficiently produce the level of artificial intelligence that can literally manipulate space-time, because we're talking about something that's manipulating things on a subatomic level and beyond,
Yeah.
on the quantum level. We won't be able to produce a type of technology, because in order to do that, you need a supercomputer, something that's beyond a
Yes.
supercomputer. The level of power that you would need for something like that is insane. And unless we access zero point energy, which it's possible that we have, it's just not a plausible thing, not to stable in a stable way to do
Mhm.
that, at least not as we know it today. Not that it's not possible ever. As we know it today, it doesn't seem like a plausible thing. I can't imagine a being able to do something that's like, for example, somebody said integrating with human biology. Well, keep in mind, the way that our biological being works is it's literally subatomic between atoms. Like, we're talking about processes that are
Yeah.
between atoms, and it's all being directed. It's all information exchange. Jacques Vallée talks about the universe being more information exchange than anything. Our DNA
Yeah.
is literally instructions on how to be you. It contains all of your ancestors' DNA. Everybody that's ever been born before you, from your genealogy, it contains all of it, and all that information of their entire life, of their experiences, of all that stuff. It's all contained within your DNA, and your DNA and your experiences will carry on to the next generation. It's
Yes.
the Akashic record, so to speak, right? And
Yeah.
so that is to me, it's I don't think we'll be able to create a computer that can access that information. I don't see it. I don't see it.
And another thing we're talking about artificial intelligence, it's something that always makes me happy but also makes me sad. When you think about happy, I'm honestly happy to see that there's some heavy less labor upon the men and women. If we're talking, for example, the construction, the minefield, cars and etc. So all of that is done now by artificial intelligence, it's quite amazing. And I'm happy to see that, because we are not hurting ourselves or abusing ourselves, like we did before. And then when it's coming, to negative side, the list can go on and on and on. And the saddest part, what I heard, and that's Marquise for you, to think about it. They said that this artificial intelligence will be capable of maneuvering and working by its own, and that will show some feelings and whatever. And that's why they're also making these dogs and whatever for kids to play with. Isn't this where we are losing the human touch and human connection?
I hope you guys are ready.
Yeah.
I hope you're ready, because I have a story, a news story, about exactly what Danielle just mentioned. I laughed and cried simultaneously, because this is one of those things that makes you worry about the future of human connectedness.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of an AI chatbot called Replica?
I heard something Replica, but that one I'm not that familiar with it. I'll be honest. Teach me.
Let me pull up this article, okay? This article is by Reuters. It was posted literally. We're talking breaking news. I heard about this the other day, but let's go ahead and talk about this. It's by Reuters. It was posted by Anna Tong, and Replica, the AI chatbot company Replica, is restoring erotic role play for some users. Replica CEO Eugenia Kaida said late on Friday, the company's recent removal of adult content featured in a Reuters report devastated many users, some of whom considered themselves married to their AI chatbot companions. Replica chatbots are powered by generative AI, a new technology that has attracted a frenzy of consumers and investors interested due to its ability to foster human-like interactions. It is in the removal of erotic role play and subsequent customer outcry showed how powerful AI technology can draw people in, and the emotional havoc that code changes can wreak.
That's quite scary, Marquise.
Guys, listen, this is a chatbot that is a freaking like a boyfriend or girlfriend. It's a companion. And
I saw that on TV.
Yeah.
I thought that was so wrong. And that's what I was saying. They also teach us now that, for example, you don't need to take a child. And as a mother, I want my child to be connected to Mother Earth. I want my child to be connected to all of the loving creatures and all different kind of human beings, that we are all beautiful. They're saying, no, you need, for example, this mouse. This is a dog. Even if it doesn't have a feeling, this is a dog, this is a cat. So they're giving us all these machines, or like artificial intelligence. They're already programming our children not to have any connection and love with it's quite it's making me upset. I'm sorry.
I read an article about a few months ago, maybe a month or two ago. I read an article, also a couple of them, about how that Replica was like scarily like talking to the people that, like, I'm not like, it's been a while since I read this article, but essentially it was role playing in an aggressive and a really scary way. It wasn't doing the love and the romance, it was doing the like 50 Shades of Grey type thing. And people were concerned. It was really bad. And so people were scared, so they removed that erotic play, and then everybody that was using that erotic play canceled their subscriptions. And now they brought it back because they lost so much money. There was such an outcry of that, the feeling of love and compassion and the erotic play. They brought it back.
But this is also,
I think this
connection, like you're saying, connection between the people. So the intimacy, the
Yeah.
love, the passion, all of that, it's quite normal between people. That's even if you take a lion, and a lioness, they have their play, the mate of how to interact. This is just a part how human nature works and how animal kingdom does work. And even two plants, one would fly and the bee would come. So it's almost like it's all in the circle of a life, just like our Aboriginal people said. We are cutting that cycle, Marquise.
Yeah.
This is what's scaring to me.
Severing the
And they
connection.
also, that's why they were saying that the children will come from labs. They won't come from the womb. They will also come from the labs. What means, they won't be grown inside of the mother uterus. They'll be grown inside of these labs. You give your sperm, you give your egg. And some people are saying that they won't even need that in the future. They'll just make these kids, pop them out, okay, and you come and pick up your baby. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, this is, even if it's a plastic, it's okay. This is what's going to be. So I'm wondering if it's going to be even a human or it's going to be artificial intelligence, how you think your child should look like. I'm not even sure. Yeah.
So I want to tell you, everybody, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about some more artificially intelligent news and the potential of AI. I've got a lot of things that I have prepared for that for tomorrow's episode, for tomorrow's show. So I hope everybody's gonna really love that. Danielle's got a topic that we're gonna talk about, because Danielle always brings the fire. I know I'm into the sciencey, the physical, the UFO, the nuts and bolts. I also delve into the woo. Don't you worry your pretty little hearts. I'm gonna delve into the woo tomorrow night as well. We're gonna get into the AI woo. All right, so get on that woo train, get ready, because it's going to be a bumpy ride.
It'll be fun. So don't miss us tomorrow. We'll make another blast in the universe.
I know. And I wish we had more time. There's so much more to talk about, especially with this AI, this companionship AI. They're really pushing for this AI companionship because, hold on one second. Somebody just mentioned. I want to pull this up before, because I want to share that. Kurt M. Marquise, have you seen the 2 short films on YouTube called What is a Reality and Hecking Reality? I will watch those 2 shows. Give me 1 second while I will type those in and so I don't forget. What is reality?
I'm gonna write that myself.
Hacking Reality. I'm gonna check those out. If I can, I'll check them out before the show tomorrow, and then I'll talk about those as well. I think that'd be great content to bring to you guys. But we are going to be talking about artificial intelligence tomorrow. A very heavy emphasis on it. I've got so much to say about it. I've got so much to share with you guys. I know you're going to love it. I know it's going to be a great show. I really wish, again, I feel like there's never enough time. We always get to the end, and I'm like, oh man, there's so much more I was going to talk about. But you know what? I had a great time. Everyone in the chat was involved. Danielle brought the fire. She brought the woo. She's talking about prophecies. She's predicting the future for us. Everybody hold on to your seats, because it's going to be, again, a wild ride.
Yes. Don't miss another blast in the universe. Join us tomorrow.
Do not miss another blast in the universe. You're very welcome, Marilena. What a wonderful Marilena. That is a beautiful name. I love that name. I just want to say that again. I think it's a wonderful name. Everyone, stay tuned. We have so much for you tomorrow. We're going to also in a few weeks, we have another guest coming on the show.
Yes.
So everyone prepare for that as well, because it's gonna be the guests. We always have a great time with the guests. They always bring a lot of new information for me. I'm new to the woo, so to speak, and I'm getting educated on all things woo. And Danielle's been educating me, and everybody here has been educated. The chat, by the way, you guys and gals are
informed. Oh, come on, Marquise. We are all learning from one another.
But the chat, you are all so informed. I never realized how informed everyone was. Like, and you go into these things. I spend all my time researching and learning and reading and watching the interviews and doing all this stuff, following the experts and following the Twitters and reading the tweet. It's overwhelming sometimes. And then I come here and everybody in the chats, they're already talking about the stuff that I'm learning.
Thank you, Kira.
Kira, thank you so much for the super.
Yay, thank you.
I want some love with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Kira. Everyone that gave a super chat, I want to give all the shout out to the super chats and the super stickers. Cat Chaser, Robo 1776 with 2 super chats. Deb from SAC, Blue Cruise, Red Cap Goblin, and Kiera I Am. Thank you so much for the super chats.
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for tuning in with us tonight. I really want to welcome you to tomorrow's show because I know you're gonna love it. Especially thanks to everyone listening and at home, in your cars, at work, wherever you may be. Thanks to everyone for participating in the chat, YouTube, Facebook, and Spaced Out Travelers Club on our website and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Ltd. Thanks for sharing your evening with us, because together, my friends, everyone knows it. I want you to say it at the same time if you can. We own the night.